lifeline, and I stumbled upon her right mind. Love showed up at the right time, put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. My life's in your hands. Delilah, don't you know my life's in your hands? Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. so to see. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, lies in your head, Delilah, don't you know my.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over great beats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, 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 yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse. The rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst, there's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. Some other lands, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What tells the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, what in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom.
Flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they start. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch. Nah, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
We know the battle between age-old rivals and the new kids on the block. We know the battle between defeated champions and uncrowned kings. But what about the battles no one speaks of? What about the battles that arise only when they're seconds away, when the pressure is on, and when things become dire? Because every pro player's worst nightmare is facing their own demons when they have something to prove and everything to lose. Will fear win today? We find out on VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. We have got teams looking to prove that they can indeed beat their own demons. Some unfinished business here and there, and the pressure of being in the danger zone of elimination. Let's take a good look at what's in store for us today on the Updraft. Welcome, ladies and gents. We are approaching the middle, actually, of VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. It is week 2 now, and gentlemen, I think the time for, warming up, the time for a little bit of, it's okay, it's a little bit early, that is not present anymore here on week 2. Fluffy G10 joining me here on the panel as we break down, things are getting a little bit dire here today. Some teams are backed into a corner right now. It's going to get a little bit trickier for these teams to climb their way up the standings if they don't really prove themselves today. And you guys ready? You guys ready for these matches? We were discussing them a little bit earlier, and we were talking about some very interesting storylines, Fluffy. It's going to be really exciting today, I think.
Yeah, for sure. We're opening up today with a lot of great teams. A lot of the teams, as you mentioned, are kind of in that middle of the pack situation, some of which have the potential to propel to the top, but majority of the games today will be reassurance for a lot of the top teams, knowing that maybe one team might bite the dust, to say, but other than that, there are a lot of other teams also that will fall into tiebreakers and such. So it's a lot of tense matches because, like you mentioned, being at the second week already for group stages, there's a lot on the line.
That's absolutely right. And as we check out the series highlights from yesterday, G10, we had two teams that have pretty much been on a roll. They don't need to worry about all of that, being backed into a corner kind of thing. Starting with, of course, Alpha Esports Pro. After the rocky day 2 start, they've gotten rid of the first week jitters, and now team after team is falling to them.
Exactly. Alpha Esports Pro, as you can see on your series highlights, they are currently dismantling Oasis Gaming. Sorry, Fluffy, for that. But they have just really been one of the most consistent teams that we've seen so far, other than, Team Secret. Even Coach Fade from Team Secret acknowledged that AE Pro is looking like the most consistent team that they've seen so far to date in this stage. So there are quite a lot of expectations on them and on their match for today. Of course, they're still going to be taken seriously. No sitting on laurels here for them. But, the rest of the team, not just Qeon and Jin, do seem to be, holding their own.
Yeah, and Team Secret, of course, was the second match, still undefeated, stage 2. Again, Alpha Esports and Team Secret seem to be like the star students currently. But I think something else that we have to bring up here was, of course, they're very, very happy Alpha Esports boys there. But Fluffy, we had a couple of surprise fades yesterday, and I think coming from the most unexpected players too.
Right, so we see not only is a team like Alpha Esports being just such solid in team play, but also they're not relying on that single strategy that they mostly relied on for the previous times that we've seen them. We've seen Qeon Sanity now yesterday playing that fade on Haven against Oasis Gaming, choosing to adjust to a more supportive role because they have new players like Jin in the mix to help alleviate a lot of that duelist role from Qeon Sanity. So it's a good mix from that team, and other teams are also starting to pick it up. Yesterday we saw Fade's Jesse Vash play it instead of the normal Sova role that we expected on. It brings a different dynamic, and as Coach Fade during the interview yesterday mentioned, it's just something that fit well and they had fun with the comp, and they decided this is a good idea to bring out in VCT because they do have that luxury to kind of test things out before they move on to the playoffs because they have a very solid lead so far.
That's right. The surprise fades weren't just in-game. We also got a surprise fade, I believe, on the interview because I think he's here now in the Philippines, right? I believe that he managed to make the flight on over, and I think Laika was asking him about his favorite Filipino food, which we don't have an answer to yet. I think we have an unofficial answer on Twitter. Gotta monitor that. I think that's very important to find out what kind of buff Team Secret is operating on in stage 2. But yeah, G10, I also want to get your opinion on this brand new agent, on brand new, players. I mean, I think it was really, really fun to see Jesse Vash, known as Sovash. Suddenly, I can't come up with a good mashup of his name with Fade at the moment. I was trying. I was trying.
Jesse Fade? Fade Vash?
It doesn't work. Never mind. But I want to get your opinions on how these players manage to adapt, especially since their identity is so shaped around being mains of certain agents.
Well, I don't think, honestly, that at this level you can be, quote unquote a main of an agent, or at least pick it every single time. Even Qeon Sanity, we've been seeing him on that fade yesterday. I think he was a fade in game 1, and as you know it, as we've been talking about it, Vash on fade. Now I do quite like that a lot of players are finding a lot of expression in new characters, a lot of freedom, and they're experimenting a bit, just like in Team Secret. And I do think the Insanity was experimenting a little bit too hard in that first game, but I do love to see that they're kind of moving away from what makes them known, for the benefit of the team, for the benefit of their goals in general, and not just kind of relying on those comfort picks that, to be honest, have been read quite a bit since they're so famous on that.
Right, and to add on what G10 has mentioned, I feel like personally there's a lot of value in a team having the capacity, like the players itself being so flexible that they can pick up an agent so quickly. But also, even though it's not something that they've necessarily mastered because they don't have the reps on that agent, throwing something new into the mix has its own intrinsic value, as the opponents now have something new that they have to deal with, which is probably something that they're not as used to, and for sure that they're not 100% sure how to properly play against. So even though it might be a risk to take on for your team, it might be one of those risk management situations where it's probably worth it, especially if you're up ahead like Team Secret.
Yeah, I'm actually going to jump back into that a little bit later, Fluffy. You brought up a really good point. But speaking of risk management, we don't have any risk management to worry about here because we are backed by such wonderful sponsors. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here to the Philippines. And of course, VCT Stage 2 is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
Right, and we would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with up to speeds of 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Oasis Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new TUF-F15 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the TUF-F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MUX Vision powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/RGXVCT2022 for more information about the TUF-F15, or you can click the link in the comments or the description down below.
Yeah, it should be somewhere there, guys. It's not
It's right there.
not too inconvenient. Yeah, there it is. And you guys can also head on over to our other streams for a lot more character, I guess, and very, very unexpected and very an interesting experience, so to say. You can head on over to the Filipino broadcast on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube, while for the English broadcast, equally as interesting. We do have some. We do have Asarai on the English broadcast, and that's an experience as well.
Ooh.
Although I think he's moving over to the Filipino broadcast.
Do we?
Today. Yeah. Ooh, crossover time. But yes, we are on Twitch, YouTube, and Vera Esports as well. And of course, right now, I think most of you guys are watching on Valorant Esports 3. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, heading into our format, just to give you guys a little bit of a refresher of how Stage 2 is going. We have the top 6 teams advancing to the playoffs. The top 2 will be representing the region in the regional qualifiers, and 1 team will be crowned VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines champion. Single round robin format, and this is really interesting because teams face off against each other just once with no rematches. It comes with its own challenges, and Fluffy, you mentioned earlier, like teams need to adapt quickly and change up their playbooks, and I think we've been seeing a lot of teams actually become a bit more intrinsic in that they're focusing more on how they play as a team rather than against a specific opponent.
Right. It's a lot of value to really know your own game plan and have that solid base. But I feel like, especially now moving on to, now that we're in week 2, essentially, there is a lot of more opportunity now that you've seen the adjustments of teams coming into the stage to really see how they also play, how they adjust against certain teams, because a big factor in a league series like this is also knowing thy enemy. So being able to watch other people's games, other people's strategies, because of the single round robin format, it gives you a lot of opportunity for other teams, not necessarily your own or your fan favorite, to expose a lot of chinks in their armor, and with knowing their weaknesses, you might be able to play off it in your games to come.
Right, and looking at the standings that we have, I mean, we kind of already know who the powerhouses are. That's like loud and clear as day. I kind of want to turn the attention to, the lower half of the standings, because to say the least, G10, this is very different from Stage 1 just a few months ago.
Yeah, it looks like an absolute shakeup has happened here on VCT Stage 2. Bren Esports in the second half, in the lower half of the bracket. When have you ever seen that? I don't think I've seen that in a long time. But technically, they are, tied for 4th with with Oasis. They got 2-2. South Built, we're going to be seeing them later on in 1-3. That is not what we kind of expected going into the stage at all. They look like the dominating force, coming into Stage 2, but now look how the mighty have fallen, and just it's kind of a David versus Goliath situation, at least for now, but they still have a chance to make it out. Now Naos, though, very, very small chance of them making it out, but it's still very possible. But they do need to win every single one of their games from now on.
Right, and to add what Jitan mentioned earlier about the bracket, it really looks like the bracket that, like Dax mentioned previously, is what people expected during Stage 1, and really it looks like, compared to the Stage 1 bracket, that it's on its head. Now Esports, who led the forefront of this entire year, is now at the very bottom, and Team Secret, who unfortunately was eliminated earlier on in the Stage 1 Challenger Series, is now on the top. So it really shows not only the adjustment of the teams itself, but also which teams have the most adaptability on the patch, because with an ever-changing game like Valorant, a big difference not only with the time is the meta shift. So now that we're playing on 4.0.8 patch, it allows a lot of teams to express themselves more with more varieties of agents and lineups, not just because Fade is a new agent that's in the pool, but we see even teams like South Built Esports, who we'll see shortly. They've played very interesting comps where they have no duelists, or they have other teams like Naos Esports trying a similar thing with multiple initiators. A lot of teams just having more room to experiment, and it seems like the top teams are really the ones who can take advantage of the current situation.
That's what makes a game like Valorant so exciting, because we have such a dynamic scene. Suddenly a patch comes in and your favorite team might not be the favorite, in a tournament like this. And looking at our match schedule right now, we are definitely gonna have our eyes on South Built Esports and Naos Esports right now, G10, because they're kind of, like as Fluffy mentioned earlier, backed into a corner a little bit. And we mentioned how, it was a shakeup from Stage 1, but the real question was Stage 1 actually the shakeup, and are things actually, is balance being restored to the force, so to say?
Ooh, that's a good question, Mika Pabs, because honestly, it does seem like a lot of the teams are stepping up. A lot of the teams that we kind of didn't expect to be so good are at the forefront. I mean, I'm talking specifically about AE Pro, who, we kind of were looking at like, oh, they have, Qeon and Jin, but these other teams are so they're really good responding to such aggressive guys like those. But no, AE Pro has run their double duelist to all perfection so far, and I do want to see how SB will be dealing with that, considering that they are, a little bit unlucky in the things that have happened to them in this stage so far. RQ versus Naos, of course, is kind of the last chance for one or both of those teams, depending on how well the other teams do. So it needs to be now where Naos gets the win and starts to fight back for playoffs contention.
Yeah, we're gonna have a lot of time to talk about that a little later on, but we are actually taking a very, very quick break. But when we return, we are taking a look at Alpha Esports Pro and South Built Esports on VCTPH. Be back in a few.
You heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitless. Generations caught up. Things will switch, people they're quick. Now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all them, who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 at every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news.
Welcome back to VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. We have got our first series of the day, and it's going to be South Built Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. And G10, these teams, I mean, there is some history between them. This isn't the first time these teams have met. Oh, how are you doing that? What do you call it?
Ventriloquism?
Yeah, ventriloquism. Right. Amazing. I'm sorry. He looks like I saw this on the chat yesterday. He looks like an ID picture.
It's like a placeholder.
It's a G10 standing.
I'm sure that G10 was trying to say that SBE is the type of team that we know has these slow starts. But in my opinion, I feel like is it a little too late is the question for them. It is already the second week. There's only X amount of games to go, and they are kind of in that danger zone that we mentioned. And now that they're back into this corner, the question remains this game if they're going to fight like a wild animal out of it, or if they're just going to stay there and unfortunately be lowering their standing overall this tournament. Because we know that this team, the old guard, is one of those teams that just has that veterancy that is really understated. I know we use it a lot, but to be calm under pressure, to know what to do in situations from experience is a lot of value to add for your team. And they're facing off against one of the teams this stage, which we haven't seen in a while. I think the last time we saw them is on VCT Stage 3 Challengers, which I think is what G10 was mentioning, that they've played against each other twice before, and they're currently at a 1-1, with a fun fact being that they've both got a 2-0. It's always been a two-game series. So will we see a map 3 this series? I'm not that sure. But what I am sure of is that Alpha Esports Pro is looking very strong, and like what Secret Fade mentioned yesterday, is the type of team that not only looks strong but has remained very consistent after that jittery start that you mentioned earlier, Mika.
Right. And now we're going to have a look at Stage 1's champion. Now possibly back into a corner, South Built Esports. Let's take a closer look at the boys from the South. Stage 1's champion now in a bit of a tricky situation. Although, Fluffy, this is something that we expected, since we did talk about there being two SBAs in a way. We have the group stage SBA and we have the playoffs SBA.
Right, but the big question is, will they make it to playoffs? This team has really showed their strengths time and time again. They are one of, if not the most stable teams that we have on the esports scene, at least for Valorant. But you know, this stage isn't really showing the best for them. They have hard hitters. They have players like Pro, Ja, Micro, Aziz, but they are a 6-man roster. So they also have players like Flippy and Papi Chulo on the side to support. A lot of the forefront comes to the action-starred players, but there are still those solid players like Flippy and Micro that really hold the team together at times. Flippy, especially for me, is one of those players that when you play against him in the server, at least from my experience back in the coaching days, he really disrupted a lot of your plans because he was holding angles so well, and he really defended not only the flanks, but got so much impact and value from his team in general. But it's going to be a tough challenge for them as South Built Esports is currently 0-3, which is an unfortunate standing to be in nonetheless, but it is their chance right now to prove that the comeback potential is real, and they're going to have to face off Alpha Esports.
Would you say that their current performance in the group stages, would you say that that was something that was expected, or was it like, it shouldn't have been, I guess the scoreline was a little bit surprising?
I think, it might be a bit of a meme to say that South Built is a slow start team that builds up, because ideally no team wants to join in a tournament and start with a slow start in the first place. But looking more than just the surface level things of saying that they're 0-3, all their games have gone to a game 3, meaning that it's not like they're getting destroyed team after team after team. They really put up the fight against a lot of these teams. Most of the rounds, in fact, are nail biters, and there's just one or two small things every round that really allows them to not be able to close out a lot of these games. They somehow falter when it comes to the end, but I feel like these are small issues that, because we haven't seen them for like 4 days or 5 days, it's a lot of time for a team to solve these core issues. And if they fix these little things, it'll come out with a great impact in this series.
Yeah, and you realize that I threw that question to you because I think you're the only one who can nobody would question you for saying otherwise, because you actually have been in the pro scene, you have been there on the other side. But I love that you I love that you brought that up, that there was a rest period for SBE. I mean, in your experience as a pro player, as a coach, I mean, what does that downtime actually do for the team, whether they need to reset their minds or whether they need to take that extra time to actually review every single one of the VODs? I mean, in your experience, how much has it actually helped once you get back into the tournament?
I think it's a lot of relief that a team can get coming out of group stages, at least for week 1, and having that time not only just to think more about Valorant, but also just take a step back, relax maybe for 1 or 2 days, because there's a nice mental reset which plays a big part into the pro mindset in general. Because to be able to act that calmly and make the correct decisions, you cannot be tilted. You have to know that everything must be winnable at all times. And because especially with the format for VCT, even though there's a high chance, or there's a chance that some teams might have the same score and will get a tie, these small things that you do in the round will inevitably be the tiebreakers that will decide a lot of these factors. So aside from that, of course, we have the tactics point of view. You have a lot more videos that are current. You don't have to rely on old VODs and stuff for teams. You can really dig deep and say, oh, we're playing against these 3 teams, Team ABC, and we saw them play on week 1, and this is how they play it. So with our play style, how would we adjust? So there's also that tactics aspect. And aside from that, so there's the player mindset and the tactical aspect. You also just have the fresh start. You just have that always winnable mindset. And we've seen that, we talk about them having the slow start a lot, but it's kind of hard to avoid, because it's true that even in stage 1, they had a similar start, but it did not stop them at all from winning it all. So just because the score looks like this doesn't mean it's grim for a team like SBE. There's a very high chance that they still win it all.
Who else would sign up for a Fluffy podcast? Just saying.
I mean, maybe.
So it's not
maybe.
Not out of question. Just putting it out there. I think you do great. And as you can see right now, G10 has encountered Fade at the moment. So we'll kind of get that started. See if we can deal with this agent that has made it over here. But in the meantime, SBA group stage, SBA rather, seems to be the demon that South Built Esports needs to face, because they are up against Alpha Esports Pro, and they have been delivering. Let's take a closer look at Alpha Esports Pro. Momentum is on their side, coming off of a series of wins so far. The energy is generally very, very positive, as we can see in the post-game interviews, and they are currently, I believe, at 3rd or 4th in the standings. So, with really high-profile players, I think the question here with Alpha Esports Pro was whether their bark was worse than their bite. But Fluffy, I think right now we can definitely say that these boys can deliver indeed.
Right, it's without question that Alpha Esports Pro has that momentum coming into this week. They have the trajectory to even make it on the top if they continue to do what they're currently doing. With the addition of Jin on their team, Qeon Sanity has a bit less load to carry from that duelist role to make space with another player who's equally as good, if not better at times. It really helps not only the team to feel a bit lighter, but also it allows them to be a bit more flexible. They pulled out that fade yesterday against Oasis Gaming, which really disrupted a lot of the plans against such an aggressive team like Oasis Gaming. And Alpha Esports Pro really putting the alpha in their name right in this series, as they show that they are one of the top contenders for VCT Stage 2.
Yeah, and we know that the team revolves around Qeon Sanity. We know it revolves around Jin here as a big, flashy duelist. But I think a lot of the members of Alpha Esports Pro here, they also have been stepping up. I know G10 has been a big fan of Chris M. I think G10, we have him back here after being attacked by Fade. Yeah, but yeah, you've been a big fan of Chris M.
I'm a big fan of Chris M from yesterday's performance. I was just kind of put into the shadow for a little bit, thankfully. I see back, maybe, but M and the rest of AE Pro have been kind of. I know we usually talk about that team in terms of, Qeon and Jin, which is very fair because they are the two spears of AE Pro. But so far, if you look at their actual stats, the rest of the team seem to be, their kill distribution seems to be pretty even, or at least evenly spread out. There's not usually, the big carry, even though Jin usually tops the KD charts. He's usually followed very, very close by Chris M. And to be honest, in yesterday's game, Qeon Sanity only really showed up in the 3rd game. He was kind of bottom fragging for the first 2. So having Chris M and Jin ready to cover for that and really step up has kind of been the the thing that's been AE Pro afloat, that so that they don't have to really rely on their star players.
Let's actually take a look at our head-to-head over here as we take the spotlight away from, I guess, more obvious players, the more obvious duelists and flashy players and everything, and we take a look at Chris M and Flippy on the side of Southbuilt Esports. Fluffy, what do you think? How do these guys impact the games that they are in?
I think that's the key word right there, impact. So we can see from the statistics alone that they're very similar in stats. They don't have the same role per se, like initiator or controller or whatever, but these two players have a lot of impact during rounds. They allow their team to freely move around the map as they take their own map control themselves. Because one of the things that people have to realize about a game like Valorant is, although there are the superstars of every team, the supporting players are also equally as important and as impactful. So these two players right here, we see Flippy and Chris M, especially Chris M yesterday, we saw him play against Oasis Gaming, like G10 mentioned, really dismantling them at times. It's a lot of pressure on a player to perform all the time. So just having that backup, knowing that your team has your back, is just, it's really hard to describe, but it's one of those things that matters a lot, especially when you go through a series that can be very long and draining.
Indeed. G10, these two, like you mentioned, you're a big fan of Chris M over here. How do you think about Southbuilt Esports? And, we were talking about how they don't necessarily have that, one big superstar, so to say, but, the rest of the team can actually, be very, very flexible.
Absolutely. We always talk about Southbuilt and never fail to mention that, used to be the big dogs. They were the big dogs coming into this stage. But so far, the way that they have been playing, in that they kind of rely on each other a lot, don't have a superstar fragger, might be a little bit of a hindrance to them, because being so flexible and training to be so flexible even is something that at this level of Valorant, may be a little bit more of a hindrance than a help, because SBE now, they kind of don't have that quote unquote specialty or something that they can really pull out when you need them to clutch. You don't have that X factor at the moment. That's why I think that they've been a little bit on the unfortunate side so far. I do think they have really, really strong fundamentals, and as Fluffy said, being able to even take a match against Team Secret to a game 3 shows that they have the skill required and they have so much good strats, but something is hindering SB at the moment, and they may need to be a little bit more focused on which roles that they have and try to really perfect that, instead of being a team that really their claim to fame is being able to flex all of their players in pretty much any agent, so that the team can have a little bit of a surprise or have a different comfort level for each of their players when they do play.
Yeah, jumping into map vetoes, actually, that's really interesting, G10, because it's kind of like, I guess, a jack of all trades, master of none, but I guess in the more ambiguous sense of it, and that they don't really have that anchor, right, Fluffy? I mean, I think that you had something to add on to this, especially since SPA right now, again, they seem to be the underdogs coming into this match.
Yeah, I was about to say that although they might look like the underdogs, you have to beware of old men in a profession where men usually die young. So teams like this have always been present, SB a constant presence in the VCT circuit, and they're there for a reason. So we see the first map, I think Ascent has been banned. I think that depending on it'll really decide for me if Haven is on the board for who's going to win, in my opinion. But we see that the second map that's going to be banned out by SBE will be Breeze. The third map will be selected. It's going to be our first map for the series. It's going to be in the hands of AEP, which means that the side pick will be on SBE. So we have Haven, which I mentioned earlier. I think that this is one of those very interesting maps because we've seen AEP run 2 different compositions. They have that standard double duelist where they run the Jet Reyna on Qeon Sanity and Jin, but we also see them with a new innovation bringing out Qeon Sanity on that Fade. But unlike yesterday, because Oasis had to go into that game blind, knowing that they have the possibility to run into a Fade on Haven means that SBE can be a bit more prepared for the series.
And speaking actually of blind, we do have bind as the second map over here. Yes, we do. G10, I saw you kind of like nodding your head and eyes sparkling a little bit with this pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's just because for the past few days we've been welcome back, Mika Fabs. It's been nice to have you back. But Alika's always said I guess we will be seeing Bind today. I guess we won't be seeing Bind today. It seems like Bind's only picked when Laika is not on panel, apparently. But that's just a small thing that I noticed. Other than that, Haven may be a little bit of a rough one for SVE because of the history that happened there. They did get 13-0'd by Team Secret, so they may not have the biggest confidence going into it. And I mean, the confidence has got to be with AEP for this one.
Yeah, Fluffy, right now we have Split as the last map. Right now, with the map picks, who do you think this favors?
I think overall this favors, the last map Split is SBE's pick, meaning that AEP gets a defense. So in my opinion, it favors AEP a little bit because they get the first map, which is Haven, which they've had a lot of success on before. If SBE doesn't have the adaptation to really adjust to that Fade pick, if they bring that out again, it might be troublesome for them, and they'll get that. The problem with this draft, or not problem, but the big factor for me is the Split. So Split, we all know, is very heavily defender-sided. And because it is the last map in rotation, unless the team that picked it, which is SBE, has a very solid attacking plan going in, it's one of the most tough maps to come back in. We saw them play against Team Secret beforehand on Split, another 3-series map, and there's such an intense game plan coming out of that team. So unless they really focus hard and bunker down on their strategy, I feel like this series in general leans towards the strengths of AEP.
Especially since it seems like with the map vetoes, they're calling the shots right now. G10, do you agree?
Oh, absolutely. Just from the Haven pick alone, very, very strong map pick, really calling out something that SBE may have a little bit of difficulty with. So definitely want to go for a strong first map, maybe get the 50-50 on the second map to be in their favor, and then if that doesn't work, split is definitely a very, very good fit for AE Pro. Now it's really up to SBE here, Mika, I think, to read what is going to happen here from AE Pro and react accordingly. I think they have to be very reactive here.
I couldn't have put it better myself. G10, SBE, this match is in your hands. Let's see what you can do up against Alpha Esports Pro. Casters, over to you guys.
You know, I really don't understand why they keep saying SB is old. Hello, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back to the action. My name is Eliza Taylor. Well, actually, no, I'm Raph, and that's Eliza. So if you're wondering, if you're seeing double, yes, that's my twin. How are you doing? I've missed you. I think everyone's missed you.
Oh, man. I already forgot how to speak English in quite a while after being out here for so long. But welcome to VCTPH. We are now here on another day, on another level of action for the rest of the day as well. We have 3 series for today. But first up, obviously, the panel talked about it already. What are your thoughts about this current matchup that we're looking at right now, Raph? I was supposed to call you Terror, man. I'm so messed up.
Thanks, Raph. Okay, there. I'll take the first hit, but man, I mean, AE Pro, they've been quite a surprise. SB, on the other hand, they're the ones that really cannot drop a single game anymore. We've seen them as juggernauts. We still see them as a powerhouse, but to be in a rut that they are in, I honestly thought at the very beginning of this stage, we've already gotten rid of, how would I put this, group stage SBE. But it seems that they were only kind of teasing us what the playoffs would be like.
Hey, Raph, if you think about it, all the way from the bottom, the lower bracket, they made it happen. This time around, it's nothing different, you know? It's the same setup. They strive under pressure, and I feel like SBE can do more of what the score or the leaderboards is talking about right now. But it is very essential to take note of the leaderboards, obviously, for obvious reasons, that the remaining or the bottom 2 will be eliminated so far. But heading to this match, we are looking at the first map, which is gonna be Haven, and Agent picks here. It looks like Qeon Sanity pulled out the Fade again.
I like that you put it into perspective. It's the pressure that SB really seems to thrive off, and pressure creates diamonds. And so far, South Build, oh man, they're going under a lot of pressure. So we really expect them to perform as well as they can. We've seen a little bit of depth from Alpha Esports Pro, and this is one of them. With the Fade, Qeon Sanity on the Fade, still as dangerous as he can be, but Jin's fragging potential has been completely unlocked, leaving him as a solo duelist. We saw it in their previous outing, might potentially see it again.
The last time that they met each other, I think this was mentioned also in the panel a while ago, was also VXV. And during that time, they played Haven as a map as well. And at that point, South Built Esports actually won the game against Alpha Esports Pro. But looking at the current roster of Alpha Esports Pro rather, during this time, they had a Batman still in their hands, and it was still a different roster that we are looking at here in Alpha Esports Pro. Now that the changes have come in, they put Jin inside the team as well. It just boosted the entire team, especially how aggressively they play. Jin just perfectly fits like a glove to the rest of the team because everyone can just bounce around each other's energy at that point.
Oh yeah, that is a very spiky and dangerous glove because Jin will just WQ you to death. He's done it effectively and he's done it so efficiently. But it's been a tale of two sides for Alpha Esports Pro. Their defense is really suspect while their attack is of the utmost excellence. But I'm really wondering how this is gonna turn out for AEP because Southfield, they love to play back. They can honestly just hold on and wait for those punishes. But it seems that they're giving up the side already in favor of a retake. And the flank is gonna find first contact of the day with Aziz. fighting the alarm bot, but 5 guns trained at him. I'm not entirely sure how he's gonna survive, especially with all this decay, with all this utility. Now they're all blind. They haven't even fought a gunfight yet. It's John to take Jin. Chris M finds Flippy. And obviously the fight's not happening on the side, but Southfield, they're falling like flies.
It seems like it's a different purpose right now for the rest of the team on the attackers and defenders. But the post-plan situation definitely worked out in the hands of AAP side here. Knowing that they were able to continue going on the side completely and freely, they were able to position themselves in a post-plan situation as well. But the aggressiveness on the latter part when it comes to the CT side or T side, T spawn, well, they weren't expecting that, but they were able to answer back immediately. This is how reactive game style can AEP bring here to the table as well. But for SPE side, they're gonna stick to the classic as of this moment, as the Spectres are being bought in on the side of AEP and also a Bulldog as well.
By the way, Eliza, I really like what you're wearing today. It's almost as if I PM'd you in the morning and asked.
Yeah, and
hey,
asked me, what are you wearing today? You asked me that yesterday too. Thought we were casting already.
I genuinely thought. And it's not because I wanted to get rid of Asterai. That's really not the case. I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth. I don't know. I feel like...
Are you sure?
If Asterai was here, or at least if Miko was hosting yesterday, she'd be upset about Asterai's like misquoting Star Wars. But right now, what we are not misquoting is Southfield preparing for a retake. Again, they have limited weapons, and that's exactly what we expect from a big advantage being taken care of by Alpha Esports for a while. You blink and you miss it.
Clear the entire site in just a split second, and just a snap right there. EEP. Seems like they woke up and they chose to play Valorant this good, and so far so good for the rest of the team as they clicked in on the 2-0. But this time around, Raph, they are going to be on the side of Southfield Esports. They are capable of buying those Vandals that they might need. They didn't get any pickups at all from this second round as well, so this wouldn't pretty much do any damage on the economy of AEP side. But heading towards this round number 3, we are looking at a full buy from SBE side, and Jin already preparing to take control of mid here of the doors as he goes in. He doesn't spot anyone, and just the climbing of the utilities of a fade here as Ja is trying to secure the entire side. Papichulo already saw one, and the swing from Aziz instead kills him off. This is Jin, and now in a 5v4 situation. Still, a bait and switch happening on site as G and Sanity clearing each and every corner for the side of AEP. This is now a 4 versus 1, a very clean take from AEP side.
Spike planted.
We did mention that Southfield, they're incredibly slow starters, and we've always seen a 3-match series from them, but I'm not sure if they can afford it. Pro, who is going to attempt this clutch, or maybe potentially just go for a save here. 3 rifles are still trained on him, but if he can find some sort of lineup spamming the double box, it might be doable for him. But it does look like he's going to concede the round in an excellent take by Alpha Esports Pro, really forcing Southfield out of basically every position through quite a bit of utility and that signature Alpha Esports gunplay.
Well, Pro right now, he's just gonna go for a save. Might as well save the gun as of this moment, because this is actually a bonus round for Alpha Esports Pro. They were able to just pick up those Vandals and Phantoms that they would be needing for the next following round. And in that case, AEP, they only had 2 casualties there, and for sure they would be having lots of money to buy off for a Vandal as well. But SPE side, this is gonna be difficult. They're gonna be forced into an eco, obviously, and I'm not quite sure if how SBE would do this, if they would buy and force as well, with considering that Pro has the Vandal. But maybe it's a Sheriff.
Yeah, you're right. But we talk about how notorious Southfield are when it comes to eco rounds. Black and Blue jokingly says that maybe they should just buy Sheriffs all the time, because it seems that their success rate with those anti-ecos...
If you have a Sheriff here, Raph, and you are on an eco, you have the mindset of a nothing to lose kind of mindset, right?
That is true. That is true. And you're really bringing out the aggression of a tiger. Very, very fitting for Terror.
Oh, thanks.
You see Ja, he's going to try and play forward here. They've dumped a lot of utility, but it's their own Astro Smoke to prevent them from doing just that. But Jin Sanity is going for a bit of a firing range. Papi Chulo finds Jin. That decay is going to help quite a bit. Are you Ryu? He will open up the site now. up to both Aziz and Flippy, but look at that, Taylor. Oh my lord, they're once again just a strong wind could send them into the next dimension.
Qeon Sanity just holding the fort here on Garage as the last two remaining players of SBE trying to figure out what to do right now, knowing that they're low on HP, both of them, 4 and a 22 HP here. Not even 100 even if you add it up together. But Flippy, just in a corner, going for that exit frags probably, as they wouldn't be able, or it is quite difficult to actually push in the side and make a retake happen in this kind of scenario. So he might be holding off just for that exit frags, and he wouldn't get it at all. As Aziz, the only man remaining right now, might be going for a save again, but Ching actually following him up, trying to see where he is and trying to get that pick off to actually punish each and every single player of SB, and they actually did that completely and utterly. 4-0 as AEP takes the lead right now.
Man, that's the precise gunplay swing. Didn't even stop, tags him. And now we go for an early pause on the side of South Build. And very, very timely. It seems that we were only talking about the opening round. Now suddenly we're in round 4. Speaking of Taylor, what did you get on the mark? Did you get anything
Nothing.
Good?
Not even a single good one. My gold one was a prism knife, dude. So let's not talk about it anymore.
How dare you? The prism knife is the best knife.
I kept on waiting on the Reaver for like a year and it didn't come out. So I'm just tired at this point and I'm just gonna I bought the RGX bundle. I'm happy with it already.
You must be very happy. You still don't have a Reaver
It's
Vandal?
easy to make me happy. Yeah, I'm sorry. You sound like you're judging me, man. You still don't have the Reaver Vandal?
Oh my god.
Well, if you would buy me, Raph, why not? You know, why not?
I don't know, man.
And then he didn't answer at all. He's probably thinking like, what? Hey, look at this. SBE now holding an operator, Raph. This time around, it might be a different story, especially if Aziz will be able to get some pickoffs, very important pickoffs rather here as well. And on the other hand, on the other team, which is AEP side, they're also holding onto an operator. So this might be a battle of ops right now, as both of the players or both of the Jets are actually going on short A, but the Prowler sees Aziz. He might need to go back here and reposition himself.
Oh yeah, and operators are confidence buys. When you start whiffing with the op,
Enemy kill.
okay. Aziz is absolutely full of confidence, brimming with accuracy as well, taking out Jin. So AE Pro, they're gonna be missing that spearhead that they've been relying on, or at least that they've used to take a lot of space. Qeon Sanity picks up the ops like, oh wait, that's mine. I don't need the dash. It looks like they've slowed down just a tiny bit, and I didn't want to look at first, just because Taylor didn't have or doesn't have a Reaver Vandal. I'm taking that apart, honestly.
My god. Anyway, here we go. As SPE side, they're trying to figure out how can they delay or try not to let AEP on the site as well. And so far, it's working out pretty great on them as they shut down Jin. Of course, that comes with the operator on his hands. Picking up is Qeon Sanity. So they still have this problem right now, but as the attackers, obviously, in a post-plan position, you might want to find a good spot where you can handle that. Are you Ryu? Already planting the spike here on B, and time to clear it out and move forward for the post-plan position. As Chrism, he might be able to spot two players here on Garage. Papi Chulo is the first one, and now there is another, but I think he doesn't know. And now this is Ja securing that first kill. They quite know that there is a presence here on Garage, but Ja was able to take that second before he goes down in the hands of Ching. Aziz was able to take one with the Vandal or with the operator as well, but Qeon Sanity to cover it up with his own 2 kills here. Operator versus operator. Qeon Sanity trying to figure out where Aziz is. There's no one defusing the spike as of this moment. Aziz just waiting patiently also with his own operator, and this will go to a save instead of a defuse, Raph.
And a heroic pick from Qeon Sanity, finding 2-3 everybody that he needed to at least. That is ROG clutch. As we would like to... Oh, okay, we're not going to take a bit of a peek of it again. We did see a nearly successful take from Garage here. They doubled up. I thought Aziz had this under control, especially with an opening pick as important as that one. Papi Chulo, thankfully, he did get traded out. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is for South Build now. So far, all 3 sites, or at least A hasn't been the one that's been taken yet, but their B and C holds have been quite suspect. They've been trying to take as much control as they can. Despite Aziz landing a shot, it's onto the leg. Narrowly avoids all that utility. Never mind, there. That he does. And he finds a shot terror. What?
The Rolling Thunder didn't connect, but anyway, heading here is still a 4v4 situation. Pistol and an operator is what SBE has, but that operator will go down already. Flippy spotting one. He was able to take on the kill, but this is still Ja versus the 2 remaining players of AEP. Sitting patiently on the corner is Ja. No one knows he's here yet, but the spike, it's not yet planted. Still more than enough time to actually make a play happen right here. This turret, Ching, already the first one spotted here. Are you Ryu for the second kill? Ja secures it in an ROG clutch brought to you by Asus Republic of Gamers. And what a shot, man. The positioning that he had right here was just the perfect opportunity.
I feel like you should at least give 1 player on South Build, just a sheriff. Because if you guys didn't notice, we had sheriffs again. I really don't understand. I mean, we know that South Build, they're arguably the most fundamentally sound team, and Ja, many times, including now, proves that he is the king of the pop and stop. I love the patience here. I'm not entirely sure what the read was on the situation for AEP. Moving on to this round, they're undeterred despite not having a Rolling Thunder. They'll use that leash, not to find anybody, but Ja gets blinded anyway, as this shreds Ari Ryu. But the trades are coming in so fast that they can't really find a foothold on this site defense.
Nothing to defend right now as of the moment. AEP has taken the side completely. Cosmic Divide was also been used up, and the Rolling Thunder will just force G Insanity out. You know what? Go out of the side. Go on and just reposition yourselves right here. As Jin also falls back, the players of SBE will swarm in on site. Prepare for that retake as they tap on the spike. Then players might actually hop out here as Jin secures that first kill already with the Blade Storm. It resets now in a 2v4. Make it a 2 or rather a 1 versus 4 situation. It's now up to Pro and how to make this happen. He gets the first kill, but it's not enough to actually punish all the players of AEP's side. Still on the lead is AEP in 5 rounds.
Oh yeah, if you do the math, it's 5 + 1 = 6. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank
no
you.
Worries.
I need a drop.
Not my best, but yeah.
I can only
you know when you're
3.
it's just 1 + 2, but you still do calculator. That's me. I'm that type of person, man.
That's technology. You know, we gotta maximize it.
You just gotta maximize tech.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you use a calculator if you had one, right?
Yeah.
Of course. I mean, 1 + 2, you might think it's trivial, but we've seen...
You might think it's 3, but are you sure?
Guys, never underestimate the human ability to be stupid. It really is the craziest thing. What else is crazy to me is that South Build have not had a good buy in quite a while. And even if they did, they've been really getting overrun by Alpha Esports Pro. I mean, I feel like in the scouting report, Alpha Esports Pro is arguably the most explosive team we have in the stage. So whatever they have prepped on this defensive side, granted this is an attacking side map, well, benefit of the doubt. Maybe slow start copium for all you SBE fans out there. Alpha Esports Pro though, they look so impressive, looking to continue that excellence.
Especially in this specific map as well. They played it out last time or yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. They played it like really explosively, and this is what they are bringing to the table as of this moment as well. The explosiveness that they bring on site will just force out the players of SBE to move out or move away to prepare for that retake. Now there is a plus on that. At least they're gonna be 5 when they do retakes, but Jin already shutting down 4 players right here, and Ja again left alone now with just a shotgun. And this wouldn't do in a far kind of sequence and far end kind of positioning as well, because it wouldn't connect, obviously. And this is already the first shot in, not connecting to Jin, and an ace for Jin.
What a way to start the day. It is 1-7, guys. Taylor, how come when we cast together the games go quite
fast?
Quickly? Yeah.
Well, you know me. my terror curse just all went to the side of Tagalog broadcast and onto Ray Ray, and then it just disappeared. You know, I'm just a lucky one here, sitting right now in the VCT broadcast. But going back to the game, Raf, I just want to go back on the games that AEP played in this specific map as well. From the time that Abaman was around to the time that Jin was actually here with the rest of the teammates. And I just really think that Jin addition here on the team is very impactful in how they play, because this looks like unstoppable, like an unstoppable team. Bro, stuck in a corner, but still the gravity well from Ja, it connects perfectly. He gets the opportunity to kill, and he does, and that is G Insanity punishing him all together in a 3v3 right now. This is still anyone's game. Ja securing that kill on G Insanity in each and every corner right now. The concuss hits perfectly as well, and SBE finally a good retake coming in from the team.
And you would think it'd be Aziz playing Godspot there, but maybe pros, they would never expect Silva to be here. Never. And that gravity well was so well timed, it stopped the Prowlers, even facing Pro's direction, giving him a little bit of time to fight back and removing the visibility of the trails. And once again, South Build, they show signs of life. The consistency hasn't been all there, at least for this round, and that's absolutely gorgeous. Even survive just a little bit longer, just to give enough time to Tommy Chulo to win out the duel. Is this to finish off that beautiful flag? Very, very textbook by South Build here. But so far, Alpha Esports Pro, and I kind of want to go back on your point. Them adding Jin has really, as you mentioned, impacted them in such a positive way, because maybe in a lot of people's minds, it's like maybe they should add, oh my goodness, that lineup is gonna give you as much anxiety as it could, because you never know when somebody
spending
swings
4
out.
seconds trying to line up your Prowler and your utilities or Hunt or anything else, just to make sure it ends up inside Garage here. But my god, at least people will now know how to set it up, you know?
Oh yeah, and if you're curious how to do
good
that,
tutorial here.
there's a tutorial. Speaking of, Fluffy has a bunch of them. Aziz needs none as he schools G Insanity in that aim duel. He even avoids the Rolling Thunder again. Takes a little bit of damage, but there's a Jet. Another Jet that's causing so much. And it's actually him to best. Aziz now. Throw hangs on, finding Chris M. The double swing coming out for South Build. Eliminating Ching the God. Away from this. We've seen the clutch. Not gonna happen this time around, and South Build making this lead all that closer, much closer in fact.
At least they forced out Jin to actually use the Blade Storm on the latter part of the round, because it's so surprising how fast Jin actually fills up the orb, or rather the ultimates that he has here as well. And Aziz surviving this corner. It's quite delightful for him, you know, getting that kill as well and making sure to do some damage that he needs. SPE, they were still able to hold down the 4 here on C side, and I feel like it is a very big factor when it comes to utility usage. Like how the last round was actually going to the side of SBE as well, because of those gravity wells, the shock darts, it's connecting, and it is very important for teams to not just be good in aim duels, but definitely on the side of utility usage as well. It's very essential for the rest of the team.
You know, listening to a Reyna Insta-Lock talk about utility, I get a funny feeling, Taylor.
Is it me?
I don't know. Again, your words, not mine.
Reyna Insta-Lock?
Reyna Insta-Lock.
That's not me.
It's probably not, Taylor. It's probably me. I'm sorry, guys. But moving forward, yeah, South Built is one of those teams that excel in the utility shuffle. Something that I would have thought would have been a matchup problem for Alpha Esports Pro. The adjustment period has definitely come. They're streaking a bunch of rounds right now, and they forced AE Pro to be closer to the reset point. Unfortunately, they do have an operator. Actually, yeah, they do. It's on G Insanity this time. They're not going to have the mobility. But as long as he hits those shots, and I'm guessing that's as obvious can be, they're going to be just fine. Aziz, look how far forward he is, and look how low Ching already is. What happened? What tagged him up? Was it the Hunter's Fury?
I think so. It can be the Hunter's Fury, because Ching was close by to the turret, and that's exactly where the last Hunter's Fury went into, so it might be that. But on the other hand, this is obviously, there's no Sky here that we are looking at, so there's no way he heals. He gotta do what he gotta do. for what he has right now. But Aziz, nasty shot there by Jin, securing the kill and making an opening for the rest of the team to follow up as well. But it seems like they're holding down a little bit, just waiting and seeing if ever there is an aggressiveness coming in on the side of SBE. They might punish or they can punish.
4v5 definitely opening up the lanes for Alpha Esports.
Almost.
Bro. Almost.
Yeah.
It's never enough. But Jin, he wants to go that extra mile.
30
Get that
seconds left.
extra effort in just to get rid of Fluffy on site. He has prepped a dash. But to his surprise, nobody's there to refrag. Or nobody's there to enforce the hold. Jing still trying to cut off the rotation. But bro, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Nearly gets a double. Reducing Ryu to a very unhealthy state. As they try to go for this retake. But look at all this utility. The HP advantage is not very good on the side of Alpha Esports. They do have that flag. As long as they can't retaliate, Jing might be in for a bit of a ride.
4 HP, and he was still able to actually capitalize on that. Kristen closing things off here on the round
Last
itself,
round before
8-3, and it's such a big lead right now is AEP side. You could definitely see how they are on form, especially in this map, in this current map that we had. Because yesterday, Raf, when they played in this map, they looked strong as ever. They look unbeatable, like exactly how they're looking right now. But on other maps, they seem to be needing more polish, you know? But in this specific map, AEP has their hands on it.
Oh yeah? And
I think so.
yeah, though that was affirmation as Aziz, unfazed, unbroken, even though a classic will find him. Bro, capitalizing on as much space as possible. What? How are all of the breach utility whiffing? I really thought that was going to be a stun pro, but apparently not. I don't get it, Terror. Is it because we're casting together? Are we causing some sort of influx of unfortunate
whiff
events?
buff. Yeah, because we always whiff. Now we're sharing it with the rest of the teams. And exactly like that. That's why Kristen hops out and sees Papi Chulo. Clears things up here. 8-4, not too bad, I would say.
Switching sides.
First time we've seen him do so many clutches. Not this time around, though, as the position really just did not favor him. Didn't have enough time, didn't have enough firepower. And Aziz, typically, you would think that'd be an overextension, but Southfield had something else in mind. Recover and the recovery. And just in time, too, as the halves switch, we have another reset point.
Whoa.
Wait, whoa.
Whoa. Did we break multiverse? I
don't
think we
know.
broke every broadcast now as twins heading and stepping here. And just a quick tech difficulty right there. But anyway, we are still in the game. This is the halftime pause, as we call it. And at this point, we are supposed to talk about the teams and specifically how they're performing right now. It seems like from the previous match, we've seen Qeon Sanity on this map. He wasn't performing, actually. It was Jin altogether really, really going in on side and making things happen. And Qeon Sanity, despite not getting those frags, the utility-wise, when it comes to the assist that he had, I think it was more than 13, if I'm not mistaken. And we can check up the stats later on. But that amount of utilities, especially in the hands of a Fade, especially in the hands of Qeon Sanity, who's actually good in reading up. As we know, Qeon Sanity already had that position of duelist and also as a sentinel, and he's quite talented in knowing the entire map and having that map security when it comes to the team, you know, and he knows what he's up to and he's doing what he knows best. And this is what truly makes AEP shine as well. They're moving as a unit now compared to what we've seen before.
You'd think that Fade, or at least from our experience, Fade typically becomes a little more supportive just because of the way her kit is designed. But if you look at the scoreboard, at least if you took a look at that scoreboard, Qeon Sanity has been fragging out of his mind, still supporting in more ways than one. Remember, there's nothing to support if everybody else is dead. As this half is about to start, South built, they try to go for an aggressive play in their last endeavor. Didn't work out too well. This time around, the speed still has not benefited them, as this is so low. Down to 30 HP. Similar story on the side of Jin, and Ryu tagged up just a tiny bit. Insanity might find a million people here.
There is a lot, definitely. Aziz still surviving with 12 HP remaining, still in the corner, and he still has the access to the spike if in a case that he needs to get it. Nano Swarm out just to be able to secure actually passing through Garage, and they got the spike. They went away. But Aziz left alone here. Maybe he can get a pick off if some of the players of AEP gets aggressive.
Yeah, just the HP not allowing him to be as aggressive as he wants. With Qeon.
No.
He sees the shoulder. Oh my goodness. Qeon's gonna use the movement that he does. As well timed as I said that. The forces of South Built, they are mounting an attack from C Long here. They have a frenzy and they have a bunch of ideas. The execution hasn't been completely there as they're getting swatted again by Alpha Esports Pro. Almost like a bit of a replay of our first pistol round.
Well, if you can go on the side but not shoot the shot and make it happen, they wouldn't die off instantaneously. So obviously AEP, they were able to hold down the fort, and good decision making coming in here for Insanity. Despite not hearing anything in Garage, he still made sure that he cleared each and every angle of the spot that he was holding off, and that is how Aziz was just waiting on the corner. Maybe he can get a pickoff, but it didn't happen because of the security that Insanity has on the rest of the team. He want to check, and they will check.
Exactly. Well put, well placed. This Jin, this time around, he's using this martial like an operator, and he's still undeterred, rather unfazed. They get 4. Oh, and Jin takes the ace. Actually, no, it's Jin who took the Insanity ace, apparently. I was like, hey, man, why'd you kill 4 people? Those are mine.
Excuse me? Is that even allowed? Is that even legal?
Apparently, in the hands of AE Pro, nothing can really stop them as of the moment. They've been hounding SBE, and SBE, they are in a very, very perilous spot. Just honestly, one more good swing on the side of AE Pro, and it looks like that's the case. This might be map 1 already in the books, and it's still 11:30. My goodness. Very, very quick.
Literally, when we say fast games, this is one of it, probably. But still not far off. SPE still has a chance here. Once they have a good read on how AEP plays, especially on the defense side, because they had quite a grip already in the latter part of the first half, but not here on the second half yet, as they're trying to pinch down the players of AEP, making an opening happen. This is, I think, the first buy round we have from the side of SBE. Flippy securing a kill on Jin already. That Blade Storm is all used up. How many times that Jin has the Blade Storm? Probably the 4th time, but Aziz ready to take on the action, getting that 2K himself, and now down to the last 2 remaining players. Are you Ryu and G Insanity to cover things up?
-1 and a plant already looking on the up and up for Alpha Esports Pro. Ryu can't really make the situation any better. Jinsanity, he might be, or at least he might be calling on the power of the gods as Southville, they get a successful plant down, and it's planted for them. This could potentially be a far cry from a clutch. We've seen crazier things as Papi Chulo falls. Jinsanity just wants to prove me wrong here. Everybody's forced to go back. Pro might peek this alone. Does he have the timing? Unfortunately, even if Jinsanity gets his frag, he's not gonna have enough time, and he understands the situation, goes back, might find a hunting Sova to prevent him from rotating.
Hey, at least he got 1 kill before he actually saves his gun right there.
True.
AEP side still at the 10-point mark, and double-digit score, meaning for the teams right now, specifically SBE, they have to be careful here. There's no more room for mistakes. And this is just a quick replay on how Jin just diminished each and every single player here on a lobby. AEP is definitely looking good, but if you think about it, 5 rounds, that's not too far off, especially that the second half is just starting right now. And the SBE side, they just have to make sure that they have complete control on site, and they may be able to position themselves good in a post plant.
And what really is the question for Southbuilt here? Is it the map control they're taking? Is it just the nature of Haven itself that's contributing to this momentum swing? But Jin has an operator, and he looks like he wants to reinforce long this time, considered sewers for a tiny bit, but looks like he's gonna reposition himself. The timer's not moving, so I'm assuming this is a pause on one of the, or at least on either of the sides. But as I mentioned, that
might be a tech pause too, because Ray Ray is casting on the other side, just to say.
I see.
No, she's not yet awake. I'm sorry, it's still Honey Glaze in Ville. So I think it's going. See, it's going. It's working. I see. The Ray Ray curse is definitely real. Heading to this next round, though, Concras immediately connecting towards the players of SBE, but Jin, this can be deadly. As he's still holding the spot, he was able to take the shot and make a little bit of a damage towards his, maybe hitting the legs, but still not yet done. Jin swings out one more time. It's not gonna happen anymore as Josh shuts him down, but G Insanity already climbing to the ladders here on A side as he is already in, while the players of SBE are hunting away.
That they do. Once again, map.
That's funny. How they all rotated and everyone's disappearing because they also rotated.
I see. It is truly a tale of unfortunate timing. Maybe we are once again stirring up the universe, ruining things for people that don't even directly know us for the most part. Now we see Alpha Esports Pro. They've conceded the site. I honestly thought that Breach was playing Graffiti, but I've been bamboozled yet again. This has always been, or at least this map, been operating on an HP deficit. This round is no different. The decay is going to wear off very soon for Flippy, but he's already prepping for an anti-push here. I think Qeon is considering jumping down. As they all explode. Oh, the Prowler finds everyone, and suddenly, look at that, Taylor! They're all dead!
What? They just had a quick turnaround right at the moment they wanted to do the retake, and they made it immediately happen on the side of AEP. This is quite astonishing. They look very clean as of this moment, especially in this specific map. It seems like they've perfected in the way they want to do entries in post-plan position and even on the defense as well. Looking good, my dudes, for the side of AEP. They're now an 11-5 score here, and obviously AEP needs one more for that match point that they truly want and need.
Coming back.
I thought the fault line might have come through for Flippy there, but it was not meant to be. We do have a Rolling Thunder very soon, so orb control might be the #1 priority here for South Built. They are going to pressure Garage very early, as they have an idea of what the boys over at AE Pro might do. And Aziz gets the read, gets the frag, but it's Pro suffering on that. I believe that's a fault line. Catching him right there. Oh, not a fault line. Oh my goodness, the names escape me. I'm not good with words. I'm not good with numbers, apparently.
Aftershock?
Yes, it's the Aftershock.
Yeah. You know us. We call it the rattle of the palate sometimes in the Tagalog broadcast, but just, you know, consider that we are joking around a lot in Tagalog broadcast. But here we go. Ja, securing that first kill that the team of SBE truly needs. But Ayuri was able to spot the other Breach as well, shutting him down, already getting 3 kills before he gets shut down himself. But SBE, they want to come back stronger in this matchup. They want to come back into the leaderboards, and they also want to win this. But right now, we are looking at 6-11. That's quite difficult to be proven.
It's been only getting more difficult as AE Pro. They've been adjusting as well as they can and using this time, this allowance of rounds as, well, basically fuel for their patience. I love that they're taking gunfights, and I love that they're changing up the defensive schemes. At South Built, it's the handle on the situation might be getting a little bit better. If I've noticed something, it's actually AE Pro. They like to field G Insanity very forward, despite him being the solo initiator. So if they do lose him early, they're gonna lose quite a bit of retake potential.
No one on side?
Except the bot. Ouch. I think he actually gets shocked by Pro there, losing quite a bit of HP again. But look at that. The Nightfall is getting prepped. As Aserai, you know, I'm not going to reference Aserai today. I'm sure I'm going to get my...
Forget Aserai. I'm your partner now. This is forceful. Nightfall already used up by the Fate here. Jin is securing that first kill to open up the side and make a retake happen as AEP swarming in already. Pro securing that 2k. G Insanity to shut him down as well. Oh my god, Jin!
Narrowly
waiting patiently. Aziz! No,
Oh
it's
my
not gonna
goodness.
happen. Aziz is not gonna be able to make it happen. Any clutch, and now into a match point, ref. 12-6 AEP. My God.
I can't believe this is going by so quickly. But look at all the utility we have on the side of Alpha Esports Pro. Literally 3 of their players are just 1 orb away from potentially using those as a retake tool. Speaking of retakes, all this Fade utility has been such a big contributing factor for Alpha Esports Pro. Like I said, the moment they lose Qeon Sanity, at least in a utility perspective, the retake just becomes that much more difficult. They do have that breach still, but the info is just not there.
Man, how can you kill Qeon Sanity if he kills you first, right? And the AEP side, you know what I've been seeing here? They're actually playing around smokes that is being set up by SBE as well. So instead of using up their own smoke, they use the other utilities of the enemies instead. Like Aziz, how Aziz entries using up his smoke, but he's played out by the rest of AEP side. Jin clearing up the angle, and with the swing as well. Ryu shuts down one player. That is Ja securing the kill instead. 4v1. It's all up to Ja to make this round happen, to make even the slightest round happen for SBE's side. He was able to take 1 kill out. Still left with 3 players.
This is going to be the longest minute of his life. He has to check so many corners, but why is there no refrag? We've seen Ja do this. He gets 4. 1 more person. It's Chris M. He swings. He gets a timing, and he denies a clutch. Oh my goodness. What is up with retakes coming in from C-Link? We've seen an almost clutch yesterday, and we get a bit of a tease again today, Taylor. Wow.
Oh my God. AEP, how they play this map is quite scary, and other teams here in VCT Stage will need to think about that every time they play against AEP, because they play this flawlessly. I would say utility usage wise when it comes to the players of AEP is just phenomenal. How they play out the smokes of the enemy to actually have the advantage towards them, not the players who actually used it up. That's how amazing. It just blows my mind, man.
But it does, and this improvement that we've seen, this huge spike in power, because of everybody just dedicating so much time to the game again as professionals. That they talked about that in an interview. Plus, they have a very strong support staff now. Again, the numbers don't tell the entire story, but it's very hard to go against this set.
Yeah, if the last time that they've met up in this specific map where they still had a Batman on their team, they lost against SBE. But I just want to say it again, adding Jin here to the combat power that AEP can bring to the table is just a different level. And I feel like they could go a long way with this kind of roster that AEP is looking after right now.
Yeah, you'd think that they'd add somebody to help with the temperament of the team, but instead they add...
help with the aggressiveness.
Oh yeah, add a little more cinder to that fire, add a little more gasoline. Let's just go all the way. With an ACS of 365, Jin has proven to be that addition, that X factor, as everybody's been firing on full cylinders. Look at that, Qeon Sanity with the second 4KD of the stage. I think, again, I could be mistaken. My memory could be a little fuzzy, but 4.3 on a fade. Very, very impressive stuff.
My God, the stats don't lie, as we call it, as we say it, as AEP. Taking this win away from SBE is bringing out a statement here in VCT Stage. But yet again, still not yet over here, Rap, because obviously for the next map, we are still having second game here to know which one who will win, and it's gonna be a pick coming in from SBE's side. So this is a map selection, a map pick by AEP, and we truly now know why they picked this map, because of this kind of power that they can bring to the table and the momentum that they can bring on the next map that SBE picked, which is Bind. We're finally seeing Bind!
Oh, poor Laika. The day that she's not
It's been a while. Yeah.
it's the Bind games. This is ultimate FOMO for, our
fear of missing out.
Yes.
Yeah, so sorry. If you don't know the context of it, one of our hosts here in VCT is trying to look for Bind picks, but no one of the teams wanted to give it away. And now that she isn't here, it's gonna be banned for the next map that we have.
So yes, Laika, this is
for you.
Maybe this is karma. I'm just gonna say it.
Hey, why are you fighting everyone in the table of the casters and the panels? My God, chill out.
Okay, what evidence do you have to support me fighting people? You know me, I'm very peaceful.
Well,
I'm not
I could just clip it each and every round that you try to talk about Azurai and you say, I don't want to talk about Azurai. See, you're fighting me right now. Anyway, game highlights, ladies and gents, for you and for us here on the caster. This angle, man. Ziz was waiting on the corner. G and Sanity, very patient and really securing the site and covering the grounds on Garage, making sure he checks each and every angle that he can check. This is now the difference that AE has, or AEP rather, has in this matchup. From the time that they were playing, it seems like because of that aggressiveness, you know, when you move really fast, you forget to check corners, right? But this is a different AEP coming into this map. They actually do that now.
There were a lot of times where Southfield wanted to punish that aggression on the defensive side, or at least on AE Pro's defending side, but it was for naught. I love the shuffle. Like you mentioned, the new discipline, the new style that AE Pro have given themselves have really proven to be a very lethal weapon. Do you have any exiting words before we mosey on off, Raph? I mean, Terror.
I am Nostra. I already told you that this can be AEP's map, and I knew it will happen basing on how they play. So right now, I am ready for game number 2, Raph.
That's right. We are very ready for the next game, folks, but we might have to take a bit of a breather, so we're going on a bit of a short break, so stay tuned.
Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
welcome back to VCTPH. We are still here, your casters. Welcome to the multiverse. Terror and Raph sitting here in the casters area right now. We are heading to game number 2 after that astonishing win coming in from Alpha Esports Pro. 13-6 is the score, Raph.
Yeah, and I did not think it'd be that much of a runaway game for Alpha Esports.
I have to wear my glasses to look like you.
Or I could remove. Okay, you know what? No. There's a little bit of a disconnect.
Yeah.
I'll put mine back. No. Let me put it on. But
nah, just playing. Anyway, what you were saying?
Just okay, guys. Relax a bit. I know you guys are having fun. Just tone it down. But yeah, Alpha Esports Pro. That was a bit of a runaway game on their side. I really did not expect. In fact, I bet a lot of people didn't expect to see our powerhouse in the form of Southbuilt get absolutely bodied like that on the first map. They still have the rest of the series to somewhat rectify this, but I doubt that Alpha Esports Pro will give them the space to do so.
Oh, that's true. But on the other hand, I would say that this is a map that is being brought here by Alpha Esports Pro just to shake things up. And then on the next following maps, which is map picks coming in from teams, for example, the next map, which is Bind, that is picked by Southbuilt Esports, they might seem to be polished on Haven. But moving towards other map pools and map selection, it seems like they have that unpolished area. So this is a way to capitalize how AEP plays. If this map is unpolished for them, you might find your way into actually winning the map against them.
That is true. I feel like it's been most apparent on Ascent, where I feel like their routing and their just map movement in general could have been so much better. But this time around, they do just kind of target ban that, get rid of that, just not give anybody the space. I think Bind must be one of those maps that is a little rocky for Alpha Esports, where at least we haven't really seen a big sample size just yet. But talking about refinement, Terror, we saw so much improvement on their Haven game. Just comparing the last one and the one we just saw very recently, which is, you know, the first game of the series. So I wonder what they're going to do now on Bind.
Quite an interesting, now that Bind is pulling up, agents that you are trying to internalize here that you might be seeing. Do you think that they would still pull up the Fade here in this specific map pick?
I think double
on the side
Ini,
of AEP?
I think double Ini would be really good for how to put this, AEP, because they're just so good at capitalizing on that.
Maybe even a double controller.
Oh yeah, actually. I feel like if there was a team that would go double controller, it had to be Southbuilt, just to somewhat cut off all the angles that a pro can trade from. They've shown mastery of just swinging out of from wherever when they see, or at least when they sense a little bit of danger. So limiting all that with a double controller and playing to the strengths of the utility shuffle of Southbuilt. We could potentially see that, but hey, maybe we're overthinking, right? Maybe we're just gonna see Qeon back on the Jet. We're gonna see Jin on the Reyna, the double duelist, versus a team that's the first to run no duelist on this stage, I believe, which is Southbuilt, by the way.
Or, you know, they might just pick 5 duelists. You never know. These teams are here to surprise us anyway. But seriously speaking, though, the double Ini is actually a good idea as well. Knowing that Alpha Esports Pro is a team that is very much aggressive, this can be a very good baseline into trying to delay the rest of the team of Alpha Esports Pro into trying to detect even or information gathered for the side of Alpha Esports Pro can definitely help out SBE in how they play or how they want to play this out, especially if they start on a defensive side as well, or even on the attacking anyway. But I think I will be expecting Ray's pick.
Oh yeah, Ray's just to quickly shout out Asarai again. He's probably shouting out all the queens, you know, when he goes. I really
shout out to all the queens. I don't know it, Asarai, man.
We're not making fun of you, Asarai. Actually, we kind of are. We really are making fun of Asarai right now. That's just the product of...
He can't hear us, right?
I don't know. You know what?
I don't know. He's preparing. We have something special for you guys, since a lot of the viewers or the fans of PPGL are asking for this ship to actually sail. We actually brought Asarai to the other side. Now, that surprise will be later on the Filipino broadcast. If you want to tune in on that, it's still available on, or it will be, of course, available on Facebook, Twitch and YouTube as well on the Filipino broadcast side. But here I am, being thrown on the English casters yet again, annoying the hell out of my co-caster here, Raph, and just destroying the multiverse.
You're fine. You're not annoying me at all. Neon. Neon. Oh my goodness. Not the John Mayer song. The agent pick on the side of A Pro. This map has seen so many curveballs. First, we saw the Yoru pick. Now we see the Neon pick. Maybe we're going to see both? Who knows? But it does look like you mentioned, Taylor, the double controller is going to go on the side of Southbelt. They really want that control, or at least to cut off all those angles to deny so much vision on those retakes, on most of the situations, and they're finally fielding micro.
Oh man, here we go. Map number 2. Bind is the map, and Valorant is the name of the game. Obviously, that's why we're all here.
Yes.
Southbuilt Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro taking in the action. The lead right now is in the hands of AEP. And if they win this match against SBE, they will take up the match point, or the series point rather, and bring it to the leaderboards. And this would just make life harder for SBE side, knowing that they have to follow up on the points in the leaderboard.
I'm trying to get the points. I think SBE only have
I have it too. So right now, for our standings, before we started the broadcast for today, the top 1 position is Team Secret. But let's look at where Southbuilt Esports is right now. They are on the lower 7th. They are in the 7th place. Remember, for this stage, or for this week as well, the bottom 2 will be eliminated. So that is Southbuilt Esports and Naos Esports right at the bottom. And beside them is RRQ. So this is Southbuilt Esports' chance to actually move up the leaderboards against RRQ, who has a game later on. Moving forward, this is round number 1. Papi Chulo already getting the shot in, but the quick refrag from Chrism will happen.
My goodness, the movement was so present. And looking at the Southbuilt, they really are cornered, because if I'm not mistaken, this is 1 of 3 games. And it does look like Jaw's gonna find 1. He's only good for 1. Couldn't TP out in time. Still a very, very healthy effort here for Southbuilt. It's a 3v3. Very, very similar agent comps, at least the ones that are left standing. The flash is not present on either side. And as I mentioned, it does come out from elbow. What a clean shot by Aziz here. And Micro flexes his muscles, finds the second tap. The first round on the board for Southbuilt Esports.
This is exactly what Southbuilt Esports needs right now. They need to have that confidence to go on the next following rounds. If you can remember, on game number 1, it is almost around 4-0 before they actually got a round back against AEP. And like I said, if a map is unpolished on the side of AEP, you can find so much loopholes to play around with. And maybe this is SBE making or finding that loophole already in the first round. Imagine in the first round you actually have a good read on the rest of the team, but this is just a pistol anyway. Moving forward, we seeing Spectres on the hands of SBE, but Ching only with a headhunter. This is what he needs to shut down the players. Even with the shorty on the corner, is not gonna connect on Aziz. And now in a 4v4 situation, they don't have any more smokes here on the side of AEP. And for SBE side, Chamber is out of the equation as well.
He is, and I hate map. Pro checks the wrong corner at first, but Jin had his nade out. And unfortunately for him, couldn't swap back out in time. Yet another fairly uncontested round for Southbuilt, barring losing Jaw very, very early, by the way. Pro gets demolished by the Classic as he tries to find more. Getting a -2 is already so good, but those ult orbs and the rounds, looks like Southbuilt want to stack them, want to pile them on. And with Ryu behind this Viper smoke, I'm not entirely sure if he can do this. The Frenzy, we've seen miracles from it. I doubt that this is one of them, but I could be proven wrong. And South will take a very convincing second round. The first swing goes to their way.
With only 2 casualties as well, it's also important to take note of how the economy moves on both sides of the teams. And having 2 casualties is not the best. If you want, you can have the 5-man roster still alive and kicking, but this is more than enough already to be playing the bonus round very naturally, and also not thinking about the money at all as well. AEP, this is the time that they are about to buy the Vandals and the Phantoms, have armors on Ching. And also here on Ryu Ryu, G Insanity just pushing with a dry peek.
I like the aggression. I like the idea of trying to catch them off guard, but
good try.
Good try. Unsupported, maybe not. I don't know, Chief. That ain't it. But like I said, it is a bonus.
Was there a flash coming in from Ryu Ryu? Probably there is a skill or utility that went beside or alongside G Insanity there. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to take on the kill.
Still very, very deep, though. The relay bolt was there to stop the peak from the hookah side. Just really didn't pan out. But Ryu Ryu, quick on the trade, draw even quicker on the frag. And Southbill take a sight once more, this time on a bit of a buy round. Papi Chulo still wants to upgrade that Spectre, so he might hang around, maybe at least go towards long. Even checking for the flag. All in one swift motion. But fortunately for him, AE Pro, they've already conceded the round, with the last two remaining members being Jin and Chrisem.
They're just gonna save this. Good bonus round coming in from SBE then. It's like a turnaround of events on what happened on map number 1, as they also got the bonus round on the AAP side. But SBE trying to show off that what they are capable of. This is the champions from the previous stage that we saw. And we all know that they strive under great pressure, and the pressure is definitely on right now.
It is. It really is. And South built convincing first 3 rounds. Can they continue this type of momentum? We'll find out here on a more, maybe less stable buy on the side of Alpha Esports Pro. My goodness, nearly fumbled that. We have a stinger buy on the side of Ryu Ryu, considering it, but this time relegating all that effort towards the Sheriff. Maybe this is the time where they kind of adjust their defense. Maybe they're not going to try and go overly aggressive. But look at that. A lot of their players already maybe mounting for a set play here towards B long.
3-0 is the score. Micro is, just to take a quick note, Flippy out, Micro in for the people who haven't noticed yet. And it seems to be proving a good change right now for the side of SBE. Micro is actually taking up most of the kills here, or most of the frags for the rest of the team. But it seems like they want to go and do an entry right at this moment, but they want to play for picks first and try to punish some of the players that are hiding, knowing that the smoke is already pinned down or put down. This might be the ult or the orbital strike coming in too early for the side of AEP. SBE just planting the spike right now, and for SBE side, they used up the utility or ultimate of Micro just to clear out the angle of lamps, but no one was there. Fortunately for AEP side, G Insanity with the first shot in already, and the Sheriff, and it connected to Ja.
Wow, still have a little bit of life in the Spectre that's really not been upgraded yet. South built 4-0, as they want to run it back as quickly as possible. If they can take this map, maybe bring it to split, then I feel like A-Pro might have problems, but it might be too soon to call. We know how explosive A-Pro can be, and this is still their defensive side. This has been one of their woes. When they start on defense, it's a little tough for them, but once they hit the ground on the attacking side, they hit the ground running. Well, no pun intended, because Qeon can run. You get my point.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah. Just a clean up here. Just a quick replay what happened on that round as well. SBE, good post-plan position is what they're gaining for, and they actually achieved that despite the kills that, or the kill that G Insanity got to open up the opportunity to make a retake happen. It's not gonna happen at all. They were also on an eco, if I am not mistaken, during that round, and AEP side, at least this is their buy round. This is the time that they should be buying those Vandals, and I think we are on a timeout here. They might be thinking what to do. How can they break up the attacker?
Breaking up, I don't know, man. I'm not one to force breakups. They happen, they happen. If they don't, they don't. But South built, it looks like they have a very, very strong relationship with each other and this momentum for the attacking round. So they might be going strong. Things might take a turn for the worst at the worst moment. Who knows? Honestly, Bind is such a fickle map like that. Suddenly the momentum is on your side. It's become increasingly difficult to play attacker because everybody here is so coordinated now. or at least on this map specifically.
Oh, there you go, the guiding light. No one to spot on. Qeon Sanity also waiting on hookah here. But there's no one here on hookah as well. So it seems like the players of SBE side is on long B, as Aziz was able to shut down one already. That is Ryu. And for the remaining side of AEP, they're just waiting and sitting patiently here on B as the other players are constantly rotating as well. They're just trying to delay right now what they can do as Ching shuts down 3 players on the side of SBE before Ja actually punishes him. Prism to secure a kill as well for himself as Jazz, the only man remaining for the side of SBE from 0 to 100 real quick for AEP side as they completely punish the entry.
That's right, Ja does have the read here. Does he know that there's a second player? No, no, not at all. Qeon gets a free kill on that, and the momentum could potentially be broken. The bank definitely not, as we still have quite a few buy rounds in the pocket for South Built Esports. The adjustment there by A-Pro, very, very well done. Trying to be a little more passive, playing inside. They did lose that opening pick, but Jing with the beautiful effort to really just kind of cut that off, or at least cut off Octagon.
He was holding 2 angles even, Ref. He was able to kill the one on hookah as well.
Again, just a testament on how mechanically gifted and mechanically damaging AE Pro is. And now we hear the first tour de force of the day. And it's
both of them too.
Sides, actually. I was confused who was gonna pull what out, but that answers all my questions.
Ja already trying to pick off someone. Here is another. That is Chris him out. 3 players remain for AEP side. Aziz able to punish one more player. That is Jin out of the equation. Now stuck in a 5v2 situation. Is this retake still possible?
We would love to wonder, but looks like they're gonna go for the long play. No. It looks like they're just gonna concede the round. They understand that South Build, they can just throw away as many weapons as they want. And considering that they have 5 players, this is a nada for AE Pro. And as
you never know, man. You know, at this point, I just want to see them try, just to see if it is possible. But they're playing quite safely here. They know that they are in a disadvantageous position, so why would they force it?
Oh yeah, and well, it does look like they're gonna go for the hunt now. They understand the eco situation. Ja will be forced to teleport. Maybe that's gonna give a little bit of a distraction, but this crossfire is gonna be held very, very firmly by A Pro. Wants to hold on. They find the first defender. They find the second. They get a free ult or for their troubles. And now we have Insanity and Chris M with their ults ready. I like that you mentioned that Chris M, I think he may have used that orbital strike prematurely early on. But
it was actually on the side of SBE.
Oh, I see.
They used it up to clean up lamps if there are anyone waiting, but there's no one.
Yeah, I knew you were wrong. I just wanted to bring it up. I'm kidding.
Just want to see that you're actually right, you know? Heading to this round now. Qeon Sanity, you want to play aggressively yet again, but this is just a passive-aggressive kind of movement that we're seeing from Qeon. He knows that he has to wait because this is the defense. This is his time to actually hold down the fort. And if this defense on hookah crumbles, the rest of the team will also be punished by the team side of SPE. Concuss coming in, just the perfect opportunity. Qeon Sanity hopping out to get the kill as well. Another concuss for the rest of the players here on B main as Qeon Sanity slides over, but that wouldn't do as Ching secures the kill on Pro instead. And now in a 4v2 situation, SBE needs to make an entry happen. It seems like holding down the fort is not a problem for AEP side.
And I love all these adjustments both teams are making. Oh, and that actually messed Job so badly. Papi Chulo is the lone survivor. If he can do anything, that'd be a miracle. I've been saying that quite a bit, but the way that all of our teams have been operating, these have been so unlikely. And Ryu proves my point entirely. Still, 3 rounds to make up. An economy on the side of Southville that's still firm, very, very strong. Look at that. Still very robust buy coming from their side. A-Pro have no qualms of upgrading right now. It does look like they're still not on that that safety net for Eco. They have one more buy round, I believe. If anything goes on this round. Oh, rather, no matter what goes on in this round.
I also feel like for AEP side, when we talk about the defense, don't you notice that whenever Qeon Sanity is actually aggressive and pushing out, that's the time that they lose quite some rounds because of actually diminishing one of the factors or one of the defense that they have. But sticking and just waiting patiently, it works out for AEP side. Seems like a TP was set in place. Ja knows this. And Ching was able to move away on the corner as well already. With the Trailblazer hopping out, the Concuss comes in. This would be a rendezvous hopping out of the situation on B-Long.
That was so scary. I thought they were... I mean, Ja did have the rendezvous as you mentioned, but peeking like that without a flash, it just gives me so much anxiety considering how cracked everybody is on the server. But we were going to see the Trailblazer try to find off a bit of timing, but Assist somehow gets caught by Ching, who's been an absolute beast on B. Ryu even wins out the commit peek by Ja. For that, try to slide in once again as Qeon Sanity, but gets punished. A 2v2 now, the Seekers come out. We still have a double ult on the side of A Pro still. Both very, very good for retakes. They could potentially just wait for the plan and do it. That they do. Jin finds Micro, forcing Pro to swing. And so timely to see all those all those ults get their value.
Oh, definitely have their value up there. They were able to use the orbital strike perfectly as well, and there was someone on two waiting, and just that moment, they had the perfect opportunity, so why not take it? Around is around. Even if you used up this ultimate, this would just go back time and time again after some rounds, and just a perfect showstopper, an orbital strike to finish things off for AEP side against SBE players here. But seems to be still a 50-50 as we speak. It's not too far off. Still 2 rounds.
50-50. That's like half. I think. Probably. Most likely. Oh
my
man.
god. You know, my co-caster here is very smart, as we can see.
I love how you're just referring
everything.
me to as my co-caster. I have a name, by the way. I have a name. It's
Rav.
Taylor. Oh yeah, that too. Bit of a default again, Taylor. They're kind of slowing it down now. They're going for old reliable. Not entirely sure where the Viper wall is at the moment, but it's to try and cut off that late U-Haul control. It does connect. Beautiful shot by Aziz to find Ching, who's been first contact. Very successful first contact as well.
I think he was even blinded at that point. Aziz, still another shot to take in before he goes down. 2-1 trade is happening here on side as well. Papi Chulo was able to get one more kill, and this is now up to Ryu and Qeon Sanity to hold down a site completely away from the players of SBE. There's no spike being planted yet as the tap is heard. Ja hops out and gets the kill. Qeon Sanity left alone, trying to find where he can get those kills in. The run is there, but Ja just gunning down straight to the head.
I'm still not entirely sure how people want to field Neon on the pro scene. Maybe they want to reserve it for larger maps, or if they have very, very specific counterplay. I see where the relay bolt can find some value here. Maybe try to clear out hookah. It's not the most reliable information, but it's there. At the very least, it's there. As this A-take by the side of Southfield is much more impressive than their attacks on B have been in the last few rounds. And to make that adjustment, once again, very, very impressive stuff.
That's a good
Aggression is something that Ching was considering, but maybe just to put down that late trap. Oh dear me, as an eco is going to come, or at least a very, very shaky buy.
This is such a slow play considering how the teams were during the first game that we had and how fast-paced the playstyle of both teams are. And this just goes to show that AEP, they aren't quite sure yet on how to actually pull up or handle everything else. And that goes the same for SBE side. You think that they all know what they want to do, but yet again, here we are in a position where they have to realize what are the positions of the other teams as well and how they play. Aziz, nasty shot there on the smoke as well, clearing things up. And now 3v5 position. Pro planting the spike right in front of Qeon Sanity on tube.
I love the bravado of just letting his position be known. I have a classic. I'm not afraid to use it. Yes. Yes, you aren't, but now you're dead. And Southbuilt have yet another convincing round on the board for themselves. I mean, if they keep this up, then we'd probably see a map 3. A Pro still are very curious on this retake. Can't afford an extra round here. But getting
it's
swung
not
on
gonna
is Chris.
happen.
Yeah, he's reduced to such little HP.
So much rounds that AEP is forced out to actually save, and they don't fight it over anymore. It is a 2v5 situation anyway, so that is a big disadvantage for the rest of the team of AEP side. But on the other hand, they were able to take one exit frag, if I'm not mistaken.
They did, because 5 minus 1 is 4. And Southfield only
Yeah,
had
good
4
job,
players.
man. Good job, Ralph.
I feel like I'm
Do you need a cake?
You know what? I will take that cake. Thank you very much. I'm expecting a cake at my home address. Don't say it out loud, by the way. Please don't.
I was about to.
I knew
Sorry.
you were. The telepathic link is a little too strong. I was expecting it, but like, hey man, I don't want to be doxxed at the moment. Actually, not at all. I like my privacy, as this will invade the privacy of Hookah as he drops that bot. Very standard stuff. But back to basics has been the calling for Southfield. They've been running over A Pro. A Pro have had a very, very little chance of stopping it, at least in the last few rounds. Now, they do go for that reliable hold. As they say that, there's aggression on A.
Actually, Ching, or rather, Qeon Sanity change it up. But here we go, as the entry of SBE is already on site. That is Assist, hopping in, getting the shot in. Chrisim waiting around that smoke as SBE plants the spike. He gets the info around where the players or the remaining players of SBE are, and waiting for that rotation to come in on the other end. That is also Qeon Sanity and Jin. Chrisim gets the shot in. Now, as he hops in, waiting for that wall from the Neon, the perfect opportunity lies ahead as Assist hops in and gets the kill instead. Jin to secure one more, and a good retake coming in from AEP side.
That indeed. I'm not entirely sure what happened on the side of Southfield first. It was Assist trying to clear out elbow while Ja was still swinging towards backside. Ja falling,
Last
and then we
round
see a
in
little
the
bit of an
half.
overextension, a little bit of an overcommitment towards elbow. And the gap's been it's been closing. You know, if they manage to make this 7-5, then suddenly we have a tie game.
True. If you notice, actually, the aggression that typically we see from Qeon Sanity here on V-Long didn't happen this time around. He actually switched it up. He went to A alongside the Jin as well. The Jin and Qeon Sanity connection definitely worked out there as they pushed out showers as well. So clearing out those angles, making sure the retake happens. AEP side, they're looking wonders right now. Seems like they're having a good read as well of the situation that SPE is putting them in. Orbital Strike coming in here on Heaven as well as the showstopper together with that. Doesn't get any kill at all, but this clears things up for them to actually take on the site.
Very expensive round already in terms of ult, but doesn't matter. Ja denies Chris M of any presence. Another ult too. They try to push the backside here, but it looks incredibly difficult on the side of... Oh, here you go. Well, there you were. As Qeon Sanity gets shut down again, Ching trying to salvage the situation. Pro finds Jin. A bit of a debacle here towards you, but Ja will remain, well, not for long. The Seekers come out, and yet another round on the board for Southfield. They don't want that 5-7 scoreline. They want to hold on to this lead. And 2 swings, maybe even 3 is all it takes for Southfield to win and for AE Pro to potentially come back.
Man, it would have hurt SBE if they actually didn't get that round. Imagine using up all the utilities that you had, all the ultimates that you had actually, and I think it was only Aryo Ryu that didn't have, or rather on the side of SBE, it was only Pro that didn't have the ultimate up and online. But they were able to capitalize on those, making space. That's what is important anyway in this game. And they were able to do the entry happen, make it happen. 8-4 is the score now, and that's actually not too bad. It's like a deja vu from game number 1, but it is a different mode. It is AEP on the 4, or rather the 1 trying to make it up.
They are. Impressive pistols have come out on the side of AE Pro in their previous map. They want to replicate that sort of success, or at least find a modicum to do that. Southfield, they've been denying everything. This double controller has proven, or at least pushed A Pro to be a little more aggressive, fight that setup before it happens, and so far it's bagging mixed results, really in the favor of Southfield. You see Aziz being super online right now, Jaw as well. Frag distribution by everyone else on the side of AE Pro is fairly even. Jin having a little bit of struggle on the race. I think this is the first time we're seeing him field this agent.
True. And also, like, seeing him struggle as well. This might be the first time I'm seeing him struggle in getting those frags in. But it can be a different story here altogether moving forward, knowing that they are on the attackers. We all know that AEP is very much comfortable in the attacker side positioning because of their aggressiveness. That just boils down to their aggressiveness, and they can't. You see them play out the aggressiveness on the defense, and sometimes it doesn't work out because they get picked out or picked off immediately. But at this point, now that they are on the attackers, this is the time that they can actually shine. This is the moment that that can give the team of AEP the momentum.
That's true. Taking a page off of Vilsburg again. Oh man, I heard everything. Kind of zoned out, in all honesty, but I agree with every point you made there. Alpha Esports Pro, they love to capitalize on that aggression, and it does look like
I love
that's the
whatever
case.
I say, you just agree.
Okay, no. Fine. You want
No, you don't
conflict?
agree. No, I was just saying that the aggressiveness will be pretty much on the side of AEP side, knowing that they are on the attackers. But moving forward, though, 1-to-1 trade happening already on A side as the movements of SBE, a quick rotation from the rest of the team as well. There is a flank happening as well. If you can see the minimap, there's a chamber on A main that can capitalize on this positioning exactly like that. Ja secures one kill, going for the second, but stolen away by Papi Chulo.
Secured, as Asrai would love to say. That's like, hey man, I didn't steal your ace, I secured it. You sure, buddy?
KS, kill secured, man.
Throwing so much shade, by the way. Well, it is pretty sunny, so we need as much shade as we can get. South build, like you mentioned, they did capitalize on that aggression. I feel like they've done so much R&D on this map specifically, but this double controller seems a little unstoppable at the moment. They're pretty much poised to take this round again, considering that Alpha Esports Pro, they have to work with classics. And considering that they have
thought you said plastics, man.
Hey, plastics are bad.
Yeah, classics. So, thank you for the clarification, Raph.
Yes. Although the classics look like toy guns, they're functioning like them too, as Chris M hits Micro in the eye, making it a fairly lethal a lethal dance. But so far it's been fine and dandy for Southwell taking this round as expected. Jing just wants a bit of an upgrade, or at least a free kill. Oh, and the timing even gives his position away.
Oh! Good thing, but it's not gonna happen. He was gauging on the last two bullets of the headhunter to make the headshot happen as well, but it didn't connect. So that is 200 out, down the drain. And reset, a quick reset is what AEP needs. It seems like they're gonna do an or rather this is their buy round. Okay, this is the buy round of AEP and SBE side. They're gonna stick with the guns that they have as well for the bonus round.
I feel like Southfield might lean their attention towards either B long or shower just to get a bonus orb. Maybe on Papi Chulo so they can get that Viper Spit running.
They say no.
Yeah. It's okay, Eliza. At least it was them who said no, not you.
Oh, okay. At least. No forming of orbs as well coming in from the side of SBE. They just want to play this out by the strat book, and the strat book says defense. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. No movements of any signs of aggression coming in here, but Papi Chulo! The concuss, if it didn't connect, he would have gotten the kill on Jin as well. Very low in HP already, and the player that hopped out on the teleporter as G Insanity is still staring at it, mesmerized by the kill as Pro shuts him down.
Blinded.
Ooh, and Ching, he does find Micro. If they can continue this, maybe not lose another member, then this is already a very good round on the side of A Pro. You get that plant down. The retake's trying to come in at least, coming both from CT, so they're not leaving anything to the imagination, at least on the side.
One enemy
Pro,
remaining.
but they take U-Haul, they try to take advantage of their range. But A-Pro, they say no. Not this time. 5 to 10, still very, very, very doable, just very dangerous. They have to be very careful on their approach now.
They had that advantage during the first 2 rounds, obviously on the side of SBE. That's why we are seeing a double digits score right now as well. And they have to be really careful with this because a double digit, you know that you can't make any more mistakes at that point. It's much closer to match point already, and economy wise, is gonna be quite difficult for them if they still lose this round. Alpha Esports Pro, they're trying to find a way. How can they make a perfect entry to be able to punish the players of SBE right now? But it seems like an aggression here on long as Ryu Ryu was shut down immediately by Ja.
He does. And the sudden stop is really what's been hurting A Pro so much. And now Jin, all alone here, doesn't even see. Oh, but his spider senses are tingling. Oh my goodness. Electrifying.
Is that legal?
It probably isn't. I think
there's
shooting
already
someone.
two movements coming in from Qeon Sanity that I think is illegal, but he still does it here. Nasty shots coming in from Qeon Sanity. Just goes to show that these players have spent thousands of hours in Valorant. They know where you are, even without seeing you.
The bait play just did not work out for Southbuilt. And just to clarify, guys, I believe shooting somebody is illegal in most places in the world. So if you're curious,
just in the game, man. If you're curious, don't do it, man. Okay? Anyway, 2 players remain here for the side of AEP. They're gonna be able to plant the spike completely because this site is actually wide open. I'm still trying to figure out where the 3rd player is. It seems like it's a heavy rotation from SBE side, 3 of them.
And they don't put any attention towards Heaven again. They want to take this as raw as possible. They just want to get those peaks in. They don't have too much utility. They do have a stake by that's being fielded right now. Orbital Strike isn't coming to play. And the finger guns are not going to work out as Qeon Sanity.
He got a kill at least. But a round is a round, you know. A round is what they need, but they weren't able to take it away from SBE side. And this feels like and smells like game 3 to me, Rap.
Yeah, pretty much. Have I casted a series that hasn't been a game 3? I'm not entirely sure. Have you casted a series that's been like a 2-0?
Yeah.
Well, good for you. Good
Thank
for you.
Already, the players, or rather the viewers from our Twitch chat are already saying that they're expecting game 3 here. But you never know. AEP, they are on the aggressive side here. They have to push, and we all know that that is the time that they truly shine. I think Jin has to figure out a way on how to get back to this game because it seems like the entry frags is not making it at all. The kills doesn't make it at all. He misses a bit of a shot there, but still able to take on the kill on the judge instead. Securing the hookah on the side of the players of AEP here as they slide in on the side as well as is able to secure that kill before things go south as Southbuilt Esports. How did that happen?
Tempting to try to take it from Octagon, but shapes are also very hard as Papi Cholo wants to get a cheeky kill with a classic, just buying enough time for Aziz to go for a rotate. And a choice has to be made here. And you did mention Twitch chat is saying that they could smell a game 3. I don't normally trust Twitch chat. They're not very smart. 90% of the time, they're not very smart. But again, we go back to the game where we actually see players that are gods amongst men try to duke it out in a 1v1. I love the patience by Aziz here. Has to make a choice. He's just really waiting for that spike down, or at least whatever sound cue they can get.
He wants to be able to rotate sides quite fast. And waiting patiently on the spawn is one way to do that. As soon as you hear the spike being planted. But it seems like his choice is on B side. All the way to A is the one planting. That is Chrisim. Already securing that plant on the spike and just releasing the stimmy of the Brimmy just to make sure that he will be able to run away immediately here on Showers and securing that spot. This is still a 50-50. This boombot might detect Chrisim, and this will give out the info that he is actually waiting on the side. And of course, the orbital strike comes in. The quick rotations to A short and the diffuse from Aziz slowly creeping up is Chrisim. Halfway there, already halfway there. Aziz trying to find the last remaining player. He finds Chrisim and gets the kill SBE. Good retake coming in from Aziz here in a 1v1 position. Good read.
Good read indeed, and maybe trying to bank on the fact that Aziz was going for the no mix, trying to stick it, but no, he went for the very solid play here. And APRO, maybe this halftime, or at least this pause, is a little overdue. Better late than never. Yet again, an impressive round coming on the board for South Built. And Game 3 could potentially be in the books already. It is split. So, still could be anyone's game. Leaning a little bit towards South Built, especially with this momentum that they've taken away and are slowly but surely riding to victory.
Good reads like that. It is exactly what AEP needs as well. And that final moment, that final round, it was still anyone's game at that point. It just so happens that the orbital strike didn't do any damage at all, and the repositioning, it is quite obvious on the hands of Aziz, knowing that no one reacted to the pain shells as well. There's no sand cues anymore, and it might be a short, and that is just a perfect read coming in from the players. It goes to show how many hours they spend on Valorant, and I need to keep up with these players. Yeah, I'm stuck in diamond.
That works. Hey, that's better than a lot of people, honestly. I mean, good thing we're at the very least. We're in that area. But a lot of time has to be spent. A lot of time has to be dedicated. And these pros, they've talked about how they've been really going into it. You know, AE Pro especially, considering quite a bit of them are content creators. But man, they've been so impressive in these last few days, continuing to impress us, taking the first map of the series. This one looks a little rocky, but at the same time, South Built is South Built. And
a
Ching.
pickoff. Interesting. Ching already securing a kill on Aziz. I think the biggest factor here on the side of AEP to consider as well is Jin's performance. Isn't that explosive as we were seeing in game number 1? And maybe he can make that up, or make it up to the rest of the rounds that is remaining if they were able to get this specific round, because it's already match point on SBE's side, and they were able to take one pickoff away as well. That is RU Ryu, one initiator out of the equation.
That it is, and oh man, Twitch chat is, they're having the time of their life right now. But at the moment, South Built, they look like they're very much in place to take this away. Pro finds Jin as the numbers, they dwindle for AE Pro once again. They're stuck in hookah now. They have no choice. This Viper still is very much in play. They have to isolate one of these players. The jump is there by Jin, but he didn't notice him. Poppy Chulo still. Oh my lord.
Ooh, that is the round for SBE as they cleaned up the rest of AEP's side. Completely another shutdown from SBE. A very one-sided match, as I would say. This is a 13-5 scoreline, and victory is on the side of SBE. Let's take a look at the players right now. They don't seem to be that happy at this moment, because they know they're still in the brink of another map here, another game for against Alpha Esports Pro. But let's just talk about it. Let's just jump back into the map that we just saw, and the Twitch chat is completely right. We are heading to game number 3 later on, ladies and gents. Let's just wait for it. But going back to the game, I just want to say, if Jin had a better performance in this map, it would have been a different story altogether. But like I said a while ago, Raph, it boils down to AEP. They really picked out Haven first because they want to get that out of the way. They want to get the momentum out of that map because they know that they're really good at it. But heading to this map pick from SBE, we were showed that SBE is capable of destroying and dismantling the players of AEP side.
I'm sorry for any of the innocent bystanders in Twitch chat. Just to focus on the game a little bit, the refinement on South Built is very much showing right now. The tale of AE Pro struggling to fight against that utility shuffle was very apparent. We saw many moments of brilliance individually. But once again, South Built putting up all those walls and all those smokes that AE Pro had to kind of dodge and weave into. It's proved too much to handle. We do have a little bit of another utility, super utility heavy map in the form of Split. So if we just kind of base it off this one, AE Pro, their woes might continue. But we haven't really seen too much of Split from AE Pro as well. So they could be throwing a curveball at us. They did experiment and they did try something with this Neon pick, which is very telling that they've been cooking up something from the R&D division. So once again, Taylor, a lot of excitement.
Also, the addition of Micro to the team of SBE. Remember, they had a swap happening here on game number 2. Flippy out, Micro in, and he was able to capitalize on the kills a while ago. Immediately, right off the bat, when the game started, when the round started, Micro was one of the players with the top frags here on the team of SBE. He was definitely performing alongside with the rest of the teammates, aside from picking up or setting down smokes on the sites. Now, moving forward, SBE, they need this map, they need this game to be able to go up again in the leaderboards. And just a quick reminder yet again, one quick recap for you guys. On the 7th position is Southbuilt Esports, and on the 8th is Naos Esports with 0-4 and Southbuilt on 1-3. So they definitely need this game to take away and make it happen, because RRQ, which is on the 6th, is also standing on 1-3. They have a game later on. So Southbuilt Esports, this is their chance.
Just a lot of things to think about for all these teams at the very bottom, because the weeks they just went by just like that, and suddenly Southbuilt and RQ and a lot of these teams that are kind of meddling between the middle of the pack to the very lower bottom. And like you said, that's illegal, sir. Please don't ruin the walls. I feel like James, like, I hate this wallpaper. Gets rid of it.
Yeah, and then he just shot it down, and then just realized that there was someone hiding beneath it at some point. There you go. That is game number 2. That was Bind as well. Southbuilt Esports taking game number 2, meaning we are going to game number 3. As the score settles in, the dust settles in into a 1-1 score line. It is gonna be split as the next map later on. So right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. When we come back, split map is up online for the rest of the teams. Let's see, is it gonna be Alpha Esports Pro or is it gonna be SBE? Don't go away.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my.
Hello again, our very beautiful and esteemed guests of our broadcast. Once again, my name is Taylor, that's Raf. You're seeing double, then you're absolutely correct. If you get the names mixed up, my name is Raf, that's Taylor, so don't get it mixed up.
I know we look alike here on the stream right now. My twin, by the way, welcome to the multiverse. And we are finally here for game number 3. A while ago during the quick break, literally just stepping up and then drinking water and heading back to your seat. Basically,
Yes.
that's the break. And we were talking about how the first map was the polished, very polished map of AEP. Now, this is still a fairly new team as well. And considering what you said a while ago, that considering that they've been practicing just recently as well, how clean the Haven map looked like, it is quite scary moving forward along the way as VCT stages go away.
Yeah, talking about that, it appears I'm not the one that's very smart. I can unmute. The unmute button's very, very difficult. Talking about that, yeah, the polish is there. Considering the strides that they've made in the previous weeks, it really is a lot of progress. But there really are areas where they have to have a concrete plan on, because you mentioned they're very rough around the edges. We saw Bind, there was flashes of brilliance with Ching holding down the line, but the rotations and just the routing in general just seemed very, very difficult for AE Pro to really access. Now we go on a map like Split, where it takes just everything you mentioned, just the refinement on the attacking side and the defensive side, where you really can't be super complacent, especially against a team like South Built.
Yeah, and knowing that SBE is more of a team where they have been together for such a long time, that may be a factor as well heading to this map. And moving forward, I heard that Flippy will go back in this third map that we're having. Do you think that would be a big change for SBE's side, or nothing, just normal?
I do feel that Flippy quite a bit on maps where they're very comfortable running a double initiator on. We saw Micro really run that Brimstone to perfection. We see him quite a bit on Breeze, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, South Built, they've been very flexible. My question is, has Flippy retained that warm-up that he had for map 1? Because sometimes heat retention is the most important thing. Another thing to really put on the spot for Flippy is that he's been so reliable for them when it comes to making good decisions. He's the one that kind of glues the team together, and he really prevents quite a bit of overextensions with his support.
It really depends on how the players will be playing out, specifically in this map as well. And knowing the performance of Jin on game number 2, he didn't have that much space to actually move around with the usual that we see on AEP side, where G Insanity and Jin had this combination which felt like is an unstoppable force whenever they go in and press that W. But in this bind map, it didn't work at all. You've seen it time and time again whenever G Insanity actually pushes out on B long. It is just complete utter shutdown from the rest of the team of SBE. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but there's such a huge risk that the AEP is playing at. And the thing is, this team loves playing risk plays.
It's been paying off. South Built is completely opposite. They're very fundamental, maybe to a fault. We see them get picked sometimes, but the timing can be slightly off with their pushing. But it's been working out for them. There's a reason why they've been so consistently good. But A Pro, they want to correct the woes that Jin was experiencing on that raise. This time a double duelist on Split. Very interesting choice. Quite a bit of space taking, but maybe longevity and staying power, maybe not all that present, as this is a very classical, very vintage lineup, Eliza. We've seen this time and time again on both sides, really.
The OG picks, the OG agents is what we are about to see here on the map Split. No fade, not even a KO. That is quite a viable pick when it comes to a map like Split. Not even a chamber, as I would say. So they just stick to what they're used to. And here we go. We have a Cypher when it comes to the Sentinel on the other side and a Killjoy on the other. Which one do you prefer?
I'm not too impartial in both. Honestly, I feel like they both have very good maps and they're pretty interchangeable. But for Split specifically, I think I have a preference for Killjoy just because it makes life so much easier on the attacking side when you have that lockdown. Because with the Cypher, it's still very conditional. You need that pick, you get your neural theft, and etc. etc. But with Killjoy, the tightness of the map really lends itself to you. At least, not in our lobbies at the very least. At the very highest level of play, they have way too many things to take into account and all these minute timings. As we head into the map, very, very excited for this to start already because this is pretty much do or die for South Build. They really didn't give themselves any safety nets coming into this week.
That's true. That's definitely true. No safety nets at all. It is a do or die match, as we call it. This can turn things around for SBE's side. An immediate paranoia was set place on B main. As this taking that, but the damage, nothing. This is now Chrism spotting him away, and just the bait and switch might happen on the side of SBE here as Pro comes in. There is a wall of the Sage. They can't be breaking down yet again. Chrism getting another kill here. 4v3 right now. It's still just the classics working its way as Jin is rather very low.
Jin trying to mix up the opposition here. Trying to find a little bit of space, but Papi Chulo needs not. Finding yet another player is South Build, convincingly taking this first round. Chrism, we've seen him clutch. We've seen him do it. Very reliable. 20 HP. Might go against him here. Position has been known, and Papi has no qualms of taking a second frag for himself.
1-0. It is what SBE wants and what SBE needs as well. And this is a good execution coming in from the players as well when it comes to the pistol rounds. It's very essential. It is what sets the momentum for the rest of the match or the rest of the rounds that they're about to take. And they were able to actually plant the spike as well. So lots of money to consider here coming in from SBE's side, and they will be able to buy those Spectres that they need. This can be a very aggressive push coming in from SBE's side, but just a quick satchel in place from Aziz to clear things out here on ramps.
And so SBE, they try to snowball this. Don't get much luck on the first entry. Jing doesn't allow the support. Southville, despite losing 2, they get the site. Ja, who's been an absolute monster in this map, continues his rampage. Chrism, bit of a repeat. 1v3. Although the weapon advantage this time around is much, much more clear. Much more difficult to overcome. A-Pro, again, this is the problem with double duel, is the defending side just becomes that much more, or rather, the defending side, you can't really accentuate the strength as you're built to take space. And Split is not lending itself to that. Aziz gets that frag on Chrism.
Oh, this can just give a big confidence boost on the side of SBE, knowing that they can also bring the momentum from game number 2 as well, heading to this map 3. And they are in a pretty good spot, I would say. And they have played this map time and time again against all other teams as well here on VCTPH, and the performance is not bad. It is actually quite good. So Aziz, just clearing things up in that quick replay that we have, but this is officially the buy round of AEP's side. Still the aggressiveness that Aziz is showing. The paranoia connects, but just a little too late.
A little too late. A dollar short. They try to break that wall towards heaven here. And again, a bit of a stifled defense here. They try to rotate a little bit of presence towards ropes already. They haven't found meaningful control. But mid has been completely run over by South Build. They have no worries on the flanks again, but Pro will find the end of that Vandal and the end of his life in this round. Ja meets the same fate. 2v5 and A-Pro, they look to take this round for themselves.
AP looking very clean right now up until this moment where Jin was shut down by the players of SBE as well, trying to pinch down tower, or rather B Heaven. There is no one there, but Ryu waiting on the corner here now, running for his life. Sees one, not going to be able to take the shot in, and AEP close things off to a 2-1 scoreline. 2 casualties even for this specific round, but a good round indeed.
Good round, get that momentum going for themselves. They might have to operate with an SMG that they do with Ryu, fielding that Spectre. SBA, they're pretty known for their slow defaults here. It typically is a 1-3-1 split. This time around, they do put a little more attention towards Sewer. I think that stage is going to go Sewer. Pro, though, might have other ideas. A-Pro, I think they're pretty much resigning to putting this wall towards Male and just not fighting for it at the early parts of the round. They just go for the contact, but the rope support isn't completely present at the moment. The timing is off on the side of Southfield, so they do have an option to go ropes, but there's a bit of a trap being set here.
You know what I hate about most in this map? Is when you can buy a judge and make execution happen and actually get those kills that you need. A judge buy is a very viable buy, especially in a map like Split. It hurts and it pains to see having invested 3,900 on an armor and on a vandal and just get killed off by a judge. So are you Ryu? He's right now in a good spot, a good positioning. If someone hops in and they don't catch him away, this is gonna be quite deadly. He gets one though. A quick trade up from Flippy as well, coming in from SBE side.
Once again, utility barely missing. The curse continues, Taylor. It doesn't stop when we are both on the casting desk. As Pro and the rest of Southfield, they try to take Heaven, but Ching closes the gates, denies any entry. Potentially giving the round to his team. Jin Sanity finds Papi Chulo. Ja has been left all alone.
Really?
The timing. Is he gonna knife him? No, he doesn't. But the timing on Krisem even completely blinds him. But it doesn't matter. He doesn't have the spike. No, wait.
He's gonna pick it up and plant to the other side. 8 seconds remain though.
He has no time.
And he has to run all over. It was a good plan here, Ralph. It was a very good plan to actually pick up the spike. The problem is, where are you gonna plant it with 8 seconds remaining? You have to run. He went back to spawn.
Oh dear. Tried to go for heads up play, but just didn't take into account the round timer. Again, it's one of those things where when you're in the heat of the moment, especially getting after 2 big kills like that.
I actually think that they shut down the ultimate of the Omen. That's why when he picked it up, he just went back to the place that he was already waiting on a while ago.
At the very least. Oh dear. Oh, still evened up. Expected scoreline here for Alpha Esports Pro. Should be feeling a little more confident now, considering they've reduced the buys to pistols. As Ja, his leg might stick out here, and as Chris M might just exercise his ability to identify the human body here off one body part. Now, he will throw a re-smoke. It's gonna sway away Southfield for now. As this, he sees the wall, but Jin, very antsy, will drop the bot. The patience is still here, Eliza. They're not moving at all, but now they've been discovered.
There's still 1 minute left anyway for them to plant the spike. This can be a slow movement coming in from SBE side with a slow orb hopping out. This might force rotations coming in from SBE, but it feels like they're still sticking to the plan. It feels like they still want to take B Tower and B Heaven. Throwing in the nade now is assist, but there is no one on that specific corner as well. They smoked it off completely with a fast reaction coming in from Chrisim, and the ultimate delay is happening right now with 35 seconds remaining on the clock. Where will SBE go? Ja is the only man that has a proper rifle on this round, and once that hops out, the wall comes in, and this brings up Ryu, killing each and every one he sees on the site. What a cleanup. That wall helped him instead of actually locking him away.
Beautiful use of the off angle there. Doesn't get the first kill, but the
good
follow-ups.
assist, man.
Good assist. Good assist indeed. Literally hitting him with an alley-oop. As Southfield's kind of reeling from that swing. Big loss. Second swing almost as important, if not more important than the first. And we're not talking about actual player swings. We're talking about round swings. Now, moving into this round, we have a bit of a gun round. A heavy A could be here. They've been picking and prodding towards other areas of the map. They pulled the defense away successfully, and now they're trying to maximize their window. Ching has been absolutely resistant on Heaven, not allowing anybody to push through. Now Heaven controls completely out of the question. Qeon plays vertical, but Papi Chulo will find him. Bro tries to chime in, but Papi has no qualms of taking all those kills for himself. Ching will get discovered. The cabbages do double up on him. Ryu has been discovered on the flank. They wall that up immediately, but they go for a double play here. They try to back out, but instead it's the neural theft coming through. Oh my
Neural
goodness.
Theft, just getting those information that they actually need to be able to take on the site completely as well. And this is a very clean take coming in from SBE. This is still a 4v3 with the lockdown being placed down by AEP. This is what you were talking about earlier, Raph. You love that lockdown. Whenever it is placed, it is going to be forcing out all the players, especially in this kind of retake situation. It seems like it's now a 2v2 situation as Ching is already swapping in on here and here in elbow, and Papi Chulo spots one. Papi Chulo spots two in a 4K even on this round.
So many heads to click, so little time as Papi Chulo flexes his knowledge and his firepower of this map. SBE now equalizing. The economy is still not good on both these sides, really. A, they're good for one more after this one, no matter how it goes. But SBE, they're at a reset point still. Ja consolidating what he can get with a limited amount of money they have. Pro mulling over if he should go half armor, maybe. Just go for a little bit of utility. And, no, he goes for the full buy instead, giving the rifle side of Ja. Now that the seeds have been planted, or at least the doubts of when are they gonna go for a full heavy-handed side attack, or are they gonna default again? You see a little bit of an early rotation on the side of Chris M. Already worried for something like that to happen. This bot is going to give Ryu an idea of where some of the players are, but look at that. They try to go for a bait play. They leave the wall, and they're just hoping for this judge to find some value.
Another judge, another day. That's what we say. As Ryu just waiting patiently on the corner as well. We see patience on the side of AEP, knowing that they are on the defense. But also one thing to factor in is Qeon Sanity already having an operator. This can be deadly for the rest of the team, as an immediate shutdown, even if you want to go on B main, can be quite possible as well. They have to be really careful here as the paranoia sets in yet again. An immediate reaction from the rest of the team happens. Pro secures that 2K. That is very essential to clean things up on Heaven. But Qeon Sanity is still on site. No one knows that, but now they do. As the rest comes in and Flippy goes up. This is now the team of SBE swarming on side. One more kill for Qeon Sanity. Trying to find another, but that smoke wouldn't help him at all. 1v2 and is down to the side of SBE as they take this round away.
Ching tried to fight a play there, tried to be the playmaker that he was in the previous rounds, but denied completely by South Build. Like I mentioned, they are good for one more here. The blades are ready, the res is ready. The From the Shadows is ready, and the Showstopper. So, no matter how this goes, Earth Economy is looking very strong. Very ballsy move by Qeon Sanity to pick up an operator on split, really, as a map. Typically, they're not going to pick that up, even if it's on the defensive side. South Build very, very confident, looking to build on momentum. But A-Pro, they take a pause much sooner here, and I would love to have at least one of those figurines that we just passed by.
Yeah, when are they gonna have some Funko Pop or something like that? Would be great if that's a good idea.
Sponsor us? Question mark.
Hello. But also, just to add into what you said, well, it's still in a timeout right now. Qeon Sanity and the rest of the team of AEP. Remember when I said they love dealing with risky plays? They go for risk plays with big rewards, very risky plays. And one of the things to consider is also that operator. Buying the operator that early, and maybe the players of SBE just shutting it down, but he still does it because that is such a big risk big reward kind of playstyle. If you're able to shut down the players if they want to entry, then it's already an ROI or return of investment for the rest of the team. Now they lost that though. So this is another problem that AEP has to take on its own. And they have to make do of what they have here, which is 2 Spectres, and the rest is just classics and sheriffs.
I'm surprised they're not trying to util dump, or at least ulti dump this round in. They have the luxury to do so. Maybe barring the res, keep it for a rainy day. But Jin and G Insanity, they could totally do this. It's totally possible for them to be very cheeky. This time around, the Blades, it's the only one that's being employed. Playing a little bit of a Raptors position, doubling up with Chris M, potentially trying to bait for him. But so far, no dice. SB have been very successful taking this side of the map. But right now, they're very patient. They don't want to let complacency take place. They know it's an eco buy. They know how lethal this squad can be. Jin,
the
lone
Showstopper also
Spectre.
online.
Oh, and there you go. Okay. Well, at the very least, he gets
30
one.
seconds left.
Would have been better if he stayed alive. Pro doesn't have the res available, but as this, he's going to slow walk this. Maybe they're selling the fake. That they do. Movement's already been made. Quite a bit of players have forced themselves towards A, but the utility by the Killjoy is still going to alarm her. No damage has been done, but the rotations are going to come into play. No rotation cutoffs. Flippy might be in a bit of a treat. They don't discover Ching.
Planted.
Never mind.
No, the shots! It with Flippy securing that kill on Ching instead. Now in a 3v4 situation, this is still the game in the hands of AEP. They have the Blade Storm, and we all know how G Insanity can just randomly pop off on a site and just get all those kills that he needs. That smoke might help him out to make an opening for the rest of the team as well. But Flippy shutting down another player. G Insanity, that Blade Storm is out, and this is a win for the side of SBE. A very good take heading towards the side. You know what I'm curious about here is because that they're using the Killjoy as a sentinel, they couldn't put traps on vents. Because all of the traps are here on site.
They really try to go for a more hold type of defense, which is honestly not a bad idea. But since they didn't have the weapons to really accentuate the crossfires, they have to bring the ults for it. Again, not necessarily a bad idea, but the snowball just wasn't present for them. Instead, it's Southville really trying to run this up on the attacking side. If they can manage to make this 6-3 and they stop at 6, then consider it a very successful half already. Ching tries to replicate whatever Papi Chulo did the last round, but Aziz stays alive. The neural theft is going to come, and they know where everybody's going to rotate from. Chris M is the only one in question to try and provide a little more coverage from a different angle. But this Cypher Cage goes unpunished. Ryu has a res available, but Ja, where did he come from?
He just randomly popped out. The rotation from Ja finally kicked in, and the players right now, G Insanity yet again with an operator. TP right in front of the face. My God!
Oh, no.
That was such a psycho play. I think G Insanity wasn't expecting that he would just be TPing just one step away, basically, and just crumbled the defense that AEP had, and that operator is gone again.
When the operator works, it's absolutely magical no matter what map, but not working. Yeah, it's so problematic, especially on split. There's just so many close angles. And again, it really does come down to hitting your shots, but with all this utility to disjoint you and everyone around you, it just makes it that much more difficult. Now suddenly we have AE Pro try to take initiative here, pushing towards middle, but SBE, they don't snuff this out. They go for a very, very aggressive B take here. They're going to dump all their utility and the good old classic stage wall. Chris Sam, that paranoia is going to hit everybody.
Ooh!
Oh!
What a play!
So smooth.
So close yet so far. He was able to take one important kill though. That can have an impact for the rest of the team here on the side of SBE. They killed assist, and obviously there was a trade immediately that happened, but if that was a Vandal, it would have been a 2K.
Absolutely. At the very minimum, a 2K. This time around, it's Stroud to try to use his mobility to his team's advantage. It does force... Oh, my lord.
You jump, you die, man.
Peekaboo, whack-a-mole, pick a game, pick a head. Pro gets one, gets a third for himself, but Ching tries to be the playmaker once more, tries to be the savior. Insanity has been found out. That flash is going to make SB recede a little bit into the site and set up a bit of a firing line here.
No way.
All their crosshairs are trained towards there. Insanity using his mobility, using whatever he can to get whatever advantage he can get. If they line up, he finds Jaw. Tapped by his feet. Doesn't give the sound spot. This is unreal. If Papi Chulo gets spammed through this wall, then he must have done it, but no! Steadfast, solid play from South Build. Expensive. But 3-7 on an attacking squad on split. Oh dear me, Eliza. This is not looking good at all. Not looking good at all.
My god, that was such a rough round. It seemed like Insanity had that opportunity. He had the opportunity and the chance to do so, but he cannot do a wall bang knowing that he was using a Spectre as well. So the wall bang is impossible. He didn't pick up any gun. He was lucky enough to even pick up a Spectre on the ground instead of just using a Judge at all. He was still able to take 2K. But yet another round here as they want to aggress. Ryu shuts him down completely. And this is now left to the last 4 remaining players of SBE. They have the rest up online. Ryu hops out of this wall, but the concuss comes in. He doesn't get the kill or any kill at all.
Not at all. No resistance has been met. So far on both sides, they huddle up, they plant their feet towards mid. But a rotation is coming in the way of South Build. They put their attention towards B now. A Pro, not entirely sure what they want to achieve with this defensive rotation here. They have a little bit of a huddle there on the wall. But B Garage could be free for the taking. Chris M wants to at least hold this down just by a tiny bit. That paranoia has been on point for him. Not entirely sure if Southfield want to go for the contact play. Instead, we have a raw peek and Ryu finds Flippy, tries to be cheeky. But Chris M, he holds it down. Pro will find one. It's not enough. Chris M finds a third for himself. Papi Chulo, who's been alone, or rather who's been left alone. He's very clutch. Can he do it this time? Everybody's looking at heaven now. Ching has to play contact. It's confirmed. Nobody's isolated enough on A Pro to give any freebies. This is where they kind of begin their comeback. 5-7, very, very doable. Especially on an explosive team like A Pro.
SBE side, they're still trying to make every round count, even on the side of AEP as well. And this might be yet again a deja vu from game number 1 and even game number 2, because it is bound to be an 8-4 if in any case that SBE takes this round yet again. So maybe a different or a change can be doable here on AEP's side. And once the swap happens yet again, it's not too far off when the rounds that they need to take. Aziz, I don't know how that happened, but he got the 2K in already. Now in a 3v5, SBE, they are free to roam around the site as 3-player remains and make that even the last remaining player. Completely segregated and completely diminished.
Remember to separate your trash so you don't hurt the planet. Save the turtles. But now the turtles, as SBE love to play this defensive side, it's gonna be that much more difficult on A Pro considering there's really not a lot of margin for error for them. They have to play a perfect half here, Taylor.
That's true. If this half goes sideways or south for the side of AEP, it's proven quite difficult to actually follow up for the next following rounds, knowing that if SBE takes the eco, they take the bonus, this can be a double-digit score already. So AEP, now that they can be aggressive this time around, knowing how the play style of this team is, it might be doable yet again for them to make up to the rounds that they lost. But those rounds a while ago that G Insanity bought the operator, those 2 rounds were just mishaps after mishaps because of the rest of the team were also crumbling the defense as well. That's why they weren't able to actually utilize the operator that much.
It really is such a big gamble to pick an operator here on split. like I said, there's just not much avenue for you to really maximize its impact. Surely you can hold on to Garage, but once you dash out, then you're accounting for potentially a swing towards Pillar, maybe some Heaven presence. So you kind of have to give up the site after that first free kill unless you have somebody really supporting you from Heaven. A could be the similar story, but it's a little bit better. Do have to worry about Heaven, but maybe I'm just rambling on about how I dislike the operator on this map in general. It just makes it so much more difficult. But
yeah, it's
Pro,
so painful. But it has a big... It's a good investment, Raf, to think about it. Especially if you're actually taking control of vents or B tower whenever they want to go mid-take. Because you can see how the teams are playing a while ago, even on the side of AEP and even on SBE during the time that they were attackers. There were no traps on vents or anything like that coming in from Ching. Obviously, for obvious reasons that he put his trap all around the site. And this is the key difference that you can see here on SBE. Immediately before the round starts, there's already a trap on mid-take. So that just pinches and makes the world go smaller on the hands of AEP.
oh wow, Aziz.
Okay.
He's just opening this up. We see him so many times take a forward position and succeed on split. It's really been adding to the repertoire of the diversity, or not the diversity, the variety of strategy that South Build can play. And their depth has been pretty much unchallenged here as Jin Saturday and Jin, the blade, the spearhead of Alpha Esports, for my goodness, AE. Such a tantalizing set of initials there and a very explosive play style. But nonetheless, they do bring it back. They reel it back, really proving that their offense is way stronger than their defensive side. But Flippy and Ja, they could go for a pinch play here. Flippy can pull the attention. It doesn't even matter. The turret doesn't spot him out. Jing, stuck on an island. Very lethal. Has a ghost in hand, but what can he really do?
He can still plant the spike. Yeah, he can plant the spike, maybe get the money, but he's not gonna do it as he wants to take the win anyway. But the shots! Oh, I want to close my eyes. It didn't connect at all. So close, yet so far. It took them a while before they actually gunned down each other.
Close your eyes and go for the prayer, but oh my goodness, Taylor, this is just not a series that we've been pretty much holding our breath no matter what, because the explosive tendency of AE Pro, it's just really not something we can ignore. Southbuild, they've been very disciplined. They've not overextended at all. And it looks like they're gonna go for a bit of an orb play here, or just forward aggression towards Bane, try to catch out the aggressor, the lurker. But if a Ching can find the timing, then he's gonna open it up. I hate billboards, Ching says. Tries to catch out that cam, actually. If anyone didn't catch that, he was trying to shoot out the cam.
Trailblazer out, trying to spot if there's anyone, but they already did though, because Jin actually jumped and they saw his head. But it's still a problem for AP's side. They're still playing out in this fire. And actually, the paint shells connected a little bit, but the heal coming in from an immediate heal coming in from Pro. They're just healing up each other here. It is gonna be inevitable that they would just live long. And for the players, the remaining players of AEP's side, they choose to take B main. Paranoia connects. This will force out the Killjoy to go back, and the two players stuck on site, just dead.
Dead is the best description, as Ching wants to retaliate just a tiny bit. He has the Spectre in hand, but Flippy looks to be the judge, jury, and executioner, and everybody's collapsing towards Ching. He does get a freebie onto Aziz, but it matters not as South will take double digits, the first to do so on this map. They've been very impressive, and pretty much when it comes to split, you gotta pick your poison. Remember, Alpha Esports Pro, they took the defending side, so SB, they just said, you know what, pick a hand.
And this is what I keep telling about those judge plays. You think that is not a viable gun whenever, and you see it just around the corner whenever there's eco disadvantages. But there are a lot of pro teams as well that isn't even on an eco, but they still buy those judges. This is how viable it is, especially in tight corners, that a map like Split has to bring to us. Clearing angles right now is AEP. They haven't cleared out the right side though. This judge proves to be punishable as one-to-one trade happened here on mid. This is the players of AEP trying to climb their way and trying to take mid control. Remember, there are players just rotating and no one, Jin didn't know. I think there was a gunshot coming from Vents right there, but he didn't notice.
Ryu actually backpedals into the paranoia, and yes, the timing has truly been so unfortunate for Alpha Esports Pro this time around. That's a bit of a mouthful. Even if you go, say, AE Pro. Nonetheless, Ja tries to relocate. Ching the God, very, very smart. Notices that his hands were up. Shoots him. Now we have a 3v3 situation. The guns have somewhat been...
Spike planted.
Or rather, the gun situation for SB have been alleviated just by a tiny bit. Diziz could very much fall to that turret if he's not careful. This is not the first time we'll see... Yeah, go ahead.
This is the bonus, right?
Mm-hmm. It really is. Wow, what a bonus already.
Slowly but surely, the players of AEP right now trying to look for the last few remaining players of SB as they still want to take on this site in a 1v2 situation. This is very much doable still on the side of SBE. Just get that information, know where the enemy line is. You might be able to succeed, but Crescent shuts down the dream as 5-10 is the score. The dream is definitely still alive on the side of AEP here. They need to gain back those 5 rounds disadvantage that SBE got, but this is the first step towards it.
First step potentially is the hardest. You just got to get that ball rolling. And AE Pro, they want to do that. They want to do that as quickly as they can. As the margin for error just slowly narrows down as each passing round.
You know why they're having a hard time doing entries? Because the utilities that they can use right now is just the paranoia. Aside from that, they don't have any initiators to actually pick up the slack or even just a little bit of flashes over there. They don't have Reyna as well, so they're just relying heavily on this paranoia.
They really are, and like we mentioned, right, double initiator is so strong on this map, especially for something as claustrophobic as Split. And you were right on the money there. Despite them taking that pick, it was a little bit of aggression from Flippy, not even checking with a flash, but you see Pro going back, trying to go for an off angle here, waiting for a counter wall perhaps. But instead, he'll try to hold the
I love how
rotation.
they wait it out, though. I love how they wait it out because they know that they do this style where Ryu is actually waiting above the wall. So with this, it is a totally different team, knowing SBE. They're more on the safe side of this. They want to take and just focus on the strat book of being a defensive team. Now that the wall is up, this will secure at least the players of AEP hopping in, but Jin doing an entry, but he wasn't able to take any shot at all. He was still doing the satchel. Insanity was ready to take on the frag, but the swing, the perfect swing from Ching to get the kill on Aziz.
Disgusting shot by Ching to make this retake that much more difficult. Ja, he's trying to still play Godspot here. Ching, he has his eyes trained towards that. Crossfire has been set. He does manage to find himself into hell. His location is completely known this time around. Ching gets tagged up. He swings and he finds the kill onto Ja. 6-10. South Build, this lead is slowly dwindling for them. And if I'm not mistaken, their economy is not going to be very good. There we go. They'll have to make deal with all these upgraded pistols.
Well, now that SBE is in a side where they have to wait it out, and also they have to be particular when it comes to the economy damage that AEP can bring, this can be the chance of AEP to make it happen. You know, take back those rounds that are important. Like I said a while ago, the round a while ago is already the first step towards that. And now we are down to a 6-10. And SBE side, they need to do an eco here, but a very, very aggressive eco as we see the 3 players already ready to push and waiting patiently for the smoke to dissipate. Insanity, I think, is very much quite aware of what the strat could be on the side of SBE. They were still able to capitalize on it, Raph.
Just give them sheriffs all game long. They're probably gonna win the game. I don't understand. Again, the notoriety that SBE have gathered for themselves on anti-ecos or eco rounds rather. it's still the reputation really precedes them, as Shing will get a plant still, get an extra orb, does have the utility in hand to somewhat stave this off. But Poppy and Flippy, they've suddenly gotten themselves some rifles. Now, if they lose on the backs of these rifles, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my god. AEP. It was already on the side. Qeon Sanity, they quite know what the strat will be. In SBE, they were having quite a read already, and they were holding the position and the angles. But it seems like SBE were more prepared. On the other hand, that wasn't expected on the side of Papi Chulo as he swings out. The rest is history because Flippy will secure the kill instead. This is still the round for SBE side. Unfortunately, despite the disadvantage of having just an eco raft, they were still able to take it away.
Are you sure the E in SBE doesn't stand for eco round win? I don't get it. But
thrifty rounds after thrifty rounds, man. Yeah. That's how you do it. There's nothing to lose. At this point, they just do whatever they want to, but they choose to still be intact as a team. They had the strat for eco plays. Other teams, they would rather go for, you know, a play for pick and try in that, but not SBE.
I love the plan there. Let's stack up, let's kill them. But I'm not a fan of that jump, honestly. Yeah, that's exactly why I'm not a fan of that jump. Kind of need that extra jump to clear the space between you and Pillar. But again, hindsight is 2020. Ja finds Ching. This round lead looks to be in the favor already of South Build. Interesting choice to get Jin. Realize that. Still very, very difficult. Now the showstopper comes for Aziz. He goes for the safe pick. Still gets a trade anyway.
God. A very clean round for SBE side. A very clean take as well. A good retake coming in here for the rest of the team, and now they are on match point. You said it already. You were the fan of the satchel in play coming in from Jin. All throughout, even on map number 2, I feel like he's having quite a difficult time holding on to this agent that he has. It feels like he's more comfortable on a jet.
It really does seem that way. His Raze is honestly very, very difficult to play as a duelist because she can be both as an entry and a main rifler, but I feel like she's the type to succeed much more when she is left to somewhat deal or at least be a semi-backliner because of the nature of her kit. But again, the versatility and the variety of this agent just really proves that Qeon Sanity still has so much left to give with the blades. Jin eliminated from contention as well. The Raze on both sides. They duke it out, but instead it's the backline succeeding on the side of AE Pro. They get Flippy up. That's going to be important utility for them. And a firing squad from heaven finding Ching. That's going to be the lockdown eliminated, so oh dear. Any potential of holding this would be very, very difficult now. They try to brute force their way into it. Ah well, there you go. As this very anticlimactic ending to this map. Congratulations to SB, still proving why they're one of the most refined and one of the best split teams we have in the region.
What a turnaround to a very pivotal point of the round here is basically the round where SBE got the thrifty. And all of them were wearing the hoodies from the Neon collection. Look at them. Looking dapper, looking good right here, SBE side. But heading back to what I was saying here, Raph, the turnaround point is definitely the time that they had the thrifty round where they pushed mid and was able to actually make it happen for SBE side. Because if they didn't do that, if they didn't get to capitalize on that round, the economy damage that AEP can bring and just the momentum snowballing on the side of AEP is very much quite possible. But one thing to notice here too is that Jin's performance heading to this map or this last second or 2 maps that we had a while ago, it is proven quite difficult for him to actually take on the frags than the usual that he does.
You know, they say all pro teams are created equal, but you look at the stats and you see that statement is not true. Normally, if you go one-on-one on splits against another pro team, you have a 50-50 chance of winning. But South Built, they're genetic freaks on this map, and it's not normal. So at best, at the very best, AE Pro, they had a fighting chance. but it was not meant to be. Again, was it a difficulty when it came to the composition? Was it just the lack of practice? Like, there's just so many things that were not, or at least information that we're not completely entitled to know, because again, lots of teams love to keep that stuff under the wraps. They still had a very, very good showing on their Haven, and the maps that they have drilled repeatedly, they have a very good potential. A-Pro, oh dear, they fall. South Built, they make this effort to stay in our top 6 that much more doable.
They badly needed this needed this win basically for the side of SBE. Knowing how they are faltering in the leaderboards right now, this win is definitely a big win for them. This would just boost them up the leaderboards, and all they have to do, of course, is wait out on the other matches for the rest of the day as well, as other teams are playing it out. But congratulations, SBE, for taking a 2-1 scoreline. And this just proves to show, no? Before we actually move forward in the next map, or rather the next matchup that we have, next series that we have here, Raf, the formidable and stronghold of a team that we saw in the first map, which was Haven, which was APE's map pick. This is how AEP will be looking like in a few months' time. Remember, this is a fairly new roster that we're looking at. Jin hopping into the team of AEP. And imagine how far they can go with this current roster.
And it's really hard to point like any fingers when it comes to individual performance, because a lot of people seem to forget that I love the game lobby. It is the best. And moving forward, a lot of people seem to forget that performance can be incredibly reliable, especially in pro games, right? It's really just not an individual effort. It really does need the team to function on all fronts, because positioning is very relative to where your teammates are, etc., etc. Just to, give a hint to the uninitiated, but the efforts of AE Pro in the last few months definitely commendable. South Built this time, maybe they're finally going on that other lower bracket run where they start demolishing everybody.
Yeah, you never know, guys. The teams just randomly turns up and they're cracked. They wake up and they just decided to be cracked in Valorant. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But in this specific matchup that we have right here between SBE and AEP, this time around, SBE is a team that proved that they are a stronger team than AEP's side, and this series just goes to show what happened on that specific matchup. But later on, we still have matches to look around here and see for the rest of the day, because we are not yet done. That is just the first game of the day, and we still have 2 more series to go. That is gonna be next up, RRQ and versus Naos Esports.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, where Southbuilt Esports gets a badly needed win versus Alpha Esports Pro. They win the series with a 2-1. And Fluffy, you know, it was funny because we were setting this up, and I feel like Southbuilt Esports was not supposed to win this. I mean, everything laid out, it seemed to favor Alpha Esports Pro. But jumping into our series highlights, Southbuilt Esports, they were actually able to make it through.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I was expecting an alpha win for this series, but Southbuilt Esports really showing that comeback potential that everyone talks about is very true. Alpha Esports coming up strong here on this Haven map, the Insanity, as well as Jin getting multiple multi-kills, taking the map over by storm. But as it shifted into bind and split, the more control and veterancy coming out of the players from SBE really shine through.
Yeah, G10, you know, SBE making that comeback. It seems to be a trend for them. Like, they really like to push their games to the limits and to that game 3. And as the game goes on, it seems like Southbuilt Esports actually gets stronger.
Yeah, we've only had one game with Southbuilt, or one match with Southbuilt Esports, where they actually went 2-0 versus Naos, but the rest of their time here at Stage 2 has just exclusively been game 3s. But they used to have a game 3 curse. Now they seem to have gotten rid of the jitters or the unluckiness that has been happening to them. SBE really seem to have picked up steam here, especially, you know, since they are kind of still fighting for their place in the playoffs right now.
Yeah. And then we can see here on Split, actually, I felt like Split was by far the most confident. Like, you know, it felt like Southbuilt Esports actually really knew what to do here on Split, and I felt the confidence actually coming out from them, especially as the rounds drew on. And I'm actually really proud of us for ironing out this storyline earlier, because it just, you know, like a movie, it had a really satisfying ending here with Southbuilt Esports. I also have to say, I'm so happy that it ended this way, because I got a nice long little break to really take my time with my lovely lunch. I just want to put it out there. Thank you so much, Southbuilt Esports. But yes, MVP for the series. MVP for the series is going to be Ziz. And I know this is my first time on the VCT stage, and I am really like this guy. In no time at all, I really had my eyes on him because he is such an amazing player. My goodness, the way he's able to, you know, clutch these rounds and the way he's able to just really land those frags is almost inhuman, Fluffy. It's really amazing. I think this is very well deserved.
Yeah, much impact coming up for the duelist player for Southbuilt Esports, playing Jet and Raze both times, especially on the Raze. A lot of impact, a lot of space that he can create, especially as he entries toward inside and gets a lot of first bloods.
Yeah, and G10, we did see, of course, how, you know, Alpha Esports Pro, they do have, you know, players like Jin Sanity. We've highlighted them time and time again. But here on Southbuilt Esports, as we did mention, it kind of like rotates here. And I really do think that this series, you know, it really was a Ziz, like, you know, really giving those showy, wonderfully, you know, beautiful Valorant plays.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I agree 100%. When he was on that Raze, it was absolutely beautiful to watch. He seemed so confident, you know, entering in, and honestly, he has done so well, especially on, I think it was Mine, where he did get top frag. The rest of the time, though, SBE, they did kind of feel like something a little bit more cohesive than what we saw in week 1. Finally shaking off that rust, getting into playoffs for, we have talked about the way that they progress throughout a VCT stage. We have groups SB and then we have playoffs SB, and I think we're finally seeing the inklings of the SB we saw from the last stage.
Yeah, it seems like group stage SBA is slowly getting overpowered by what it seems like will be playoffs SBA. Whether or not they can actually make it there, that still is the question as they continue their journey. But for now, we can celebrate a little bit. Let's actually bring over a representative from South Built Esports over here to our panel desk. We have Flippy joining us for a quick interview. Hey, Flippy!
Hello!
Thank you so much. Hello. So, South Built Esports, you guys really needed this win, especially to start off week 2. And, I can feel it that, the team really pushed themselves in the series. How was the team able to regroup over the little mini break? What adjustments did you guys do? How did you guys talk it over?
We talked over the agent compositions first of all because yung mga maps namin last week, parang bang medyo nahirapan kami sa comfortability tsaka sa timings namin. So, yung pinag-ayusan namin is yung mentality rin namin straight off the bat. Tsaka po yung agent compositions, the split, pinagpalit kami ni Pro. Ako na yung nag-Sky, siya na yung nag-Sage, so on and so forth.
Actually, speaking of that, you seem to have a very pivotal role within South Built Esports because we see, for example, you and Micro switching around sometimes with regards to the roster. Are you able to share the strategy there behind this? How do you guys decide who gets fielded and who plays what?
Sa agent compositions kasi, may agent mastery kasi kami lahat. So, Micro is more on the smoker one. Ako sa initiator type. And everyone else has their own roles. So, nagbe-base off kami kada map sa agent composition namin.
And you can see the guys there definitely supporting you as we go through this interview. I think that's not the only special guest that you guys have there, right? I think you guys have another special guest waiting in the wings.
Hey! Hindi mo makikita, pero si Boss Nix.
Yes.
Black and blue,
He's
represent.
There. Representing, looking very handsome there on the desk, indeed. Thank you so much for bringing the very special guest over here onto the desk, where he belongs, might I add, where he belongs. Flippy, do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give? Maybe to all of the supporters of South Built Esports who have been cheering you guys despite the rocky start.
Shout out to all SBE, kay Boss Nix, Black and Blue, sa family ko, sa girlfriend ko, kay Johanna. Thank you all sa lahat sa mga support at sa mga fans namin. Thank you.
I'm so distracted with what's going on to the side of Flippy, but thank you so much. And congratulations to South Built Esports. Everybody is cheering you guys on, and we hope to see you again here on the panel desk for another interview maybe. And congratulations and good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thank you.
Oh, those guys are so fun. Definitely.
It's a cute panelist right there.
True.
Yes, definitely. And I still have to bring that up. That the previously Black and Blue and I were supposed to panel together. Didn't happen, so I have to take as much opportunity as I can to bring him on the panel here with me. Even if it means going through Flippy or going through South Built Esports. So I just had to have Flippy, assist in that manner. But for now, we are off to a really quick break. But when we return, we've got RRQ and Naos Esports coming right up. VCTPH will be right back.
I'm running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I'm here to let you know. Yeah. I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey. I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you assure. A celestial scope. The stars blow in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm.
Welcome back to VCTPH. We're on our second series of the day, and it is going to be RRQ and Naos Esports. Mika Fabs here leading the panel along with Fluffy and G10. Now, guys, the pressure, I have to say, is definitely on Naos Esports. They have yet to get a win. They only have a map win. I believe it was against Oasis Gaming so far here on Stage 2. However, that series win is still very, very elusive, Fluffy. And I think, right now, Naos are definitely feeling the pressure as time is slowly running out.
Sorry, I think I lost my voice because I was so excited for this game because I was saying that Naos, it's kind of hard to be a Naos fan right now in the current situation, but that won't stop any team, any top team like Naos from stepping down and putting any less effort into it. They really have to step up this game. Essentially, they have a lot of pressure put on them because they have to win every game, I think, to even have a chance to not be eliminated by the end of this week when we let go of 2 teams for the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's like, basically asking everybody, you got to be perfect every single time now from here on out. That is a lot of pressure indeed, especially for a team that, during Stage 1, of course, was the pleasant surprise for everybody here. And, G10, it's going to be a lot of, like we said, a lot of pressure on Naos. For RRQ, though, would you agree that there's essentially like less pressure, or that right now that since they have the ball rolling, I mean, they have to keep going?
Absolutely not. There is so much pressure on RRQ as well right now. It's not just Naos, because they are both at the bottom of the standings right now, with SVE winning their last match. Mathematically, if we were to end the group stages right now, it would be Naos and RRQ that would be cut off. So RRQ, they also kind of need this as one of their steps in actually fighting for playoffs contention, because they essentially also have to be perfect. They have one chance to flub one game, but after that, if you don't win 3 games in a group stage, you're basically out of contention. So RRQ, definitely feeling the same kind of pressure. I wouldn't say it's any less just because they have one game, because these are currently the worst performing teams in the stage.
There you have it. The stakes are actually very, very high for this series. It depends on who gets that leg up. Let's first turn our attention to RRQ with a closer look at this team. The Franken team of VCT still finding their footing as we enter week 2. Is it too late for them, Fluffy? That is the big question for RRQ as we enter this series.
Well, from the team alone, as you can see on the screen, we have all the players of RRQ. And as you mentioned, that Franken team, kind of Avengers level team where we got heroes from multiple teams, Draxi and Nexi, of course, coming from LFO and SV Empire. Previously, we have Rabbit as well as Kelly S coming from former DR Esports, and even some of them from SV as well, and Flash and Togift from Zeals. They're the type of team that has champions in them, experienced players that we know have gotten so far, especially Nexi and Draxi, as those two have been consistently in either groups or all the way up to playoffs for most, if not all, of the Challenger series that we had in the Philippines so far. So just because they are behind, it's not any less pressure, as G10 mentioned, but this team is a very capable team. The question is if these Avengers will truly assemble, or if today is going to be their endgame.
Oh, I like it. I mean, I can definitely get on board the Marvel references, that's for sure. But, I guess the things that RQ has to overcome, and it's definitely, quite a lot. They're a brand new team. They have the pressure of flying under that international banner as well, and carrying over the fan base that RQ is such a big team around Southeast Asia, so there is that. There's multiple regions, with coming together in a really short amount of time too, and then they have to hit the ground running. I mean, G10, there are a lot of obstacles that pile up against RQ. I would say even more so than most teams.
Absolutely. There is quite a few things that has been standing in RRQ's way. But so far, they haven't been doing the best job, honestly, of surmounting those obstacles, at least in this stage. They have won exactly one game, although it was a very, very convincing game against South Built. And that kind of did start, the whole South Built getting 1-2 trend. But after that, they just haven't had the best matchups. Although the games have been close themselves, RQ just hasn't been able to catch that break that they need. They haven't gone to a map theme where they really were able to flourish, losing out to Team Secret and Action PH last time we saw them.
And on the other side, you also have Naos Esports dealing with an unimaginable amount of pressure here. The big surprise from Stage 1, Stage 2 tells a little bit of a different story though, but let's take a closer look at Naos Esports. The dark horse of Stage 1, but come Stage 2, it is an entirely different story. Fluffy mentioned earlier how teams, being able to adapt to a quickly shifting game should be a given, and I feel like Naos are dealing with a sort of reflection of themselves because G10 Valorant basically said, let's do a reset, let's change the game up. Everybody starts, I guess, pretty much from zero. Can you do it again, Naos Esports?
Pretty much. That is the question that Naos Esports has been failing to answer so far. They haven't had the best stage, even though, as you said, they did do very, very well in previous stages, previous tournaments. Now it's just seemed like they have dropped the ball and are still looking to find it. Although there have been some bright moments, especially in their game against Oasis Gaming just last week. I think it was. They did bring Oasis Gaming to that map 3, but Oasis was able to win out. There are a couple of really talented players here. Of course, they're all very talented, or else they wouldn't be here. But standing out right now is Kakarot and Jet. Blurred has not been the Blurred that I personally am used to seeing. I've seen fragging out in other tournaments, although those were not on the same level of VCT. But it does beg the question here for Naos if Blurred can consistently step up. And I know it has been a little bit of a rough path for Naos so far, but they still have that small chance to get into the playoffs. But in order to do that, they need to break RRQ down.
I was gonna say, so Blur's a little blurred right now, but oh, never mind. The moment
The future's
passed.
a little blurry.
I felt sad. I felt sad I didn't get that in. But going into our head-to-head, we have a really interesting one over here because we did mention how the stakes are high for this series, especially with these two teams in particular. So we are turning the attention over here, Fluffy, to their IGLs, their in-game leaders. How much do you think these guys differ from each other, and how much do you think they can steer their teams to victory?
I mean, it's one thing to look at the statistics, but more importantly than the numbers itself, the ability to IGL a team while still having this amazing score for both of them, be it ACS or kills or headshot percentage, KD and all that, is such a huge factor coming into this games because your IGL not only is kind of like your coach when you're finally in the game, who's gonna keep everyone's heads down low, focused and straight, but also will be the one absorbing a lot of the enemy's movements, creating the strategies, and basically helping organize the structure for the team within the round for what their small goals are and what they want to achieve that round. So we have players like Rabbit, of course, very experienced from this side. of RRQ, and we have Kev's also very experienced on the side of Naos. So both players have VCT experience, so I think it's a pretty fair head-to-head between the both of these two.
And not to mention, as the IGL, of course, when things go south in a round, that pressure is on you. You're basically absorbing that sort of like, what do you call it? When you get really down and, the consequences of that are just one round. Yeah, when you get tilted, you're basically absorbing that for the whole team as well. So, these guys being the heads of each team, they have an incredible amount of responsibility on their shoulders. Now we're heading into our map vetoes as we head into series number 2. And G10, I'm thinking, RRQ managed to get a win from SBE. If RRQ is beating the stage 1 meta, then Naos was stage 1 meta. Does it follow that RRQ beats Naos? What do you think?
Does it? The question is first, before we do get into those predictions, if they are playing at the same level at the moment, Sim going to be the first man. Now, there have been some shining moments for both teams, but by and large, they've not. It has been a little bit hard for them to stem the tide once it started going. I think RQ is one of the most momentum-based teams here, so they might pick a map that does cater to some momentum, like say Haven. Perhaps the Breeze has been banned as well.
I think right now, Naos Esports and RRQ, they're gonna, of course, have to play this very, very, very smartly as they enter into the map vetoes. Fluffy, if up against RRQ, Naos being up against RRQ, if I'm being honest here, I'm actually a firm believer in teams getting better and better like the longer they stay together because of that team chemistry. And I feel like circumstances should favor Naos this series because you've got a Frankenstein on the other side that's still in the process of getting control of all of its other appendages and stuff. So, but Naos, they still haven't managed to get that definitive win.
Right. I feel like there's a lot of value in being so familiar with your teammates, their habits, and how you play together in an organized play like this at this high of a level. But it doesn't diminish the potential of another team to also have that capability, just like in RRQ. Although I do think that it's very important, at least for the Naos side, to realize their strengths. Early on in stage 1, we talk about it because they were in the forefront for the most part. They even made it all the way to APAC, that these are APAC level players. So the scores doesn't necessarily reflect the players individually, but a lot has changed since then. One major difference is the meta. So the meta, they kind of leaned into the CIS/European style of meta early on, which gave them a lot of wins because teams were kind of unprepared. But now that so much time has passed and the patch is different with agents being more in line, a lot of teams have just favored the strengths. It's one of the strengths of Valorant being so adaptable as a game that the teams who can adapt to the current patch is really good. So if we look back here on the map bans, we can see that Haven is picked, which I'm very interested in for Naos, because Naos' last game on Haven actually featured another innovation from their team that they did not do in stage 1, running that triple initiator setup against Oasis Gaming. We have a split for the second one where Naos is going to be on defense, which again, like the previous series before, is the type of map that is very defender-sided. So if you're going to second pick it when you have the option to make it the last pick and take it for the side and force that out, it means that you have to be very confident on the attacker side and comfortable being down a couple of rounds, knowing that it is so defensive-sided. So unless you have a very good plan, which I'm sure they do, if they're going to pick it so strongly like this and first phase pick it for their team, then Split should be a map that has a lot of contention. And lastly, with Mind and Breeze banned out, we have Icebox. So Icebox is another map that's very aim-heavy. I think this one out of all the 3 maps are the most 50-50. And overall, I think this is 3 great maps where we can see both teams really shine.
Another thing that I just want to add is that RQ picked here Attack, which is something that is not necessarily too weird, but it's not something that we've been seeing so far a lot here in stage 2. We usually see teams, when given choice, choose defender first. I'm fairly certain RQ, they do want to make use of their own style of play, a very, very aggressive style that they have. They've been kind of known for, the aim-heavy style of play on their attack, as Haven is kind of an attacker-sided map. They want to get a very early and quick snowball in that first half before trying to get maybe 3-4 rounds of that second.
Right, I'd have to agree with G10 there. Having the ability to start as an more attacking favored team onto an attacking favored map really will help you with your momentum, because with how side picking works, although normally, as G10 mentioned, teams at least in C and PH tend to give the defenders pick defenders if they have the map choice, just because they can stack up more rounds and they have more reads. But being able to stack, because you're guaranteed to play at least 12 rounds on one side, and knowing that it's an attacker-sided map, you're playing attackers, so your team is very aggressive, that can heavily favor you even if you move to the defense late, because you'll only have to win X amount of rounds if you play it correctly.
Yeah, it's that ping pong match, I guess, in between where the momentum will be. We'll see if the momentum is on the side of RRQ or if Naos Esports can finally get the ball rolling in our second series of the day. Casters, over to you guys.
Welcome back to VCTPH. We are still here for the second series of the day. It is going to be RRQ versus Naos. But before anything else,
trying to communicate to us, but it appears
the Terrorverse. I'm so sorry. I was muted on Discord, but everyone heard me here, Raph. Everyone heard aside from you. Welcome back to VCTPH. Anyway, in this multiverse, this is a very important matchup to look after. We were talking about the leaderboards a while ago. This is the matchup to look after, because these two teams right now fighting for the bottom spot and fighting for their lives to actually go up a step in the leaderboards, knowing that RRQ is on the brink here around the 7th line where SBE won their match a while ago. It is a very fair scoring for right now. But Haven is the map. What are your thoughts about this?
Haven has been a map where Naos was, or at least, was historically good, but now going into the stage, it really does not bide well for them. Again, as Coach Fluffy would like to say, the stats really do not tell the entirety of the story, but it's still a key piece of it. Naos really fumbling, they're struggling. Maybe this is where they hit their stride because they have no choice. It's actually Kev's on the Omen too, so wow, that's actually a very interesting choice. Normally we see him on that super high fragging Sova. There's a little bit of a switch up here.
Yeah, they're not using a Sova in this matchup. Instead, they have put Blast on usually Kakarot holding on a KO, but this time around it is going to be Blast, and he's just going to chill out with another agent here. On the side of Naos Esports, they're still looking for a win right now in the leaderboards, and as of the moment, as far as I'm concerned, they have no more games to lose. So this is a very important matchup, because if they lost this one, it is already inevitable.
Inevitable. Yes. Again, lots of Mary Shelley references by Mika earlier. Truly, the modern Prometheus is RRQ. They have a great number and a great deal of individual parts, but there's still very many moments where we don't really see them completely coagulate as a team. They can be very disjointed at times, but we've seen their potential at polish, potential at refinement. Naos have been exactly that, Taylor.
Both teams that we have right here on the side of RRQ and Naos,
that's not ready.
They have talented players. It all just depends on what the strat book will say for the rest of the teams, and also how they will play up or power up against each other. Immediately, there is the Knives of the KO, just trying to spot if there is anyone pushing. He spots two, though. So now the movements from the side of Naos, it seems to be an aggressive type of movement, as Delicious and already Blurred here on mid, controlling how the movements of the players of RRQ is. And it seems like they're just waiting patiently.
That they are slower default is in play for both these teams. We know Naos can be fairly aggressive, and as I say that, it's Kevs who gets punished for it. I'm surprised the Breach isn't supporting Short or Sewers, but hindsight is 2020, as this side is going to be very, very free for RRQ. Guess that their crossfires here. The smokes are going to give ample time for them to really plant their feet, and we already have Tuge trying to hold down the flanks. He gets the information, but he understands that he has one more star. It's imperative that he stays alive, but Blurred, actually on that chamber, will get taken down by Rabbit. So whatever experiment they're going on right now, Frankenstein is absolutely tearing them apart. RRQ looking so impressive on this pistol already.
A very good take. They were able to take the side completely. Like you said, no one was watching here on Sewers as well. But the movements coming in from Naos, when you remember that first round, they were already in mid. It opened up the opportunity to have that fast rotation mula, or rather coming from the side of Naos. Unfortunately, there was one player from RRQ waiting on Sewers as well. So that delayed a little bit on the side of Naos on how they would do the retake. Aside from that, RRQ was able to take on the kills as well, the impactful ones even. Now with a 1-0, RRQ has that advantage. They are going to be buying those Spectres as well. And for Nao's side, this is the time that they are not pushing at all. This is the time that they're staying fit and staying true to what the site is holding or what they need to do in a site to actually hold off every angle that they have right here.
They do field Blast this time, and not Z. I find this very interesting because normally when you see Naos, they try to play a very spiderweb-like defense, but this time around they pretty spread out throughout the map like a forward line. And Kelly S. Draxi, they have a problem with that. They take the defense apart. They have C to themselves with no casualties whatsoever. Their health is going to be topped up. The Draxi, however, can't heal himself. He might just have to play this as passive as he can, or play bait for his team. Blurred, an absolutely lethal aimer, tries to make a statement with the last bullet of his headhunter here. Not meant to be, as the rest of Naos, they crumble.
They try to check the corners, which is definitely a good thing, but unfortunately, no one is in the corner and is just overpowered with manpower here on the site as well. And obviously, in a classic versus Spectre situation, close counters, a Spectre can burst you down quite quickly as well. 2-0 is the score, and it's not a surprise knowing that RRQ won that pistol round. But this is where things get rougher. Knowing that Naos is going to be able to buy the rifles right now, are they going to be able to make up the rounds that they actually lost? Because from the previous match that we casted, the bonus round always goes on the side of the winner, or the winner of the pistol round. But this time, maybe different. Blast securing a kill, but Kelly S already with the third.
This setup is so interesting. Again, it's not a surprise that Kakarot is playing Initiator, but it's Blast to play the KO. Delicious, normally the controller, is playing the Breach. We have a triple Ini setup, by the way, guys. Just a quick reminder. And Blurred on the chamber. Thematically not that different from Jet. Just a little more defense-oriented. And Kev's on the controller. So whatever they have a bunch of tricks in their bag, I believe. I feel like this is so incredibly suspicious by Naos that I'm not completely buying what they're selling. A very close round, by the way.
True that. It's still a 2v2, and knowing RRQ is in a disadvantage when it comes to the guns, this seems to be exactly what they need, as Blurred spots one already, and the other hops out. That is Kelly S. Securing the kill is Blurred, making this a 2-1, but they're quite costly in the hands of Naos here, as they had 3 casualties on their side.
Here, that should have been the bonus for RRQ. Did make it fairly expensive.
Not bad, though.
Yeah, not bad. It is, once again, it does put into light, what is this roll swap? What does it mean? What are they trying to cook up?
True. They're holding down the core when it comes to the defense. Unfortunately, there are some members that are easily picked off by the side of RRQ as well. Knowing how Kelly S got the triple kill in the round, even still in a disadvantaged position, he still made it possible. So RRQ, they're going in and starting it off strong.
I felt like the head-to-head here would have been Blurred versus Kelly S because they're very similar duelists. They use their superior positioning to shine. But instead, we have, again, to mention Blurred on that chamber. Very slow approach here on the side of Naos. They want to go with that utility shuffle dominance. But they haven't really been allowed the space to do so. Not even the economy to really run that in. RQ, they have quite a bit of time to work with. A minute left in the round. No meaningful control on either sides of the map, but no contests on the side of Sewers. It has to be a solo hold here by Blurred, and he has to make quite a bit of contact. He has his teleport set up for a retake, but he is going to go for this one and done angle. Kelly S slowly marching forward as the timing has not been kind. If he can find Braxy, instead he goes for the E, tries to bait out whatever utility he can find, but Taylor, it looks like it's going to be a 5v5 still.
Yep. He's the only man remaining here on A side, the chamber. And because of the rendezvous, he can get the information and just get back to the positioning that he had a while ago, especially on the first TP that he had quite set up. Now with the aftershock coming in, expecting the players right now from the side of Naos to actually push in as well. Kelly S getting the triple already and completely disseminated the info, completely shut down the side of Naos in their retake.
They have the Rolling Thunder. They're going to save that for the next round. RQ looking very, very impressive. Kelly S has not stopped his rampage whatsoever. The retake was there, but the very well-timed start that Guga made Naos endeavors to try and take the site that much more difficult, considering they didn't even have Heaven presence, or at least it wasn't timely. Bit of a timeout. Going for a mental reset, potentially. This is a very good call. And I love it when they call timeouts early, just to at the very beginning of a momentum swing, right?
Exactly. You just gotta stop the momentum. Sometimes a timeout doesn't mean that the players need to talk it out. They just need a room or an area to breathe off and just reset their mindset. Aside from that, and stopping the continuous rounds that RRQ was getting here in this specific map as well. And I just want to get back to that round as Naos Esports. Blurred was waiting alone on site. He was ready to take on the action, but there was no pickoffs. Now he had the rendezvous. He got the info. They had a good plan here. A full 5-man retake from the side of Naos. But yet again, you saw how to set up the stars for the rest of the team, how he smoked off the counters, or rather the link that the entry coming from Naos will be, and that just made the shutdown possible coming inside of RRQ. Moving forward, this is round number 5, and Naos will be forced into an eco. In this kind of eco setting, they are playing aggressively as they pushed in with the help of the smoke from the Omen as well.
Now they do quite a bit of aggression to at least secure an orb. They do have the Seekers ready at hand, but like I said, they're probably just going to try and do as much damage as they can before they exit. At the same time, the consequence here is Fuga's Cosmic Divide is going to be ready, and next he potentially will have a tour de force if he nets a few kills here. And for now, the aggressive defense on Naos.
They're not. No one is on A side aside from the KO that probably heard already all the utilities that they put in on site. But other than that, there's no one or anything to stop them any longer or any way. They don't have gravity wells. They don't have shock darts to play around with. And this is a disadvantage that right now Naos is facing. Kelly, yes, securing that first kill, but Jalicious with his own classic, securing his own. And this is now up to Kevsimov, trying to find a gun right now. He was able to find a Vandal. He still has one more smoke to play around with, but Kelly S spots him outside the smoke. Kevs goes down.
I like that you point that out. Naos have been playing super spread out, when in reality they should be a little more clumped up because of the death ball nature of their composition. They have just so much utility that they can play off of. Again, very, very interesting choices to put where the players are. They may have some sort of internal strat or whatever waters they're testing right now. I'm very confused. But if they can pull this, or if they can turn this around, then hey, maybe the doubters, including myself, who's been very curious about it, will be silenced. It does look like they're gonna have a bit of a debacle towards C. Aggression again is the name for Naos. This retake is still gonna take quite a bit. Either Kevs has to leave now or try to play the poison angle, but he is waiting in the smoke. Jalicious finds Stugan. Kevs gets the perfect timing, gets a huge 3K. The Rolling Thunder wins again! Oh my goodness!
Good take coming in from Kevs. If he didn't wait patiently at the right moment, at the right momentum where he needs to hop out, he would not get those 3K, Raf. And he waited for that perfect moment where the players of Naos, the rest of the team, are actually playing CT as well. Once the flash hopped out, Naos, or Kevs to be specific, also hopped out. This is how you play a retake, and they completely demolished the players of RRQ on site. This is what a gameplay or a game style that we should be seeing on the side of Naos if they still want to take and make it to the VCT.
Oh yeah, like we said, desperation demands perfection. Naos cannot perform at a lower rate. An early fight will benefit Kevs as Tuge is going to fall. So any side take they have to do, it has to be on full-on contact side of RRQ now. Very, very patient. The spike has been dropped. Naos can completely turtle up. They have the man advantage and they have the mobility to do so. Question is, what is the adjustment RRQ is going to make? They don't send anybody towards Garage. Instead, they're going to go for a full heavy C take from Long. One paranoia could absolutely ruin their day. Kevs, he jump spots, he sees it all. Could this be it, Eliza?
It can be, but there is already the cancel coming in from the KO. That's the beauty of having a KO knife on your team. And this is Rabbit already firing off the Hunter's Fury as well. He was able to take one out and a clean take on the side from the side of RRQ. As they clear off angles here, they were able to plant the spike definitely. And of course, for Blurred and Kakarot, this is a problem right now. They will do a retake right now, but Blurred holding an operator, will they still risk this?
Conundrum that they have to address. The fake flash, but where was the swing?
No swing, man. Blurred was holding an operator. He can't help out. He would probably just save.
I feel like he should have just popped the flash. Either way, would have gotten the info. They concede. Blurred could potentially find a bonus kill. He does get one, but that rate of fire is just not as impressive as the custom weaponry. The force could find a second freebie. Blurred, very sharp. Comes at the tail end of the round. What a heartbreaker.
While, oh my god, wide open is Blurred. Not a really good decision making coming in from the rest of the team. Especially when Kakarot decided to fake flash, hop out with the flash. It was a good plan. They swing to the right a little, but he wasn't able to take the shots in on the specific round anyway. This is the swing. And then Blurred was just waiting, obviously with an operator, and he cannot swing out with the rest of the teammate or with Kevs during that time. So, or Kakarot rather. So unfortunately, it is a round for RRQ, and it seems to be going off and sailing as the ship is now sinking on the side of Naos Esports. They take B side. They decide this, and now they're closing the doors off for Naos.
Breach in the hull as Blast tries to patch it up as quickly as he can. Removes Kelly, yes, but Jet trying to go for that signature smoke push. Not meant to be. Still get finds one. He finds a second. Blurred will hold on, trying to make the space, trying to get the frags, but suddenly it's reduced to a 2v1. Rabbit still has a drone ahead, but this gives enough time for Blast to have a free defuse. Blurred capitalizes on that, swings him, finds the Rabbit, has some hair for dinner. RRQ, secure, or rather Naos, secure another round on the board for themselves.
5-3 is the score, and they're still considering this operator pickoff for the rest of the team, with Blurred still holding on that op, and it's quite essential, especially in a map like Haven, where you go on long-range battles, long-range duels, such as A-Long or even C-Long as well. And just a quick replay on what happened on that specific round as well on your screen. Just clearing things up as well for the rest of the team of Naos. They used up the tour de force as well. A round is a round. That's what's important. No matter what utilities you use, no matter what buy you have, if you win the round, you get 1 point. So if that's what it takes, we will take it. RRQ, now on a timeout as well. I love the early timeouts that we have right now. And I'm really a fan of this, specifically trying to change how the momentum is going right off the start, instead of having it latter part of the game.
I love to really emphasize on some of the moment-to-moment things. For example, earlier, I'm not entirely sure what the thought process there was for Rabbit. He threw the drone out completely knowing it was a corner plan. Because even if he tagged Kakarot, even if he tagged Blast, not entirely sure if it was going to do anything because he knew Blurred was going to push forward with a tour de force at 0 point. Made it even more extremely difficult, but it is what it is. Like I said, it's a moment-to-moment thing. It's case-by-case basis. As we see early information coming on the side of Naos through that guiding light, RQ. They are one of the best teams coming out of a timeout. Very, very good once they get their heads back in the game. And it's just a testament on how good that support staff is, Taylor.
And a pretty talented team individually as well. So mechanically skilled players we have here on the side of RRQ that just walks in front of the operator is Nexi. And anyway, mechanically skilled and talented players in one team, but can they find the synergy that they're looking for? That is the main question. You might be mechanically cracked player, but in the end, if you don't have that team synergy, it's not gonna happen in any way, shape, or form. 5-3 is the score. Still a very quiet round for the rest of the players here as RRQ makes some noise here on B side. They take it, but there is Delicious waiting and being sucked on by the gravity well. Kelly has took the opportunity. A perfect blind for Draxi, the pseudo-duelist. A quick reload in front of the player, and now in a 3v2 situation. That nade is gonna force out Kelly of his positioning, but he still saves himself.
Indeed, but the crossfire still very much present. Eliza, you
no,
jinxed it! Didn't clutch him out!
Oh!
Rabbit gets the 4K.
I wanna hide. I don't wanna cast anymore. It's so painful to watch.
Oh my goodness.
It happens, man. It happens to the best of us.
It absolutely does. And again, I find it very curious because Naos is one of those teams that were put under the microscope. Typically, in this situation, they would put the KO behind Gong and use that 0 point to be a first layer of defense, using those pop flashes, those over and unders. And instead, they choose to put Breach there when before, if they ran a second initiator, they'd put it on a link or ceiling. But now we are moving on towards round number 10. RQ, they doubled up their score now to 6-3. Economy on Naos, very unfriendly, very unkind. But the aggression is going to turn up. And it's going to get turned down almost immediately by Kelly S.
It went south down there,
Spike
but
down,
Kevs,
attacker spawn.
he was able to take a pickoff at least before he runs back and positions himself to create the smoke as well to help the rest of the team. And this is a smoke popping off on C-Long as well. No one knows that Kevs is here, but he knows where Kelly S is. This is also the chamber. No more bullets to be found on that player, but Nexi securing a kill and Rabbit with it too on his own will open up the site here on C. They will be able to plant the spike. It's all up to Kakarot and his frenzy.
Oh dear me. We've seen this movie before. Does it end the same? Tries to ride off in the sunset. Kakarot can't find anything with that auto pistol. This is very uncharacteristic of Naos. You mentioned it earlier.
What's happening.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier that no matter how cracked you are, no matter how mechanically gifted, if you have no team synergy, then it's just really not gonna fall through. Which is so strange because Naos used to be one of the most cohesive teams coming out of the gate. The Haven defense was one of their strongest points, but suddenly they're stumbling, they're fumbling. Whatever adjustments they made, maybe this is their growing pain. But this is so untimely. They're fighting for tournament life.
Especially in this kind of situation where they stand in the leaderboards. But without anyhow, we are back to the game here as round 11 is set in. And this is an ultimate buy rod for both sides of the team as well. Speaking of ulti, we have a set of ultis ready and prepared to take on the action here. We have Kakarot and Kevs that can use that up. And on the side of RRQ, which pretty much is for a good take of a site, we have Hunter's Fury also with the ult coming in from Daxi and Bukit. Let's see how they will figure out how to do the entry. As already the cabbage has been set out. Kakarot not getting the shot in. Instead, Kellyes secures that kill. Kellyes now diving on the spot here on long. And this is the players of Naos trying to catch whatever's happening on site, but they can't. This is now 3v1 situation as Glass hops out with a pop flash. He sees one, but the Trailblazer bites him off as Rabbit secures the kill instead. 8-3 is the score. Make that a 9, or rather, wala na. Never mind. Never mind. They're not finishing it. 8-3.
Just, again, quite a bit of confusion from a spectator standpoint here. Again, Kev's beautiful bailout, at least beautiful attempt at a bailout. The numbers game was just a little too much in favor for Naos. Kind of funneling into the side here, not the best look. Again, I'm not buying it, Naos. I feel like they're hiding something here. Either way.
It feels like cheeky at the same time. They're trying something out that they can't figure out yet. It's something like that. And knowing it is the first map, it can be.
It could be a feeling out phase, potentially, but can they really afford doing this when, like I said, their VCT life, it's on the table right now. This is a very, very big gambling piece. If it's a bluff, hoping for RRQ to fold, I'm not entirely sure because RRQ looks like they have control over the pot. But Blurred playing a very cheeky close angle, trying to bait out for Kakarot, maybe vice versa. Kellyes will find first contact. He finds Blurred. Does he suspect anything else? No, instead he backs out. The crossfire doesn't work out.
Still a waiting game for the rest of the team of Naos as they held into their dear life, especially with the Bulldogs here. At least they have some money to buy off those Bulldogs. But anyway, the setup has been set already as the players of RRQ swarms in on site. Nexi planting the spike already. Rolling Thunder coming in with the Hunter's Fury as well. Let's see what Naos is capable of in making a retake happen as they all swarm in on site as well. Blast taking on the 2K and Kakarot securing another kill. This is now a 2v1 situation. Blast just defusing the spike, no one hitting him and just continuing to tap as well. Pros don't fake, that's what they say, but instead an ROG clutch from Draxi comes over.
Switching sides.
What a spectacle as Draxi just holds on for dear life, doesn't even move an inch, commits the spray. That's such a lethal double kill, a very timely one. Are we gonna see a very fast map 1? This was flashes of Naos doing Naos things, very meticulous utility timing. Draxi, look at that. What a hold and what a deny.
And for the rest of the team or for the rest of the players of Naos, this is gonna be a big of a problem. They're still having a hard time figuring out what they really actually want to do. And when the swap happens, specifically right now, remember, Rav, they don't have a duelist to actually hop on and take on sites. And when you look at this agent lineup that they have, they might be able, with the 2 initiators, they might be able to go in on site as well. But do they have that explosiveness that a duelist can actually bring to the table?
That's a very interesting question, and yet another no duelist comp. Like you mentioned, Haven is the type of map that you really have to immediately control space. Because, for example, if you want to take B, you kind of need that verticality that a Jet provides. So at least their crosshairs get trained somewhere else. But when you don't have that, you have Kevs who can do the same thing, but he has to stay alive for that paranoia and for the smokes to be reapplied. There's no one else really on that lineup who can do anything similar. We go back to C, where you kind of need to dash, so you make the enemy team respect your ability to take backside. If they're not gonna do that, then they're probably just gonna stack the side and hit you from there. So if this was an experiment on the defensive side, then they put themselves in a very tricky situation.
You just gotta think about it as well for Naos.
I don't want to think.
What? When we look at this matchup that we are seeing right now anyway, we count not the win or the games that they actually won, like a 2-1 score or a 2-0, we actually count the series win.
Who will I
So
spot first?
it honestly depends on the players and teams right now if they want to experiment. But if that's the case for Nao's side, I don't think this is the right time to do so. Maybe they're really playing, to be honest, maybe they're really playing like this right now. And the synergy might be off, but with a switch or a swap on the sides, maybe things can be different as well.
I don't know. There are times where like it's kind of like watching Giannis, right? You see him drive, he gets the dunk off 2 steps. As Blurred gets the double, actually Naos as a team gets a double. Suddenly this attacking side, much better already. 2v3. Jalicious, Kakarot, and Blurred, not a lot of utility to have a safe entry, but instead they go for the fight. Rabbits, Nexi deny any staying power whatsoever. Kakarot still has a flash. Instead, that blind is gonna put him in an off angle.
Oh no! Pain!
Oh,
that hurts to see and watch with 6 HP remaining for Rabbit. The bullets is not enough, Raph.
like I said, it's kind of like Giannis. They got themselves to the foul line, but once he tries to go for a free throw, it's anybody's guess what's going on. RRQ, dominant lead.
My heart aches for all the rounds that were possible, but deemed impossible by the moment and by the momentum of each side. It was already in the hands of Kakarot, to be fair. He already had the guiding light actually connecting. Shock Dart's not connecting at all. It's literally just one bullet away from the kill, and he lost that duel. Man, it hurts. Now we have to reset here as Naos. They're gonna stick on with the Spectres that they have currently. Is this gonna be enough? As Kev's already trying to spot an enemy here with the guiding light coming out. This is a counter Sova drone just to make sure that no one's pushing on A long.
Indeed, they try to do that Rabbit with the Guardian, trying to enforce his range towards a rallying Naos. But it's Blurred finding Kelly S elsewhere. At least the trade does come. The spike not discovered yet, so no solid information given. They have to make a guess here. Have they made steps towards B? That trap is the only thing keeping them away from the front of the site. The contingencies are coming through. We see a very safe rotate from Kakarot, but he doubles back. He doubles back again. Very, very interesting choice. As a heavy-handed C-long attack, hoping that they get the timing away from Rabbit, who has the Guardian, who can really foil their plans.
They might have lost that pistol round, but they want to come back stronger here on the next as they are setting up the site already for their take. This is the attackers on Naos side. Planting the spike right now, very clear site to be taken care of. And this is also the rotations coming in from Tuge, being shut down by Kevs as well. A good clear coming in from the team of Naos, but will they be able to clear out the rest of the team of RRQ as Nexi hops in? One-to-one trade is happening on site. Rabbit very low in HP yet again. Will he survive this time around? As 8 HP with the Spectre and a Dream, it's not gonna happen. 4-10 is the score, and finally Naos got that round come back.
Oh boy. Still a very interesting matchup ahead of us and still very doable for Naos, as they've taken a round, as Taylor mentioned. I like the slow play now. They're kind of taking it easy. They really don't have a choice, I guess. Once again, you highlighted that they need that duelist to take as much frontal space. At present, they do find a few pickoffs on the lurks. So that did really contribute to their cause. Now the bonus is going to come through. And this is a round that RRQ are willing to give. I think that's a smart choice. They have so many rounds that they're not really risking free upgrades on the side of Naos. If they can even remove Blurred and Cav's long-range artillery, then they could be in a very good spot already.
Blurred with 8 bullets, trying to clear out angles for the rest of our RQ side here. And maybe the 9-3 curse is on its works right now. It's on its way for Naos Esports to actually take back. If you think about it, if they lost that round a while ago, Raph, it would be quite difficult because I think they forced buy or forced bought on that specific round. And if they didn't win, obviously, it would be in the hands of RRQ yet again, and they will have that big of an advantage. But it's a different story as we see in Naos. They're actually quite pushing right now as Delicious secures that kill. Toge was able to take the trade off as well. And with this, Naos, the huge flank coming in from Blurred proved to be quite an astonishing one, but obviously, one and done position you have there.
Now Rabbit has a Vandal, making this post plant, or at least this retake, that tiny bit easier. But now they are going to go back into the site, try to hold closer angles here. The recon is going to come, so they have to choose too. Do we expand our utility here? Do we not? The bait play is going to come. Rabbit swings wildly, but Blast and Kakarot, they find Tuga and Kelly, yes, as the rest of RRQ fall. Now they made that fairly expensive for themselves. They did lose a few guns. They might just be fine here. Kakarot does have enough for a drop, but now RRQ topped up, have rifles, ready to rock and roll.
Just a quick replay on that specific round as well. Blurred had a good opportunity, quite a good opportunity here on the big flank that he was doing. Fortunately, he wasn't able to get those 2 kills that he wanted to take, or even a triple if it's possible, right? But in a 5-10 scoreline, RRQ now using their timeout to maybe stop the momentum of Naos Esports, because slowly but surely they're actually gaining back those rounds that they lost, especially because of that anti-eco or anti-bonus that they actually did right here in the hands of Naos Esports. Now it's just 5 rounds to go. Not
I thought
too
that
far.
was a very, I thought that was a very smart call. They go for the long long play here, and a timeout. Now this is where they have to consolidate what strategies they want to employ, especially on the defensive side. We know Naos has been very tricky, very savvy as a team, very slippery. RQ, a little green around, or at least wet around the ears when it comes to competing as a team, but so far they've been very, very impressive. Naos, once again, if they drop the series, I just don't know what to say anymore.
Just deep breaths, my dude.
You want to
Yes.
play? Let's
I'm sure
play.
Naos Esports is the same as well. And I think the Chamber ult is up and online in the hands of Blurred here. He could use that tour de force, and it can be quite deadly for RRQ side as well.
Shot can be. There they are. And does it tag up? Yes, it does. Barely. The top up from Kakarot is almost negating every single one of those Hunter's Fury shots. Naos, seemingly that they've adjusted to RRQ's semi-forward positioning. They sent that one scout before, not doing the same thing, keeping them in a bit of a rut here. Nexi still has that rendezvous. Luckily for him, the guiding light doesn't actually spot him, so they're still trying to bleed out this defense of their utility. So far, it's been working. It might be a rude awakening for Rabbit here as he peeks out onto very many angry players.
Oh, they saw the foot. Rolling Thunder being forced out here with the Paranoia coming in as well, but no players on site right now. Rabbit and Nexi doing the job as cleaning up the crew, and the rest is history for Naos side with 2 players remaining. This is now a 4v2 situation. Delicious was able to take on that kill. Next up is gonna be Kelly S. Is still clearing up the site is Naos Esports with the aftershock. This will force out the players positioning, and this goes to show that Naos still fighting for their life with Blurred up and online with the tour de force. Can he still make it? He still has the Vandal. When he opts out, he's gonna see Draxi. Perfect opportunity, and he takes it away. 6-10 as Naos securing that round yet again.
Draxi had the flash. That would have been a different story. But nonetheless, very beautiful effort by Blurred here, keeping his team alive, keeping them in contention. Momentum maybe slipping away from the hands of RQ. Maybe looking a step slower. Maybe overthinking. Again, they're at the cusp of taking one more swing for them to get that W, at least on this map. Valiant efforts on everybody from Naos has been shaking them up. Super, super turtly play here. Super slow. Look at RRQ. They're going to go for that same eco setup where they're going to have double garage. Just have a little bit of info gathering towards mid.
Tour de force finally up and online for RRQ side this time. And they pretty much need this to actually capitalize on it, because this is an eco round for RRQ right now. And slowly but surely, Naos Esports, they're gaining those rounds back yet again. And going and moving forward, It seems like Naos have finally found their footing and how to react with how RRQ plays as well. But there are certain moments where they weren't expecting things to happen, such as Delicious using the aftershock and obviously the Sky from the other side hopping out after that aftershock. But he didn't get quite a good response from it. Instead, he died trying to plant the spike. Anyway, still very quiet here on the map as the players of RRQ, it seems like a 4-man stack on A site. Oh no, they're gonna lose this tour de force if ever. It hurts, man. It is what it is. Patience is a virtue. It worked.
And I have to say, RRQ, they look very antsy now. They're just trying to get as much information as they can. Naos happily waiting for whatever they can get. Now they have quite a bit of a foothold towards C. Garage has been preoccupied by quite a bit of utility. See a gathering force just outside the site. Tuge actually lands a very, very good shot onto Kakarot. Kelly S as well. Wait a minute, what's going on? Oh my goodness, enough.
Eco round, hello? RRQ, eco disadvantage. Oh, the wall. The cosmic divide wouldn't allow that shot to happen. And this is already a double pickup if ever. And the defuse just goes through a thrifty round. A very smart play coming in from RRQ there. They got outplayed, man.
They got outplayed. No two ways about that.
Psych!
I am
cosmic divide up.
Exactly.
You thought you were gonna get the kill, but nope.
I thought they had it. I really thought they had it here, but I'm still trying to reassess what they could have done in that situation. Did Rabbit have bolts? Was he playing for the long take?
Oh man, I was gonna go back to this round too, where Nexi actually grew impatient.
Look at him spin.
He pushed all throughout. Because of this cosmic divide, obviously you can't fire shots from C long because it wouldn't go through the wall. And only utilities will go through that wall. And the thing is, you have a chamber. What utilities can you throw to actually cancel out the diffuse? None.
Imagine if
they think about this. If they have like a jet or even like even a Reyna, you would say they can put up a leer or even a smoke from a jet or anything like that. Maybe the thing or the main reason here is that they're having a hard time is also because they don't have a duelist. It can be many things, man.
It can be very many things, but imagine if they buff Tour de Force, you can shoot through the wall. No, that would be annoying, but...
Too much, man. Chill out already. Chamber got debuffed already, okay? So,
please
chill.
Stop nerfing Chamber. I'm kidding.
Are you Chamber?
I like that. How many times have we played together and I've only played Chamber? Now, I'm not necessarily a Chamber main. I'm defending myself here. No, I'm not an insta-lock, but... going back to the point of Chamber and the retake, I'm glad that you highlighted that. Chamber is absolutely so weak on retakes when it comes down to quarter clearing and just utility shuffle, just because he is the most contact-based sentinel. Doesn't have as many traps, but his firepower is through the roof when used correctly. And Kevs is going to plant, will dip out as soon as they can, and the slow play has put RQ in a bit of a mix-up here. No, they don't have, or at least they have to make so much map in such little time. We see Kelly S still very wary of a late push towards C long, but they know it's a B take now. The Seekers are gonna come from RRQ. Counter flash is in play. We still have a recon dart on the side of Rabbit here. Revealing in. And he's gonna put that. Is he gonna go for the unexpected push? Now say something about it. Two people actually fall in that chaos. Tuge does find Kakarot. So whatever fight they have, it suddenly flipped around. What's going on? RQ that's floundering, or rather it's Naos that's floundering. This operator still hasn't been dealt with, but Kevzimov tries to get the spray. 2v1 again, Blurred in a similar situation, in a similar ending.
ROG clutch, man. ROG clutch. It still popped. The spike still detonated. In the end, it was still the round of Naos altogether. They weren't able to retake it, so careful. You might have a heart attack here. It's still Naos' round, Raf. So 7-11 is the scoreline, but man, oh man, if that's how fast RRQ can completely demolish the players of Naos, it's gonna be really scary on the next following rounds, especially on the retake potential that RRQ can definitely bring to the table.
Very valiant effort on both sides there. Like you said, it does go in the way of Naos. Blas, undiscovered, playing on the side of the smoke, gets Kelly S. Rabbit with a free gun finds Blas, removes the robotic counterparts. RRQ. They have a free gun that they can take here, and they will risk the biscuit, but Naos, they succeeded in a post plant. They look to succeed again. Blurred, a lot more wary, maybe a little more proactive this time. Doesn't want the fight to come to him. He wants to take it to them. But a different call has been made. Garage could be the burial ground, but nope. Timing, not very
Delicious
kind
has
to
a
Delicious
good
here.
spot. The perfect timing
it.
for Delicious to actually hop out. He was able to take 2 before he got punished by Nexi there. But it is such a good positioning coming in from Delicious as well. If he wasn't there, they weren't gonna be able to take it away.
Oh.
But instead, it's still RRQ's round. It's still them demolishing the players of Naos. They don't have a clear resolution when it comes to post-plant positions, knowing that the agents that they have as well can be a factor. Aside from that, the synergy of the team is a little bit off.
They really only have Reach and KO for their real post-plant if they want to go for safe post-plant. Like you said, the synergy, it's a little questionable at the moment. And if you jinx Gong, then I jinxed CT. Not bad. My B. This time, the margin for error grows ever so thin as RRQ. One more round until they take this map, and look how stifled the buy is from Naos. This is the last leg, potentially, for their offense on Haven. The Rolling Thunder is gonna be there, but look how quickly they concede the site. Tries to stay alive, but the Spectres suddenly they take everybody down.
Raph, my man, the Rolling Thunder finally connected this time around. Now the shots are finally connecting as well. Is this the revival of Naos Esports? They need this round to be taken away instead, because this is already the final round for RRQ side. They see Kebs already in the corner, wall banging him out, and Delicious, still alive and kicking, was able to put out that final flash before he goes down. A big help for the rest of the team to actually punish the last remaining player here on RRQ side. It was a successful take on site, Raph, and also they were just using Spectres.
They can eco here. They still have the patience to do so, and they have the allowance. And very, very swift play coming from Naos. No hesitation whatsoever. Maybe this is what they need to have a bit more pep in their step. And yes, he pointed out, we finally see a Rolling Thunder hit. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, how many did we see whiff?
And the thing is, they had so much utilities to play around as well. If the Rolling Thunder hits, and they are also quite suppressed, especially Blast used up his ultimate, and that is gonna be quite difficult for RRQ side. Understandable, but this time around, no more utilities or no more ultis they can use aside from the TP from the Omen. Delicious opening it up with a kill himself as Draxi takes away one. One-to-one trade as the site is being taken care of, and the players of Naos, or rather the players of RRQ, tries to swivel and tries to find more kills here on spawn. This can be deadly. Blurred, seeing and spotting one player already, but the other remain. And with the Trailblazer out, Draxi cannot react at all. It seems to be like Naos is slowly making a comeback here, Raph.
That they are. Naos fans remain hopeful. Remain hopeful that those wings will spread and they'll fly away with a dub today. RQ, in the most blunt way I can put this, if they lose this, they choke, is the honest assessment. They had so many rounds to give, and they're giving as much as they can in a very smart and controlled way. Now this time, they have to close it out. Otherwise, the economy is slowly going to equalize.
I can vividly remember this map selection is actually coming in from Naos Esports. So this is their map pick. Haven is what they choose and what they have chosen basically. But still, they're having quite a rough time here, knowing that it's already match point in the hands of RRQ side. They have to be really careful in actually taking insights, as Kelly S already geared up with an opportunity to take on kills using the operator. Might be able to spot Blurred if ever he decides to come out, but this is a very typical play for picks positioning that we are looking at right now in the hands of Naos.
Still waiting for that over-aggression on the side of RQ. It worked once. It worked well. RQ, they should have this play in the back of their minds now. They're wondering if they're executing something similar. We already see a little bit of reinforcement going the way towards C. A bit of a swap, actually. But Nexi, with getting that forward information, is going to change the story quite a bit. They do have a lurk on the form of Blurred towards C. And Kelly S will dissuade him from staying any longer. He legs him.
I don't want this no more.
It's like, well, that was
That's
fun.
an op. Well, that is an op. And immediately he calls his teammates like, operator on C-Long. Position yourselves. Let's take A. And this is exactly what they're doing right now. The call is in, but the players of RRQ are more than ready. One more man remaining. That is Blurred with 28 HP. He needs to plant the spike, and this is already impossible. RRQ securing that round, securing that win as well for this first game of the day. Or first game of the second series.
Was that really their map pick? Again, quite a few questions to be asked because of the interesting role swaps. But if they had a map to give, then maybe it's their opener. Maybe something is, cooking. Something
I don't know.
Is
maybe
afoot.
something isn't brewing here, Rap. It just so happens that Naos really lost that game, man. We want to make up all the conspiracies we want and want to do here, but it is already a do or die, especially knowing that Naos, they need to win all the games that they are having for the next following days as well. So with that first game goes to RRQ. A very good defense is what we've seen here, and a very good offense as well. It just seems like Naos is a little bit lost in this specific map that they actually chose.
I'm just wondering what is causing this? What is causing this misalignment from Naos? Is it the expectations that they're carrying into the stage? Has it still not worn off? The pressure, is it squeezing them a little too hard? But hopefully they still have the rest of the stage, or at least they're given a chance to prove it, because it's do or die.
You won't get the title of the Kings of PH if you weren't good as a team. And Naos have proven themselves during the other stages that we've seen them as well. Almost actually winning the championship on the VCT stage in Philippines as well. But it seems like here on this new stage that we have going up against these teams that we also have here, they're lacking something. They are having this little loophole that they can't figure out from all the games that they've played. And this is very critical as of this moment, because on the next map, it is already a series point for RRQ. If they won that map, it's gonna be over and done with for the side of Naos. So just a quick rundown right now for the stats. Seeing Delicious making 20 kills on this, and as the MVP of Naos Esports, he was very impactful in this specific game as well. But there are so much rounds. There's just so much rounds of mistakes coming in on the side of Naos. There are many times that there is one time. Remember that time that the bullets ran out on the hands of who was it? Was it Kakarot? Yeah, it was Kakarot. And that opportunity cost them the round. And obviously on the hands of RRQ, they take that.
Potentially a long series, Taylor? I don't know. Another thing that I'm really wondering about is, what is this sudden huge shakeup for their system? Why didn't they, why did they go for such a drastic change so quickly? Again, growing pains. We know this team is elite, their capabilities and their potential so high. But this was not the match to showcase it.
And they're young too. Specifically talking about that, obviously for the players, they're more open to grow as a team. So they have that opportunity, knowing that Naos Esports isn't that a team where it's been here for 1.5 years or more than 2 years like the rest of the others. But they are still growing as an entire team here in the VCT stage, and we might be seeing that real time. Those movements from the team, or maybe changes from the team, they might suffer in this first few moments of VCT stage, but in the latter part of their momentum as a team and in other tournaments as well, this can be a big growth for them. But VCT stage is the biggest one.
It really is the biggest one. And for a young team like, Naos, they want to achieve more. RRQ as well, they want to prove that this modern Prometheus is very, very capable. And for them to take map 1 in a fairly convincing manner, in a very patient one as well. They're looking good. They're looking really good. In fact, I feel like they're starting week 2 better compared to their week 1.
At night, I will still be dreaming about the round where there was a cosmic divide and the only man remaining was a chamber.
Dream or nightmare?
Yeah. Every night I will have that nightmare, man. Not a dream, not a dream. A nightmare. It just hurts to see. It's just pure pain in front of our eyes here. And there were a lot of moments that was the same for the side of Naos. If they are able to polish this along the way and on the next map that we are going to be seeing, might change the storyline here. But the next map is going to be Split, and it was chosen by RRQ.
Split. There's a lot of thoughts looming in my mind for that because it's been an interesting pick for Naos. It was an insta-ban in stage 1. We did see them feel that in the first week, but Split has been so impressive for RRQ. We're probably gonna dive into this or at least after our break, but any closing thoughts, Taylor?
For me, this is just a do or die match. As a fan and one of the fans of Naos as well, I want to see them get back to the game and the shape that they were from the previous stage that we've seen them. But right now, we are just going to go in a very short break. When we come back, it is going to be game number 2 between RRQ and Naos Esports. So don't go away, VCTPH. We'll be right back.
Fertilizing the earth, the right, realizing global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the Don. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room.
The bane of Naos has been RRQ in a very decisive map 1, still fighting for their lives to stay and participate in our stage 2. Again, not a good look. Taylor, we've gone through this many times, but what is going on with Naos?
I can't fathom what's happening. I can't understand what's happening whenever this thing happened on Naos side, because they had so much opportunity and so much chances from that first game as well. But unfortunately, maybe on this game number 2, they might find the footing that they actually need. Going back to the drawing board for the rest of the team right here, the next map is gonna be picked out by RRQ. And it is quite interesting. The pick is actually split. And I take a quick look at VLR, checking the stats here on the boards as well. And it seems like Naos Esports played split 4 times, but they've only won 1.
Oh, again, we go back to that argument.
Yeah.
4 times and -1. That means they lost 3 times, guys.
Man, quick maths.
Quick maths. It's something that we have to put under a microscope, because Naos is once again the most dominant performers in stage 1. This is not to discredit RRQ whatsoever, because they are also in a team of winners. And they're doing just that. They're winning quite a bit. Their adjustments over the course of our first week and now into our second week have been very, very impressive. But the split map has been under scrutiny for Naos, because the last time we saw them attempt to do this was they had a very specialized comp. They went for that neon chamber, which is very unorthodox, but it just really did not pan out, is the TLDR. RQ, however, has been the complete opposite. They've made everybody bleed on split, Taylor.
Oh, that's gotta hurt right now. And I feel like this team is also gonna make Naos Esports bleed, knowing that this is not one of the best maps of Naos Esports. They take that opportunity and they would always take it over and over again. If ever RRQ plays out and they're really bleeding out on a split here and making damage to all the rest of the teams, they will keep doing it, and they just have to stay there, because the remaining top 6 teams obviously will move forward, and the rest is history for the last 2 remaining. Remember, this is already the last stage of VCTPH. Next up is gonna be, obviously, we have LCQ, we have Masters, we also have Asia Pacific, and then Champions. No more VCT Stage for this year.
Well, you know, that's kind of sad to hear, but it makes
We're
everything
still gonna be
else
here,
ahead of
though.
us. Yeah, but it makes everything else ahead of us that much more impactful, because maybe 3 stages is spoiling the audience, but hey, who doesn't want to have their share of Valorant action, right? I mean, with me especially being blessed by my own twin sister on the casting desk. Look at that smile. But Split is ahead of us, so stay tuned, folks.
And also, on the other hand, if you think about it, in the hands of RRQ, like we said from the previous game, it is fairly still superstar players put into a superstar team right now, but the synergy isn't there. And this specific map that we just saw maybe can put that into words already, that they might be closer to getting that spot into actually polishing the entire and the rest of the team in their hands. And as of this moment that we are speaking, but Naos, I'm just a little bit frustrated, obviously, as a Naos fan and as casters that we are looking at while we were building storylines and making everything happen behind the scenes. We were expecting more.
I was muted for a moment there, but yeah, it must have been that expectation to cause them to crumble. Again, they are an absolute juggernaut of a team, at least in their previous outing. So that is really a big fall from grace, considering that they had a very good system in place, which was almost completely absent in their previous map. Which is really strange, because we know Naos is a team that trades very, very well. They utilize their utility, if not the best, then they're better than 90% of the teams. So it is quite puzzling. What was the role swap about? What was the plan on the retakes? And was it really a symptom of not having a duelist being able to take those the space?
Do you
Again,
want
just
me
so many questions.
to blow the rest of your mind out? It seems like Z is gonna be playing. So they're changing it up again. Another change here coming in from Naos, and it seems like Blast is gonna be subbed out and Z will come in and hop in. Do you think that would make a difference for the rest of the team and how they're performing right now, especially Naos here on their second map?
Oh man, a second map, maybe a potential second win for them. RRQ though, they look much more impressive. I just want to highlight that they have, again, such an impressive 6-man lineup, which we haven't really seen Flash play yet, if I'm not mistaken. On the other side, we have Z, which I feel like if Z and Flash go head to head, very similar, right? They slot in and out, but they're both incredibly fiery and explosive.
Well, I think I lost Raph there for a little bit, but like he was saying, it might be an explosive game style or gameplay that the players can do here and the rest of the team as well. So while we are waiting for Raph to hop back here on the stream, it's just me! Welcome to VCTPH! And you are here with me, Terror, as your host, as your podcast host. And the next match or the next teams that we are going to be looking at here is RRQ versus Naos. For those who just tuned in on the stream right now, we have also Tagalog broadcast where you can find Asarai. Asarai is casting in Tagalog. So if you want to find that out, let's just hop in on the Facebook channel as well on PPGL site. But here on the English broadcast, we have some, of course, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook as well. We also have a Facebook stream. It's in Valorant Esports Philippines, if I'm not mistaken. But here we go. Split is the map, the second map for our second series here today. RRQ already locking in the agents that they have right now. Nexi, Kelias, and Draxi. Seems like a chamber. Jet and Sky, Sova, and the rest is history. Very typical pick coming in here from RRQ's side. Especially in a map like Split, they're still bringing out the Astra with all the utilities that it can add up into and can hold off the angles as well and the choke points for the rest of the team. But they're stacking, or rather, they're starting on the attacker side here. On the defense, though, seems like it's still Blast holding on to the Kakarot. I'm not quite sure if it was Z was supposed to hop in on the match itself, but Blast is here, so why not? You know, I would take it any time of the day. We are looking at the double ini kind of setup, or rather triple right here for the side of Naos Esports. It seems like they have the Breach, KO, and we also have here a Sky as the smoker. It's gonna be an Omen. A lot of flashes that they can play out around here. And for their duelist is a mindset, like Fluffy said. Blurred is on that chamber. So this is gonna be a very interesting matchup that we're looking at here between Naos and RRQ, especially with the agent picks that they have. They're really changing up the momentum and they're really changing up the style here. And maybe this is the way that Naos can get back or gain back that momentum. You just gotta stick with me, guys, right here. I'm alone, but that is okay, because we are still here for our next specific map as well. It's still a 1-0, and RRQ was able to take on the lead. And for the players, or for the rest of the audiences as well, waiting for other matches, let me just give you a quick rundown on what matches are we expecting for today. It is gonna be here first. We have RRQ and Naos. A while ago, that just basically finished is a match between AEP, as we saw it, and versus SBE. SBE won that one. And for our third series of the day, later on after this series that we are having right now, it is Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming. So that is just a quick rundown for you guys on what matches are you expecting for today. Now, we're still looking at the map selection here. We have the agent select, and we are hopping in to our first round of this game, of this map that we have. Split is the name of the map. Draxi, ready to set up already? What happened? It finished off immediately. Just a quick technical difficulty here on the main screen. That was the old score from the latter part of the map that we just saw on map number 1. But this is a new game as Kelly is already hopping in on Heaven. No one is actually watching over this smoke. This can be deadly for the rest of the team of Naos Esports, and that is exactly why Kelly is securing that kill off, opening the site or the rest of Heaven for the rest of the teammates as well. Concuss coming in, but Rabbit secures the kill. Kakarot as well with the 1-to-1 trade happening on ramps as the players swarm in and try to make a retake happen. 4 more, or rather 3 more players still alive and kicking here. Kevsimov dropping 1 already. Kakarot with 3 HP, not gonna survive at all to get secures that kill, and 1 more guy remaining to falter. That is Kevs. 1-0 is the score. It's like a series point that we have right here. 1-0. Second round coming up, and obviously RRQ, they are going to be able to buy off on this specific round as our buy round. So when we call it, or rather the graphics for the rest of the teams and the rest of the players will come up really soon. Just a little bit of patience when it comes here.
I'm out of here.
Blurred already dashing in here, caught by the trap and immediately shot down from Nexi. Not too good of a decision coming in here, knowing that there is a Cypher on the other corner. Nexi yet again. Another kill, another day, just another day in the office. That's what he calls it. As the wall comes up, the rest is gonna come in as well. RRQ swarming on site to get already planting the spike. Rabbit will be heard, and this is already a crossfire here on B. It is only 1 man remaining right now. Kakarot, it's all in his hands as he takes those 2 shots in. He gets the kill. A ghost picked up, but it's not going to be enough with very low HP to actually use up. Nexi secures the round instead. A clean 2-0 for the side of RRQ.
The same universe.
They shouldn't have pushed in, especially knowing that there is a Cypher and there would be traps. So 100% there would be traps for flanks right here. And they still forced it out. And because of that, and obviously how fast a Neon plays around or moves around, not a trade will be used up. And they got caught off guard on that moment. Welcome back, Twin.
Like I said, the forces of the universe that are keeping us together. Incredibly difficult, my beloved sister. But now, thank you for holding the fort as he does the same thing. Taking down Nexi and Draxi. Oh dear. And a little bit of a messy start here on that attacking side by RRQ. Considering it is the bonus for them, not much damage has been done. Try to make this as expensive as they can, but Tuge does have a Phantom. So if he can get a bit of a bonus, might be fine.
Good shot from Blurred right there. Getting the concuss in and getting the kill as well. Rabbit all alone. Trying to fight for his life. It's not gonna happen any longer. Kev sees him. 2-1 and they seize this moment as they take this round away from RRQ. At least evening things out, and also not much casualties on the side of Naos Esports.
That is true. That is true. I honestly expected one of these teams to maybe rock a fade again, you know, following the trend. That has been pretty successful, but Z really flexing his mechanical capabilities here, rallying the rest of his team. Like I said, it is a bit of a bonus, so RRQ did have that margin for error that they could have worked with. Now they have a full gun round. What is in their bag? It seems that it is going to be a bit of a split default. Mid is the name of the game here. They put quite a bit of attention. We have Kevsimov playing very, very reactively here. As soon as he hears that footsteps, as soon as he makes contact, all of that utility is going to come, and it's going to at least try and halt RRQ. A good position has been given to Naos as they try to hold down this site, but that fragment is going to leave Rabbit between a box and an icy place. Jalicious finally finishes a frag on him, and now RRQ operating on a deficit as Nexi finds Jay. And wow, suddenly RRQ, they turn this around again. Garage was left open, and now Z had to deal with being pincered. Oh my goodness. A bit of a...
Spike planted.
How did I put this? Indeed, it is a mishap on the side of Naos. Kakarot and Blurred, they still have a chance to take this back. Might be proving to be quite the difficult task as Kakarot finds an overextending Tuge. 3v1. Kakarot might just have to take all the weapons he can. But no, he gets another freebie in Kelly. Yes, oh my goodness. RRQ, I don't think they should go for all these 1v1s here.
At least they know
Kakarot's
the
staying.
info. At least they know
At
the
least.
info. That's what's
true.
important here. Now that they know that the last remaining player is on Heaven, obviously they wouldn't pick it out any longer. These are pros, and the Kakarot, he wasn't expecting that. He wasn't expecting that the Omen actually TP'd out already and set up a crossfire as well. So 3-1 is the score, as RRQ still on the lead here. But it seems like this time around, Raf, Kakarot is up online. He's back to his old agent. He's back to what he's comfortable at, and he's shining.
He is shining through that metallic case. We've talked about how Naos have had such a fantastic base. Their system of trades was really very impressive, and we talked about them expanding their range of comps. But this comp specifically hasn't really bore fruit yet. They nearly got that round back, but nearly is not where you should want to be, and especially in the state of the standings. RQ, they're very happy to punish such a specialized lineup. They really want to go through with this. It's designed to just contact all day. But on the defense, they need to be a little more aggressive. So far, that hasn't been what they've been doing.
Kevs, just firing some shots, making sure the presence is known, that there is someone on tower that they have to be careful of. Nexi, on the other hand, this can be deadly, as one of the players of Naos is already waiting on B main, and if they hop out, this can be deadly for the both of them. Let's see what they can do, especially Rendezvous is actually set up as well, so this can be just a pick-off and then just run away, exactly like that. And he still was able to get a dink, I think, on Draxi.
Indeed it does. The Stars, they try to align for now, at least for RRQ on this attacking side. 30 seconds, commitment has to be made and a fight has to break out. But this brawl has all the haymakers going in the face of RRQ. Naos, like I said, they do succeed in that contact play. RQ got a little too patient and a little too impatient at the same time.
Patience is a virtue, is what we call it, and the rest of the team here in VCT already is knowing that. And this is such a good round for Naos, especially for Zay, to actually position himself here on B main, knowing and comfortably that is such a wide angle peak. So they wouldn't be expecting that. They would expect he would be playing close counters on the door. But remember, he has his rendezvous ready to be picked up or immediately be set off, so he can go back into another position. Now, he chooses A side. So he will be waiting here on A as the players of Naos Esports prepare again for their defense. Oh, that's a double concuss. It all connects.
It all connects, but the follow-up, it's not there. Maybe it's just to deter the default, like you said. But they reel back. They want to play this as patiently as they can. However, that's already one bolt left away. Kakarot thinking about expending that fragment. And very lightly armored opponents, if not naked in the sense of protection, they're probably going to get melted very, very quickly. But look at this. The ropes position, it's been exposed. They try to crawl. Nexi tries to play the info gather, but there's still one more trap here. It's pivotal.
That's gonna hurt, man. They're gonna know the info that there is someone here on vents. Knowing that they are already hopping out, RRQ's position has been given away. Kev's already taking on the action as Zay repositioning himself using the rendezvous. Kev's again with a kill. 8 HP remains. He still has the Rolling Thunder. Not gonna be able to use that any at all. Was blurred. Just killing the last two remaining players. Not difficult to actually try to change up your spray pattern there because they're just beside each other.
And Blurred is a little too gifted to flub that type of spray. Now, it's an even game, and RQ reconsidering what they can do to alleviate this defense. They get 6 rounds, that's already a very good half for them. I feel like they haven't really, how would I put this? I wouldn't necessarily say abuse, but pressure with lurking potential. Because they do have that Cypher. And Nexi is playing a little more passive these days. Very, very similar, if not the same mid default, is the name of the game for them again.
Trying to find info or anything at all that will help them out for the rest of the rounds here. Or for the rest of the time remaining in this specific round. But Kevs, he's already ready to actually pull out the aftershocks or even the concuss. It's not yet up online, so it may be the aftershock or the blind here. But on the other hand, Rabbit, it seems like that wall bang made a little bit of a damage towards Kakarot. 72 HP remains, but that gave away his position completely.
That it did. And the exact same play is coming through, this time with enhanced weaponry. A lot more bravados. Kakarot is going to fall. Not before. Those pulses are going to deny any of the utility, so if anybody falls, as this window still hasn't been closed, it'll be dangerous. But RRQ, they have firm command, they have firm grip on this site, a vice grip, so to speak. Kelly S denies Kakarot of having a second life. And now RRQ, they put Naos once again on the ropes. Kevs does have a rolling thunder if they choose to go for a hero play, but with this operator in the hands of Z, it's very unlikely.
Still a 5v2 situation, and like he said, they have the operator. They might just be opting for a save instead. They want to save that up and give this round to RRQ instead. Still a full man stack here, and this will just end up with them rather saving. This time around, Kakarot is performing with the team, and the addition of Zay here on Naos Esports as well, changing up the playstyle, is definitely there, knowing that Zay is also very much capable of the duelist position, and now he's picked up the chamber.
That he does. And I feel like the universe is somewhat teasing me. I keep saying that, man, the operator on split, it's really not the greatest thing. It's a big gamble, but we know these are pros. They are absolute monsters, but a miss is a miss and a hit is a hit. RQ, they take command of the lead again. Not sure who this pause is for. Maybe it's for Naos. RQ look to once again build a bit of momentum for themselves moving forward. Any given moment where the attacking side has a lead over the defense, they're already having a good split map.
Yeah, because it's very, very difficult to actually make entry happen, and especially on the attacker, knowing that obviously in a split map like this, so much easy rotations that is doable. If mid is open, you can take it. If you can take all the flanks that you want as well. That's probably why they also picked up some Nexi, picking up the Cypher instead of any other agent that they can use, or even like a Killjoy. Typically, a Killjoy is present in this kind of map, but not for these two teams.
Indeed it is. Is Ray casting this? Are we gonna get an overtime? I don't know.
Yeah,
Ray, don't do it.
Yeah, she's casting with Aserai right now, guys, if you're wondering. So, Aserai speaking Tagalog nowadays.
Yep. You know what? Let's just leave it at that. Aserai is speaking Tagalog, among other things, as RQ, they somewhat position themselves towards A. Very likely this blurred neon might push out, but it's not the case. Kelly S will eat that rather no, he won't. He'll dodge that relay bolt. We'll still have the showstopper, and it is gonna pepper away at Z. Z, he's fallen back. He still has his headhunter and his operator in hand, but once the close angle gets eliminated for him, he has to concede. He has to play from screens, and that's already being occupied by Kakarot. So far, no commitment has been made and no over-rotation on the side of Naos. There's still a minute, but there's still quite a bit of presence towards the map that they have to make. But they're really not moving a bunch, if not at all.
Using up the knives as well, just the utilities to actually pick up any info where the rest of the players of RRQ might be. But it seems like it's gonna be a rotation coming in from RRQ. Instead of hitting A, they might hit mid and decide from there where to go. It seems like it is gonna be a B take. There is a trademark that can slow them down aside from this slow orb, and this is an immediate reaction. They're now rotating all the way to A side. Zay waiting patiently in the corner, but that TP from the rendezvous, he's quite open. A mistake, as I would say. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike. They have to press W if they want to plant this. Kalia securing that kill. Kakarot to get the trade-off, and Blur secures another one as Naos Esports completely right now demolishing the players of RRQ. 1v1 situation. It's now up to Kakarot. They were able to plant the spike. I don't know why and how that happened, but they were able to do it.
Such a confusing exchange here. Kakarot still has that 0 point available to him. Although I think he already knows how close Kelly S is. No, it did.
Okay.
Barely. He thinks it's a screenplay. Oh my god.
No!
I thought he was gonna get knifed, but Kelly still secures that W for RRQ. Very, very cheeky off angle. That wall just added too many layers to the fight. And I have to say, Taylor, that scramble, that initial scramble made no sense whatsoever. But that's the chaos that we see on all these site takes. A 2-round lead on RRQ. They're thriving in it. They're thriving in the Discord.
My god, the decision of hitting A and being just suppressed and also getting the knives of the KO, they decided to take mid to B, and instead they faced off the slow orb coming in from the Sage, and then they decided to go and hit A. Such decision making coming in from the teams that we have here, but you have to decide fast during that point. Remember, they only had like around 15 seconds to actually run and plant the spike, and they were still able to do it with that amount of pressure on the team. And moving forward, Jalicious spots one. He gets the kill. Just a quick tap to the head, trying for another. And this is now the ultimate of Blurred being used up. The wall comes up as well, trying to reposition himself. Just a one, and then a quick turn out of events, and just a quick refresh or reset when it comes to his utilities and also his positioning.
Overdrive finding a little bit of value there, giving them an extra weapon to clean up, and that's exactly what that ultimate is for. But Heaven is completely vacant, and an Omen teleport from the shadows completely cancelled. Rabbit gets blinded by the lights, and he will use a barrier orb to just cut off rotations, potentially isolate these two defenders here. Kakarot only has a Sheriff. Now he knows where one is. He finds the other. Kev's still stuck in screens, has no choice. Look how far Blurred is from all of this.
Was that a flash connecting to Kakarot or Jalicious coming from Kevs?
It was. It really was.
I think it was. It was a flash from a teammate. Fortunately, my god. Unfortunately, Kakarot received the damage while Rabbit is just pushing towards the side. Now, the plant is here. Full snipe position. Up and online. Double peek from elbow right here. But the quick rendezvous returning to the position. 2v1 situation as to get. They need to shut him down if they want to defuse the spike, and that they did.
Now they finally take another round despite a slight mishap there. But they do survive. I feel like there's just so many experimental qualities of their comps that maybe it's kind of falling into the territory of unreliable because the results have been so mixed. It's been falling into the scramble territory, which is so far off from what we know Naos as a hyper-organized team that plays in such a systematic way. It's not the case, despite them winning the round. RQ still have the lead. Naos, they have to rally and they have to muster the strength to come back. This is the time to capitalize.
They badly need this. I just saw the flash again. Do you think it is from the Omen or was it from Kevs, really? Because the color of the flash is not yellow.
Was
the
it
face
not?
should be yellow, right? It is.
Yeah,
it was dark. Maybe it was from the Omen, the paranoia connecting.
Potentially. Either way, we cannot cry over spilled milk or a paranoia that flies into your face.
It wouldn't return the round.
True, absolutely. Again, the move forward attitude. Bless you, Taylor. Bless you. You're the best. As now they still try to reclaim that title, but RRQ, they're really making them struggle so badly right now.
5-4 is the score. Still very tight when it comes to the two teams. Still holding down the fort on the defense here is Naos. They have to make sure they get lots of rounds coming in here as the defensive team, knowing that it can be quite difficult on the attacker side later on along the way. But it seems like RRQ setting up for a take already, and that is already the pick off that they got. That is a going down. Blurred next up in line as Kakarot is still here in the corner. He's still waiting for someone to hop out from vents, but this is already the players of RRQ clearly on site, and just a quick rotation from Draxi. They didn't even check, and he was already on ramps.
And RRQ, they've stormed the site. They have everything they need to hold down this crossfire. Meanwhile, Jalicious is still very suspicious of Kelly S. And at least they secure an exit route. Kevzimov still trying his best to find any stragglers. But no dice. They exit now. Kuge Turns around. Does he win the duel? He even dinks him. Oh my goodness.
Everyone's
They all get tagged
concussed.
up.
Yeah, they're all tagged up, but what else can they do? It's not like the players of Naos Esports here will just push in on the site knowing that it will detonate anyway. And I got a confirmation. I actually watched the replay. It was an Omen flash.
I see.
Yeah, you know us. We're seeing everything here, and we have to look at the mini map. There's just so many jobs to do to cover everything that's happening in the entire game. But that was an Omen flash coming in from Draxi. That means that was a good flash.
Keen Eye by our very own Eliza Taylor, ladies and gents. And honestly, it might seem like we're so incredibly critical of Naos, but that's because that they're almost perfect in the previous stage that it's so sad to see them in a state like this where it's a loss of identity really. Is it an evolution point? Potentially. They do have quite a bit of ults. Jem might have played the spoiler here. Oh my goodness, that cam did not detect him at all. If they decide to push that, if they decide to go for a delay push, that's going to prove to be so problematic. Nexi has a false sense of security here. As RQ, they're looking, or at least they're poised to take yet another round. Look how low Z is.
Oh no, another one bites the dust, and that is delicious. Zay is already low on HP here, and the remaining players of Naos, they have to have a good positioning when it comes to the defense, or else they're just gonna get tagged up. If you can see, each and every time of the rounds that we are looking at, it seems like they are trying to stop the players of RRQ on just taking the side instead of trying to wait the rotations of the other team players as well. Neural Def being pulled up here by Nexi. This will reveal where the last two remaining players are, and Kakarot with low HP hopping out, seeing that is Kelly S securing the kill, and this is the final game that Blur right now is looking after. That's so much final, man.
I know. You're very excited as the final member.
I can't find the words. I was like, final, yeah, final round for him for this one. But it's still not yet over. There's still more rounds to go. And 6-4 is the score. It can be 7-4 already as soon as the spike detonates.
And we have our lonesome Neon here. Again, theoretically, this comp could work, but theory and practice are two completely different things.
The save didn't even work out in the end.
Did he even get the credit penalty because he stayed alive post-timer?
I think so.
But like we said,
he has money. He has 4-1, if I'm not mistaken.
There's a lot of theory crafting. I see a lot of theory crafting with this comp. Again, it's designed to succeed in hyper-aggressive contact, but we just have not seen any of that, or at least enough of it. And this comp on RRQ is just doing the job. It's very basic. Honestly, it's very basic, but it's fundamentally sound. Sometimes that's all you need. Now Z going for the aggression.
What is all with the aggressiveness from both sides of the teams? Naos is already swarming on their spawn. And everyone is on A. Is a complete switch up here, Raf.
It really is a complete mix-up and a switch-up. Gamble that they had to take. Kind of paying off. They do have A. They do pay off, as I mentioned. Getting a little fumbled here because there's so many rotations that we have to take into account. It does look like it's going to be a pinch from Rotator and Heaven. Traxi and the rest of the boys, though, they've positioned themselves in such a wonderful CT hold, a screens hold. They're never going to expect this. They do find the trade, but the guns, the weapon advantage is just a little too strong. Blurred finds Kelly S, but look at that, RRQ! The trades, they're coming in so quickly.
It's quite messy. Everyone just want to be aggressive and trying to find each other, using up the utilities that they have, and then going back a little bit more, and then pushing again. And in this specific round, it was just RRQ having that firepower advantage as well, making it impossible for Naos to react quickly as they can in a usual setting when they have Vandals. And this just completely disseminated all the players here of Naos Esports. And now into a halftime, 8-4 is not a bad score.
It's not a bad score at all. It's still very doable. RQ, they have a slight advantage, but now since They're on the defending side though. That's
Maybe
the
the
difficult
strength
part.
is in the attackers. I don't know, man. You never know. Even if you see a map and say like it is defender sided, it's like looking at Icebox. You would think that it's quite difficult to make entries happen, etc., etc., or rather defending the site is very much hard. But you see some teams flourish when they are on the attackers and pays off when it comes to aggressiveness. A big example of that is AEP.
That is true. That is absolutely true. And although I'm inclined to agree with you, the formula to take down this comp has already been seen. When they played SB, if people were voting that, again, there's two sides of it. How do we play against SB and how did they stop this very comp on the side of Naos? But I love the optimism. It's just maybe, I think a lot of the fans, including myself, missed the Kakarot interview. Again, those were golden moments. Those were
Yeah,
treasured
those were
moments.
nice moments. It's always fun to interview Kakarot after every game. But the thing is, they haven't gotten that interview buff yet because they haven't had any matches to win yet. So we're looking forward for that now as Esports. It seems like we still have to go to Game 3 before Naos actually makes a comeback in this series anyway.
Oh boy. Oh boy indeed. Comeback, potentially. Hopeful? Maybe. But this is also the part where they cannot crumble under pressure. We talked about how Naos didn't necessarily have to dig themselves out of a hole. But this is where we see how deep they're willing to dig and how strong their mental fortitude is. As you can see, RRQ, they've already receded into the site, into deep heaven. They're waiting for that explode. They've almost given up ropes completely, but they still have a safe avenue to exit, considering everything else has been blocked off.
Very strong hold coming in from RRQ. No signs of desperation to be aggressive here at all. They really want to wait this out as the concuss coming in from the breach hops and of course the blurred will also hop out. He tries to go here on Vince. There's no trap set up by a Cypher here since it's just the start of the round, but it seems like there might be a problem. There's a slow orb coming out, might delay all the executions that they are planning right at this moment. Jalicious already setting up with the stars, and this is already the entry coming in from the side of Naos Esports. Kakarot securing 1 kill, Kellyes to secure 2, and Nexi to kill 1 more. 2v1 situation, it's all in the hands of Zay, but he accepted defeat while this Paintials arrived at him and just accepted it basically.
Oh, once again, they're bleeding. They're bleeding very badly. They have to stop this,
So
otherwise
difficult.
it's just gonna continue. It's gonna be a snowball effect. They have to once again go back to the drawing board.
Last player standing.
RRQ, they're looking so mighty impressive. It's just, well, again, honestly, it's no shock that they're succeeding on Split. They're really, really good on
It's
Split.
their
I feel
map
like
pick.
yeah, we've established this many times throughout this week and last. So
It is their map pick. They're strong in this specific map as well. That means Naos needs to step on the gas pedal, and that is exactly what they're doing right now. Kelly Esdo, despite being concussed, he still managed to get the kill on Blurred. He even got the kill on Zay. And this is now a 4v2 situation. Down the drain is here, Jalicious and Kakarot, but to get shut down, a quick shutdown from him, this will leave Jalicious, the only man remaining, only with a Sheriff. Not being able to get that shot in or get a tag, he dies off, and RRQ secures yet another round, a double-digit score right now, Raf.
not much was left to the imagination as RRQ, they smelled blood in the water, they saw limited weaponry, and they decided to really run up the arms race. I love the fact that, honestly, RRQ, they've been very patient. Not a lot of the times they've been overextending on the defense. They know how to play their cards right. They've been supporting each other very, very well. And whatever mid-round calls they've been making, it's almost perfect. They've been holding on to this defensive line. Even though it's only been a few rounds, you can already see the discipline. But Kelly, yes, they changed the tempo. And Z, if he wants to rendezvous out, he has to do it now. Kevz is here on the support. He gets a freebie on Kelly, yes.
Perfect.
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect.
The perfect rendezvous. This is what Z is capable of doing, and he has been doing it for quite a long time in the rounds. And this is already the double kill from Tuge Kakarot to secure the trade-off, but it already damaged the rest of the team with 2 players as the casualties. This will eliminate their duelist and also Zay.
Still, a crawl once again, and a bit of a lurk towards mid, but a crossfire has been set by RRQ. 3 men strong, but the weapons really not in their favor. Potentially could be outgunned. Heaven and ropes is really their last hope of getting any info whatsoever. The traps are still very much present towards B. But it looks like Naos might walk into this. Draxi, he sees the first contact. Kevs have fallen, and they swarm! But Kevs, he finds one! Not before he falls. 2v2 now. Suddenly it's equal territory. 2 Vandals in the hands of RRQ. Go for yet another presence towards Heaven. They know that front side is super, super clear. None of the traps have been broken. And Jalicious, he has to be patient here. He is the X factor of this round. Cage comes out, Kakarot gets discovered.
This can be a problem with the rotations coming in from Jalicious if ever, Raf. If you want to go on the other side, he has to destroy the traps. Jalicious already getting killed off, and Draxi to finish things off, and Nexi, together with Nexi rather. And still, Raf, I feel like if they have destroyed the traps of the Cypher here on site, it would have been a little bit of a different story. It wouldn't give the comfortability of confidence of the rest of the players here on the side of Naos to actually move around freely. Like Jalicious, he was supposed to roam around, but instead he was stuck there because he will give out his position once he destroys the trap that the Cypher has right there.
I'm not entirely sure if they managed to even get a peek of that when they went into the site. Like you mentioned, that could have been... Yeah, that could have been a good anti-retake setup for them, just to have a little bit more doubt planted in the mind of RRQ. But Rabbit, look at this confident swing. He's going to get hit by the relay bolt. He's going to slow himself down. But it doesn't matter. Still, it works out for him. As everybody else on Naos, they reel back. They backpedal. They only have sheriffs. But we've seen so much damage come from these things all day long. It wouldn't be no surprise to me that they steal a round away from RRQ.
What is important here right now for Naos is to capitalize on the sheriffs that they have at least. That's the least that they can do. Kelly is already swarming. Press W. That is Rabbit securing the 3 kills here on this round and securing the match point for the rest of the team. They just pressed W and just went out.
Oh boy. Oh boy. This is a lot of VOD to review.
Very one-sided. Yeah, a lot of VODs to review and take and reflect on for the side of Naos Esports, because this isn't how it's supposed to happen, man.
It is what it is, as Stage 2 has been topsy-turvy. RRQ, we cannot stress enough that this team has looked almost unstoppable on this map. And they're making a very great case of doing that. They've faced all styles. They've faced fast. They've faced the very methodical approach. Yes, but none of them have necessarily hard conquered. All of those victories that they did manage, or at least other teams managed over RRQ, were very Pyrrhic. They go for a timeout.
Also, I feel like while we are in a timeout here, the good side here right now for RRQ, aside from being in a comfortable position where they have the cushion to make mistakes, or if ever they don't get rounds, they still have that chance, is that they can change up the pacing quite confidently as well. A while ago, it was almost as if it is going to be a close match, but now they just left Naos down the dust. And they're just here, stuck in the fourth round still that they were able to get against RRQ. And because of the changing of the pacing on how RRQ plays, this can be a surprise for Naos Esports. That is a team that is trying to come back in this situation.
They're going to try their best. They're going to try their damnest. With RRQ, they see it. I can see their mouths foam. The eyes run red, but blurred! He explodes! And suddenly he gets popped by Dugan. Such an impressive entry. RRQ, they hold strong. Rabbit tries to go for the more aggressive play. Even tries to deny the plan. He finds a Kakarot. He finds Kevs!
Interesting, because Rabbit was already firing that shot a while ago. Zay, on the other hand, catches him off guard, and this is thing. RRQ securing again this defuse, which will result into a win, and finally the match is over. Now Esports, they tried their best here, but I guess it's not good enough right now, Raf.
The fate of Naos is not in their hands anymore. It's pivoting on how the other teams perform. They needed to win that, and potentially they're out of the playoff race. Oh
yeah,
no.
That is a problem. That is such a huge problem for Naos Esports as of this moment, as they are still, if I'm not mistaken, in the leaderboards right now, they are at 0-5, if I'm not mistaken. So that was game number 2, and I just wanted to hop in on what I was saying a while ago, Raph, that Rabbit was already shooting his shot above heaven. He was underneath a smoke, and he was using a Vandal. That is why I'm asking, how did Kakarot not pre-fire that angle a little bit even? Because during the time that Rabbit hopped out of heaven, it feels like Kakarot was surprised.
Oh yeah, and again, in a scramble like that, there's just so much information overflowing your mind, and basically it could have been a sensory overload. The pressure of playing so far back maybe could have gotten to Naos, as oh man, that was a very good showing by RRQ, a very dominant one, but exposing the growth pains that Naos currently experiencing. We're still hopeful that they'll bounce back in one shape or in any form, really. But that was it. That was the final nail in the coffin for their playoff dreams, or at least for now.
Yeah, at least for now. And this current moment and this current time that we have here in the VCT stage, they've proven that they're quite a strong team on the other stages that we've seen. But this time around, it seems like other teams got up to their level quite fast, quite quickly, and just left them alone as a team on the bottom 8. And just a quick run-up on our team stats right here. Kelly S was definitely popping off for this game. He got a total of 19 kills, 300 combat score, and 1.8 KDA. But one of the factors to consider here as well, Raph, is how good Rabbit performed in this specific matchup.
Oh yeah, that was very carnivorous of Rabbit. We saw him take so many forward angles that his timing was godly. RRQ, they're looking in the up and up, still in the contention for being one of the best teams here. The stage is not over, but like I said, Now's fate largely depends on how the other teams perform now, if my math is not mistaken.
13-4, very much one-sided indeed on the hands of RRQ. Just a quick game highlights here. From the previous match that we've seen in Naos during map number 1 in Haven, which by the way, they picked. They looked a little bit sloppy, not like a polished team going here in the VCT Stage. It honestly felt like it was a new team coming in here and just showing what they're capable of. But here on the second map, they have more form. And they have more of a stronghold of a team compared to what we saw in map number 1, especially with the addition of Zay in the team. He was able to capitalize on the chamber with a one-shot kill and then rendezvous out over and over again. He did that, but I guess it still wasn't enough.
It's normal for teams to have slumps and teams to have highs and lows, but this is so drastic, as we've mentioned many times, as we've highlighted, and it seems that Naos were not playing to the strengths that they were known for. Maybe, just maybe, again, it's the growing pains. It could be a massive growth spurt soon. Maybe not right now.
Yeah, maybe not right now, but it will happen anytime soon. Anyway, congratulations again to RRQ for taking that 2-0, a clean 2-0 win against Naos Esports, potentially eliminating them here in the VCT stage right at this moment on. But other than that, I also want to give bigger shout outs to Naos Esports. You guys, we can get back to this, step on the gas yet again, and come back stronger for the rest of the games that you guys have. But without further ado, let's just quickly turn back to the time that we had here in a clean 2-0 fashion. For you, Raph, what do you think here is the person or the player that really shined through?
Honestly, in that last map, I feel like Rabbit was, we mentioned he was the map MVP, I believe. But yeah, because of his aggressive play and his ability to mix up where he would post, where he would really throw it all together for his team is a testament to how successful they can be. But my biggest question still remains for RRQ as a whole. Can they keep up this consistency in other maps? Because that has been their biggest culprit and their biggest what if for them to succeed.
Definitely true. Right now, guys, we are just gonna go in ahead, or rather go into a very short break. When we come back, it is gonna be the panel, of course, bringing you the interview of our probably the MVP or one of the players here from the winning side, which is RRQ. This is finally it for us here in the Caster's Desk. My name is Taylor. With me is Rap. See you guys again soon. Right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Don't go away. VCTPH will be right back.
But don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. Flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Where's the Benji? Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of who you gon' be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back.
Welcome back to VCTPH. We just saw RRQ claim a victory in the second series of the day. And that is a 2-0 for RRQ against Naos. Now, Fluffy, it seems like RRQ is gaining confidence as the stage progresses. And, you know, we did bring up like that RRQ, of course, won against Southfield Esports. And now they claim victory against Naos Esports. And it seems like RRQ is the bane of what was once the stage 1 meta.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, you know, I was hoping that the Avengers assemble today, and it looks like it is not the end of the world for this team. We see that their first map on Haven, 13-9, pretty close on the rounds, but if you look at the actual gameplay, it was pretty clean rounds by the team. And of course, moving on to Split, as we see here on the series highlights, they had a very dominating performance. I was kind of worried about how they would handle Split, being that it was their map pick, meaning that they gave the defensive side to Naos Esports, but clearly they came prepared, bursting out the gates and securing a 13-4 victory.
Absolutely. It may have been the Avengers assembling here for RRQ, but it was the snap that actually got Naos Esports here. Unfortunately, with a 0-5 scoreline, I don't think it's possible for them to still get into the playoffs. Even with, you know, everybody still kind of having matches to go, I do think that's going to be Naos' end of, well, it won't be the end of their groups. They'll still be competing in the group stages, but definitely the end of their playoffs dreams there.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
And actually, G10, on the side, on that side, on the side of Naos, yeah, let's not mince words. Standing-wise, this does not look good at all. But we know what this team is, you know, capable of.
Yes.
Why can't it seem to translate to a win for these guys?
That's a very good question. It just looks like Naos is not prepared for the new meta that has come about in Valorant. They just haven't had the best of games ever since that did come out. Stage 2 has been a little bit rough. Well, that is an understatement. It's been very, very rough for them, but it hasn't been rough for this man on our screen right now.
300 ACS right there. That's amazing. Yes. Kelly S is our MVP. He's saying hi to us, by the way, backstage. Hey, Kelly S. It's very distracting. We have a very dynamic screen over here when you can see backstage, but you guys will find out a little later on. But yes, indeed, Kelly S, our MVP. And you know, I think it was right. We were actually chatting a little bit with RRQ behind the scenes, and they were saying how they kind of like they do things like on the fly a little bit more instinctively, which I find really interesting, Fluffy, because it's like we were saying, like, how do you read a book when there's not even a book to base anything on?
Right, and I think this is a very deserved MVP as well, being that Kelly S was such an impactful player this entire series, topping both maps and securing the win for RRQ.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and Kalia saying his thanks over here. Actually, you know what? Let's bring him on over to the panel. Let's bring him on over to your screens right now for a really, really quick interview so that you guys can find out what is going on over here on your screens. Hello to Kalias and the rest of RRQ. Welcome, welcome. So I actually... we were chatting a little bit behind the scenes, but I actually want you guys to share with the audience what we were discussing a while ago. G10 asked you guys if you were worried at all with facing Naos.
For me, I'm not worried at all because if we base it on the papers, we are the better player and better team, and their style is like based on the book, and so it's easy to read their play and their game plan. So that's why we're confident on going this series.
And kind of related to that, then speaking of which, as you get some glasses on there, as provided by Rabbit, we actually put Rabbit on the spotlight as an IGL a little while ago. Can you describe his style of IGLing? And be careful what you say because he's right behind you.
Yeah. For me, Rabbit's style of IGL is mostly impromptu, and we love that style because it's hard for the enemy. It's hard for them to read us because we're not playing by the book. So we're playing like on the fly.
Are you saying good things because Rabbit's right behind you?
But treat me Jollibee. Yeah.
oh wow, okay. Oh, so that's what happens at the RRQ bootcamp. But of course, there is still a lot of pressure on you guys to perform perfectly, especially now, and win every game for you guys here on out. So how are you reacting to that pressure?
We talk as a team and we talk about our goals, our main goals. Like we prepared this tournament like for almost 3 months and we sacrificed a lot. So we think about everything what we did so we can reset mentally and do our best on our last 3 games this week.
Well, regardless of the outcome, I think it's always a good time over there on the RRQ bootcamp, as we can see with what's happening over there all over Kalias' side. And look at that. You guys are too adorable, so wholesome indeed. Do you have any shoutouts that you'd like to give, maybe to all of the supporters of RRQ who are watching right now?
Shoutout sa fans namin, sa mga family namin, sa mga real ones dyan, especially sa girlfriend ko. Thank you sa pag-support, and thank you din sa sponsors namin, especially kay Boss Nano, Boss AP, Boss Ricky. Viva RRQ!
Viva RRQ indeed. Thank you so much, Kalias, and the rest of RRQ, who of course made their presence felt. Good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Those guys are way too fun. I'm like looking everywhere on the screen because there's so much
I
things
love these
happening.
interviews.
Yeah, but G10, I thought it's so interesting that there's a new identity being formed here, and nothing by the book, no technique. Well, yeah, of course there's still some technique needed, but it's more of like RRQ is acting a little bit more instinctively this time.
So what it feels like RQ is doing, or the way that Kalias is describing it, is they do go around without a solid plan or concepts of what they want to execute or what is possible for them. They, in the middle of the round, they see what is possible with the information that they have, and then they concoct a plan around that. Rabbit does it on the fly, which is quite a counter. And as you said, as Kalias said in that interview, he did notice that Naos was a little bit too by the book, and it could be that Naos' book has been read a little bit too much by every team here at VCT, giving them that 0-5 scoreline so far.
Right, and to add to what G10 mentioned, I also agree that being too by the book can also be a downside. It's great to have good fundamentals, like as we see from RRQ, who has it as well, but that adaptability to be so free-flowing is also very, very valid and very important for a team to just react to a situation and execute it properly, because I feel like those are the types of instincts that you build up just simply by playing ranked with your team and more going into pro play. But also on the side of Naos Esports, unfortunately for them, this will be their 5th loss of the series, which kind of spoils their dreams of the playoffs, but they still have a lot of more games to play this week, and I'm sure that it's a lot more opportunity for them to refine what they're doing right now. They still have a bunch of chances, especially since it's essentially non-consequential for what they do, to try a bunch of new things and maybe reevaluate how they play as a team. Especially, it's still a platform to play against a bunch of the top teams in the PH. So there's a lot of value of them still being in the group stages.
Of course, and hone in on those instincts as well. Instincts I wish I had. But we can close the chapter on that book and head on over into our third series of the day right after this quick break. But when we return, it's Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming.
I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth.
Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man?
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine.
Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
We are down to the final match of the day. It is going to be Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming. There was something that flew in front of me. I'm sorry. I don't know. Something attacked me over here. But Bren, it's okay. It's nothing to worry about. It's like I would freak out if something else. But yeah, Bren versus Oasis. This is a bit of a flashback to Stage 1. It's a little interesting, Fluffy, because Oasis has actually consistently won against Bren with a 2-0.
Right, but I think this time around, Bren has shown a lot of potential, not only in the potential that people think they always have had, but also in their potential to win it out, coming off strong off the gates, unfortunately faltering in their last match. But it still doesn't stop the fact that a lot of people have seen that this team has grown from what they were, and they are a big threat now, especially in a series like this. As much as I am Oasis at heart, the two teams line up almost exactly for me, very neck and neck teams, and both teams, I feel like either way, this is going to go 2-1 and going to stretch out because they're very equal in their skill and their tactics. They have similar everything, essentially.
Yeah, and currently a similar scoreline also, G10. It's right now it seems to be like kind of like a mirror match of people.
I was literally about to say that. That was what I was about to say, is that they also have the same scoreline. Great minds, what they say about those. And also, the main difference here, I think, is that Bren is a little bit more ambitious. With their comps, they're a little bit more willing to take a little bit of a risk than Oasis. Sorry, Flops, I know you want your boys to be, hyped up here, but I gotta say that there is that slight bit of a difference where Oasis, they are a very by the books team, very disciplined, and I think they have you to thank for that. But when it does come to the ambition that you need, that did show up in their game yesterday. Bren did have quite a lot of ambition, but it was a little bit too much, if you know what I mean. So they did get taken out by Team Secret. But today, I think they could show that very, very well against Oasis.
Right, and to add on to what you mentioned, I feel like I might have to go the opposite way there. I think that Oasis Gaming also has that kind of ambitious play style where they, for lack of a better term, overextend at times. And now, especially with the new analyst, Wacky the Gamer, is really honed into that more disciplined UDA-style play style, which has favored them. But unfortunately for them, they're coming off that loss from AEP yesterday. So moving on to this series, I'm sure that the boys are super fired up to win this game.
Well, before we proceed to our favorite moment, which is, of course, putting Fluffy on the spot with Oasis Gaming, because we know how he absolutely glows when this happens, we're going to take a closer look, meantime, at their opponents, Bren Esports. The star students of VCT, fittingly so, haven't gotten their fame from the university scene. Today, G10, they face the ghosts from Stage 1 past, however, in Oasis Gaming. I know you guys have some, insider information. We were sharing it behind the scenes. So how confident are we that the story has changed?
That is a very good question. I don't think that the story for Bren Esports has changed necessarily. It just depends on what stage in the story you're telling. Because right now, they haven't had, the best of the best, but they haven't had the worst performance. They're solidly in the middle. But I think against a team like Oasis, this is a part of the story where they face off against their bitter rival before the training arc for the final boss. So this is going to be quite a back and forth match. Bren Esports has been a very, very solid team, as you said, from the collegiate scene here. But Oasis is, they have a little bit of pre-collegiate talent even. So there is a little bit of prodigy buff that they may have.
Yeah. It's kind of like our very own Forsaken, as Black and Blue did mention.
Right.
But yeah, what is also unique about Bren Esports is that, like, whereas I feel like other teams have like mountains to climb here at Stage 2, I feel like Bren is kind of like they have no problem climbing the mountain. It's just that they get so ahead of themselves that they end up falling somewhere. It's the overconfidence, Fluffy, that sometimes can be Bren's downfall.
Right. I feel like that also speaks into Oasis's game plan as well, which I'm sure we'll see coming up soon. And it's a very ambitious team as well, Oasis Gaming. They have a lot of heavy hitters, but more importantly, the hits need to hit today for them to actually triumph over Bren Esports.
Yeah, well, they will be up against Oasis Gaming, their old nemesis from Stage 1. So let's take a closer look at this team. Another team in the middle of the standings, another team that needs this push, needs this win, a mainstay of the VCT scene and always a strong contender. But Fluffy, will Stage 2 finally be that big moment for Oasis Gaming? I know you have a lot to say on this matter.
Well, I hope so for Oasis fans and myself out there, but like you said, time and time again, Oasis, a veteran of the scene as well. Multiple of them VCT winners in their own right. They have players like Marky and Wild Oreo, explosive to the end of the round. They have staples like Ripper and Coco holding out the fort and allowing them to move. And of course, the linchpin of the team, they have Envy playing that flex role sometimes, mostly on the initiator role, giving the team a lot of space and a very high impact player himself.
Yeah, for sure. And as we mentioned a while ago, Envy is definitely one of the playmakers that we have for Oasis Gaming. But I think like one of the big questions that we have G10, of course, is that they have beat Bren previously in Stage 1. They have gotten the 2-0, no problem. But I think like as we've seen with the previous series, it seems as though the Stage 1 meta is being rewritten. And as RQ mentioned, we are throwing the books out the door. So that's the big question.
Exactly.
I'm wondering if this is going to follow the same trend.
So I think there are two schools of thought here. One school of thought is, we see Bren and Oasis go old school Valorant and, try to beat each other up in the same way that they've been doing for a while. That Stage 1 meta that they've been doing. But these days, it is a lot more popular, at least in Stage 2, to go for something a little bit weird, a little bit crazy, a little bit like a fade hit, and try to see how far that gets you. That's how, we were in South Build, lost the first game, we got faded on Haven by AE Pro, and then after that, once the fade was down, SBE was pretty good. So that could be back. Another thing that we got to think about here, make it Fluffy, I think, is the mental aspect, because both of these teams are coming off of a loss from yesterday. Unfortunate, but I want to see who has had the better mental reset, who's had a little bit more time to reset, meditate, think about what they did wrong, and really identify their weaknesses, because I think that's going to be a very key factor as to who's going to be able to take the win here, who actually was able to learn from what they did wrong yesterday.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 right there. We have both of these teams very similar in, I'd say, power level, play style, even strengths in certain maps and stuff. But there is a big mental aspect that both teams have had trouble overcoming in the past. So hopefully moving on from both of their teams' losses, going into this as a fresh new game, that's great. But also to back up G10's point about the whole fade thing, or maybe trying something new, which I am a big fan of innovation. Maybe a little inside information, or not really, but from the old coaching days, I had a little chat with the coach of Bren Esports, and he was saying that to be ready for some surprises coming into this week, because I think Bren has evolved a lot, and even on the side of Oasis Gaming, some of the players reached out just for like, not advice, but like what I noticed, to help out. So I feel like there are big potential changes coming into this game. This might not be the two teams and the two lineups that both teams will expect. There could be something grander coming in this series.
What does Fluffy know? I am so interested. That was such a tease, my guy. But going into our head-to-head, I love that you guys brought up unpredictability, because these two are definitely unpredictable, especially since, you know, these guys are the next generation of esports stars, and they are up and coming. Definitely performing here. We have Savvy and we have Envy. G10, we were talking about how these guys, you know, these are the guys that will be carrying the torch.
Absolutely. Savvy AK, we already have seen him in collegiate scene and at Arena, is kind of the collegiate Valorant GOAT, if many people are to be believed. But Envy, on the other hand, is not even in college. He can't even qualify for APAC Arena, and yet he's already here in VCT. The torch bearers of the next generation are indeed here, and that torch is being lit. It's nice to see them though playing with the FPS Titas as well on the same stage, because that's like intergenerational competition, and that's something that I love.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, for example, with Envy, like you mentioned, he's not even in college yet, which is like pretty mind-boggling, of course. Like to me, I mean, like, okay, esports Titas, I got your back always. But yeah, I mean, like, going back to Savvy and Envy, this isn't even their final form yet, basically. So it's really exciting to see, you know, their career blossom here on the VCT stage. And right now, we are heading into map vetoes really, really soon. And I'm interested to know, Fluffy, you have so much insider intel right now. So I'm gonna try to, like, poke and everything. And, you know, does Oasis Gaming have a game plan for what we have right now? Which maps do you think they're going to be more comfortable on, and which maps do you think favor Bren Esports more?
Well, first and foremost, I'm still technically not under the pro. I'm not affiliated by them in that way, more like their content creator. But I do know for a fact that they want to try out a lot of new things. I'm expecting them to still favor the maps that they are currently strong at, which is, we've seen in the past Icebox, we've seen the Breeze, we've seen the Haven, which coincidentally are also the maps that Bren Esports are pretty good at as well. So I don't think that either team would have a problem with the map picks. I feel like more importantly this time around, it's going to be the map sides that matter the most, because like I mentioned in the earlier series, starting on a certain side means that you guarantee 12 rounds no matter what happens for the half on that side. So if you're able to, if both teams are fine with any map that you pick because they play the same maps, then the side where you stack the most rounds could be the one that will carry your momentum into the other half, meaning that you have an advantage going into that, which really helps overall to alleviate a lot of pressure from teams focusing on what to do.
Yeah, and speaking of side advantage, it looks like Bren has already picked their first side on Icebox, which was the Oasis map. Very, very strong pick from Oasis. We have seen their Icebox quite a bit, but we can say exactly the same about Bren. Now, this defense pick, I think, is very, very, I'd say 5-head. I would say it's 5-head from Bren, because they do want to pick, 12 rounds on defense and then maybe see how they fare in that attack. I think they have a better plan for defense. But Fracture is the pick for Bren. It's very, very interesting. We haven't seen a lot of Fracture this stage yet.
Yeah, I'm excited. We are talking about unpredictability, and what better way to do that than to actually pick Fracture, which is definitely one for the books in terms of unpredictable maps. Fluffy, we have Ascent getting banned here, and we are expecting one more from Bren and the decider map. Which one do you think it is? We have a few seconds, I think, before it comes up.
I'm pretty sure that the decider map is going to be Haven, and they're going to ban Split. I don't think either team has the best split, but if today is full of surprises, feel free to surprise me. But going back to that Fracture pick, which we can see on the screen, that's one thing that you can throw to maybe shake things up a little. Both teams having a very decent Fracture, and they did shake it up even more with the Haven bans, which means that the decider map will be Split. I was actually really excited for the Haven map.
Yeah, I like this though. I like this. It's kind of like both teams are actually pushing each other out of their comfort levels, and as we mentioned, like, both of these teams, they do know each other like a little too well, I guess. So I think this is part of it. This is part of the the books being thrown out and everything. And G10, I'm not sure which side you're favoring right now, but I think as of now, with this Bren and this Oasis rivalry, I think it can go 50-50.
Is it time to predict? Is that? Oh my god, that's my favorite.
Why not?
Time
Let's do it.
This is, I think, the toughest prediction that we have yet faced. I would say this is the true 50-50, and I am for once inclined to be on what I think is Fluffy's side. I think I'm going to be going Oasis 2-1.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with G10 there, mainly based on the side picks. Oasis coming with 2 side picks into these maps, which they're pretty decent at, especially on split, which can be something that if you do properly, is more like a safety net, if anything, because having that great defense on split, stacking those rounds is almost a guaranteed map, unless they have a plan going into that. But knowing that they left it open, I'm sure that a team great like Bren Esports has something to do with that. So for me, I feel like overall it would be a 2-1 either way, but it would be leaning for me for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, I think that this is also going to a 2-1. Again, I'm still like 50-50 on this. You guys are absolutely right that this is a mirror match of teams that we have, and both of their histories have been deep-seated within VCT itself. I am so interested with how this Fracture map is going to play out, especially since, of course, like as we mentioned, we really don't get Fracture a lot, and I actually am a pro Fracture person just because of how fun it can be, even though, like, don't think of my record on Fracture as like any indication, but I think it's fun. I think it's a fun map, and I love how, like, Valorant just basically changed everything with this one map.
Very, very true. And honestly, for this match specifically, it's a little bit of pressure on both teams because they're both 2-2. Whichever one of them does lose, because someone's going to lose, someone's going to win. Whichever one of them does lose, then faces the fact that it's possible after today for them to drop down and be eliminated, because RQ, they're now 2 wins. SBE also have 2 wins. After this, somebody is going to have 2 wins and 3 losses. That puts them on the tied, basically, for the second to last spot after Naos. So this could be a nail of a game for that fact, but it's not going to be, the end of anyone's journey as of yet.
Exactly, It's that security.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point that we brought up the maps a while ago. I think, and Mika bringing up Fracture especially, I think Fracture for me, out of all the 3 maps that we know that they're going to play so far for this series, will be the most important map. And I feel like whoever wins Fracture, I always feel like in these kind of map vetoes, there's always one linchpin map. And for me, whoever wins Fracture will probably take the series. But speaking of history as well, because it was brought up earlier, there are a couple Oasis veterans out there, like Brain Freeze, for example, from Oasis Gaming before he moved to Bren. And there's a lot of history between both teams. They're both 2 teams who also close in and out of the server, which is another great thing about them.
That's why this is the ultimate mirror match, I feel, because these teams are like so closely intertwined with each other, and I feel like, I feel like right now, because like their score lines are also intertwined. It's that push, who basically gets that upper hand, who gets that more secure spot, because you kind of don't want to be in that rumble with RRQ and South Build and Naos and everybody just clawing for that. That's where things get a little bit more dicey. That's where things get a little bit more desperate, especially with these teams, so hungry to prove themselves. And I still maintain I'm 50-50. I'm not sure which way to go at this point. I am just super excited to see Fracture. I'm just so happy. I think it's been a while since I've had my Fracture experience. Leica just never gets fined, but I'm glad I get them all. I just say, all right, yeah. I just had to put it out there because I got the one map that I was looking forward the most to seeing. And thank you so much to Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming for giving that, and even more so for this final series of the day. Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming casters, over to you guys.
It's a matter of motivation, and it's all about trying to stand back up after getting knocked down from yesterday. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. My new Stacks here with Black and Blue. And man, we're going to be getting a series to just break that mid scoreboard deadlock, really, that we have here in the group stage right now. Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming, some young guns ready to battle yet again.
Yeah, we have a bunch of teams, that are kind of neck and neck right now. And as you said, we're kind of like in this deadlock. The question is, just like any crossroad where the traffic is getting a bit too stiff, which side goes first and which one moves on? That's really the question we're going to be asking here. Fluffy on the panel talked about it, and I think he knows best that, and I have to agree that these two teams are very similar in so many ways, both in their play style and how they really approach the game. So I'm curious to see how these two teams will perform.
Yeah, and as you can see, executes being very important. Pop-up potential, of course, by the flexible players of both rosters, and just in general, pretty fresh disposition in looking at Valorant as a whole. But we are going to be starting things off on Icebox. It's our final series of the day. It's been quite a wild ride already. And as the days are going by, we're going to be, of course, narrowing down the teams that can make it to the top 6. And for Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming, getting this victory will propel them into a better position moving forward, away from that 2-2 deadlock. See who can actually get that victory and start looking to get into the majority of these things. But Oasis Gaming, seems like they're really whipping out the KO composition here. Yet again, that has been standard for Oasis for quite a while. Every single time we see them on Icebox, it has been the norm. But Bren Esports, man, very, very different this time.
Yeah, very different from what we normally see from them on Icebox. They're one of the teams that do like to employ that double duelist every now and then, but this time around going for that KO. So we're actually going to be ending up with kind of a mirror match here, all things concerned. And I do think, at the very least, I like the idea that Bren Esports are implementing, but when we go to the back end of things, it is Oasis who have a bit more experience in playing this KO here on Icebox. Although that's to say that, for a team like Bren, they also do have maps where they have employed that. They've tried doing it on a map like Bind to varying success rates, and so this isn't too far out of the norm for them. And, we were talking about how these two teams are super similar to each other, and for us to get the mirror match to start off the series here, I think it's really appropriate, and it's a big telltale sign of what's to come.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna have fraternal war here by this point between these two squads. These guys are saying, we can play that one better. We know how to make this composition work. And it's really interesting because I look at Bren Esports and they've been trying to play a more aggressive value with their chamber, with that stage. They want to have a nicer push, of course, a safer plant. But this time, they're going to be looking to play the Oasis game. And I kind of agree with your point there, Nico, because Oasis has been running this KO for quite a while in this stage. Who knows how many hours more did they practice that to get, of course, the role swap between Ripper and Wild Oreo to work out for the squad. So Oasis Gaming, let's see if they can use that experience and put it to the test. In the meantime, though, Bren Esports a bounce back really after their unfortunate loss against Team Secret at map number 2, and even worse, that last round of map number 1 still might be stinging the black and yellow squad here.
Well, no matter how the way the song goes, they're gonna have to write their own tunes in this one here. Bren Esports, opening round of the opening map, the final series of the day. Seems like us defense really trying to find what information they can gather. Oasis cutting the noise, but there Marky makes his contact. EJ knows where they could be coming from. That should signal the alarm bells. You can see Bren already rotating, anticipating this attack to come on in. They have more than enough time here, Oasis, to really trying to plan this on out. They've made noise. Here comes out that 0 point, and it should be a sign that they definitely are going to commit to this A site. They've spotted where Brain Freeze is on off, but he's able to successfully back on off EJ, keeping him alive for just a moment. And Symbol, great shock dart here to try and counteract that plan.
Very familiar wall in the front of Oasis Gaming, and they decide to make the push happen. Coco, though, lurking through the middle. Tries to take down out the one. Boiler battle leads
30
into
seconds
Savvy
left.
8K getting in the way. And the KO with a helping hand to get that kill as well. But really, Oasis Gaming, they saw that Viper setup was pretty similar to how they usually run it with Wild Oreo. They decided to go for the push. But Bren prepared for the angles later on into the A take itself. And now Oasis has to scramble with nary time remaining. 10 seconds left. Ripper already gonna get spotted. There we have the Naos farming. It's like even worse. There's no time here for Oasis Gaming, and there are no lives left as Savvy 8K finds the lineup and finds 3 of them there in the end. 1-0 for Bren.
That was good utility usage by Bren Esports. A bit of too hot of a contest there towards Boiler. Coco did have a good flank though, and potentially if he found the second kill on Hot Sauce, then maybe he wouldn't have died so quickly to Savvy, and things could have turned out for the side of Oasis. But good utility usage here coming from that Bren Esports squad, as I said, using the shock darts obviously to deny the plant, and as well as that fragment, the molly in the KO's hands of Savvy AK to further prove that point. So opening pistol round goes in Bren's way, which is a good round for them to take on the defensive side here on Icebox.
Bren Esports trying something very new to themselves, very familiar now, the Oasis hand. And I believe this whole map will be defined by how Oasis will look to exploit the weaknesses that they perhaps have seen from themselves and look to hammer on those points as much as possible. And speaking hammering on, it's time to get construction work down to that A site. A demolition derby though, probably we could be applied here by Oasis. And they're getting good angle to set up on the nest. Ripper and Marky, they get the takedown team to start things off. Oasis finding 2 on the lesser buy.
Wow, 2 opening picks, and those are huge picks for them to find. Both A-side players taken down with ease. The plant, very difficult for Bren to try and make this retake happen, but they do get Coco, which is a huge point. Thus, helps them at the very least get their foot in the door. If Symbol can get the frag here, then things could be a lot better for them. But Marky with that Spectre, look at this, Savvy and Hot Sauce finding 2 of their picks of the own. Hot Sauce is all alone here, Dax, and I'm not sure if he's going to expect Wild Ore to be behind him. Cleans it up with a Frenzy, and the eco round works out for Oasis. 1-1, they tie it up.
Yeah, they just steal that round away, and this is what I'm talking about. If you're going to be playing the same composition, you better show something a bit more unique, a bit different than the opposition who has been running it again and again and again. In Oasis Gaming, they figure out the hammer point towards that A side. They know where they put the pressure, and especially getting this kind of high ground scenario for the spike plant, giving Bren Esports more of a reason to rush them there as much as possible. And it looked pretty dicey for Oasis there in the end. Hot Sauce, though, stalled heavily, and pinch Oasis Gaming always known to play many off angles here on the map like an icebox. And they're gonna be happy now with the gun advantage and look to build on this momentum. Pretty much an eco state for Bren here right now. Hot Sauce over to the right hand side of the default, but beyond that, Oasis still ready to rush in.
And how decisive Marky is in taking those angles. Boosts himself all the way to the second floor here and taking so much space as well. Nobody really putting up a good fight from the Bren Esports side, and that's Oasis probably stealing this, taking rather this round 2-1, converting, this kind of like almost anti-bonus of theirs to get the third round, which honestly a lot of times you lose the first pistol, that's fine, right? Come back round 3, go for the anti-bonus, but when you lose that second round after winning the pistol, that might hurt just a bit more.
You went for the buys, you thought you were going to be the one able to use your own investment, and it's really just Oasis Gaming stealing a few rounds at the very start. But you can really see it here for Bren, that they still need to understand what angles Oasis can come from. And this is the beauty about that single duelist composition with a lot of utilities. You have that Jet who can make those updraft plays happen towards B side. You can have, of course, any angle that you want here towards A. And speaking of A, EJ on his own Jet, ready with the up in hand. But Savvy, AK, nice sprays through. Able to catch out Ripper to start things off. And not only that, Oasis Gaming now getting stalled in many aspects of their push. But Coco with the kill on Savvy. In response, Brain Freeze right now watching his former team just back on away. It seems like for Oasis, they need to regroup for an A take here.
Oasis 4v4s typically do favor that attacking side, because then the defense have to be split on where they're really gonna try and reinforce and allocate manpower to. So they do have that advantage, but I think Bren, they kind of sniff the blood in the water here, coming towards that A site. They have some idea, some notion, at least a read in some capacity that this could be where Oasis are going. But as I said, they have the man advantage on the site itself. So here comes EJ, holding down the line towards base. As that wall comes up, it's going to cut off his angle. Oh, the timing. Envy's able to safely cross without much anything else done. And the damage being done here. Symbol, great shock dart to take down Envy. He's got those practice, hasn't he? That's a second kill now with a shock dart on the plant denial this game alone.
just ace with the archery there, basically send him to the Olympics. And not only that, Oasis is sent packing just because of that first kill. Breaking Esports now able to make some time for themselves. Brain Freeze though down below, surprising Valorant, who couldn't get that kill. And now it leaves everything to Marky, who he will fall. Bren Esports, they just needed someone with precision, and from far, Symbol is truly their token archer here.
What a round coming from Bren Esports, holding down the line, and it was looking pretty dicey, not gonna lie. When Envy was able to cross and EJ didn't really find a pick with his operator, I was wondering if, this is probably going to be another Oasis round, and rightfully so because of how they're able to place themselves. But Symbol coming in clutch with the utility, the latest addition to this Bren Esports squad, already showing his value early on here in the series.
Shutting them down.
It's always such a darn thing when you just have something lined up practice and you can use it on the map. And speaking of the map here, we get Symbol erased from it as Wild Oreo gets a good start. So Oasis Gaming, quick peek into retreat. Dash right now used by Marky towards the wall. He's maybe trying to bait out something with the sound cue or two, but he's going to be missing that for this next fight. As EJ is ready with the operator here. So jumping right now exposes the Jet's position, but not really shooting down yet, just yet. Not only that though, Oasis yet again, they're looking to find a timing to explode. It's either you find Coco getting a kill because of an overextension on the side of Bren, or he himself will push on forward, and now they're getting to the markers. Seems like it's another dance recital here that Oasis is looking to play out.
Oh, this is a great angle being held by EJ. I'm not too sure if Ripper is going to expect this as soon as he peeks out there from the top, but he lets go of the angle. He's being pulled towards the A site. They somehow have the wrong read in the situation here. I'm not too sure if this is going to work out for Bren Esports because Oasis timing works out. They now go for the execute, and there's no one really here to try and fend him off.
He only is waited. That could have been some kills, but now Lightning trying to strike. Hunter's Fury is there. Hot Sauce though with the final one. Coco response in kind and in the middle. Coco buffing off, but here comes EJ too. With a snipe onto Ripper. It's 2v3 now. Bren Esports yet again. Bits of a struggle. Lockdown also to buy that space because time is running out. EJ pushing on forward, looking to get that kill. Nice lineup, nice Jordy comes in close, tries to pick up the rifle, but it's a little too late because Indy is just watching him murder his own teammate. Coco now versus perhaps Savvy here. KO so low, timing is just difficult here for the side of Bren Esports, and between a rock, a hard place, a spike ticking, and a killjoy on top. Where do you even go? What's the angle that you have to play? Savvy 8K tried to come close to the spike, but there is just no real time to work with any more retreats. In behind, gets spotted by the turret. No escape. This is one security system you can rely on. Oasis now takes the round.
Timing really not working out for Bren there, and Oasis capitalizing every piece of, all the openings that were left open in the Bren Esports defense. So good job here by Oasis and by Coco to take all that space all the way there towards the snow pile deep under the kitchen. Valiant effort from EJ, but once again, Oasis, their team play works out in the end. Knowing to play the time, knowing that that's all they really need to work with to secure the round, and that they do. They take the lead here 3-2. They should be able to continue to extend that in this round, up 2 rounds, because of the eco here by Bren. Now, we've seen them be very thrifty in the past. EJ, with these blades, can definitely do some damage, but they're going to have to prove it with their might.
You just have to fight back, especially as it's all 5 fingers of Oasis now trying to go towards B side. But you can see really in those rounds, especially when Oasis are trying to make them execute, that lurk is such a big factor here on Icebox. And let's see now how Oasis will just come in as an absolute unit. Ultimate starts things off. Mark with the takedown off the hot sauce, double up there. So if you get anything here for EJ, nothing but the wind blowing back at his face. 4v5 now. Oasis Gaming, they're just absolutely prepared to set up this fire rate as much as possible. Symbol trying to come in close. Snake right here on right, putting Marky in a corner. But EJ, now the blades are true, and they're as sharp as ever. 2 here for EJ. Looking for more. Advantage now. Swings back in favor of Bren Esports. They have the numbers, but Envy finds it too. The blades, though, able to just get his spine as much as possible. The shoulder taps right there. Coco, though, backing on the way. EJ with a chase with the right click, and a 4K here for EJ. Time, though, ticking, but this should be
time.
Making it close.
More than enough time.
And that was just so well played by EJ.
Oh, EJ coming in big. I talked about it early in the round, Dax, where, he does have the blades and they've been shown to be very thrifty. Luckily, Brain Freeze does get that other kill, but EJ, man, coming in big. Hero plays. What a huge effort he has shown already here early in this series, early in this half, to really keep Bren Esports in the game. So many crucial moments, so many crucial plays, and he is just that really hot, fiery hand that Bren Esports bank on to make those kind of bailout plays when they need to. So, they tie up the game here. Anti-Eco, not really successful for Oasis. Bren Esports, well, no operator this time. Even though they've got the economy to support that, they opt to go and just buy rifles instead.
Might as well try to make a Bladestorm work for themselves. A while ago, though, EJ just in such great opportunistic angles, even though Bren Esports got caught out, was Oasis getting nicked by the knives. And now, Nick Tapadiwa, give a dog a bone as we sing the rhymes again of Oasis Gaming. They get the snipe onto EJ to start things off. Bit of retribution after the last round that was inflicted on them. But you can really see Oasis, their pace has absolutely changed here. As it stands, though, still a waiting game right now for Oasis Gaming. It's all about timing that we're seeing here from Oasis Black and Blue.
Timing has been fortuning here, favoring their fortune time and time on over. Marky, aggressive push towards the kitchen. Doesn't find anything, and he took some damage in that bout. Symbol trying to at least stall that plan from going on down, but the Viper's Pit is going to actually give him some cover, and that molly just barely out of range to stop and deny the plan from happening once more. So here comes a post plan. Man advantage on the side of Oasis, but they've got the lockdown. Try and force him out of that Viper's Pit, though yellow can still be placed upon. Here coming on in, Marky, right click, up close with the classic. Envy's able to find one. Symbol able to get a trade. He gets a double in the round. They're trying to get him back up. Still a 3v3, 3v2, all things considered. Now a 1v2, everything crumbling here. And Oasis continue their lead even more once again, 4-3.
Yeah, just an unfortunate find there by the side of Oasis Gaming. They see Savvy 8K running around trying to make that null command get that value, and immediately as it stands, Mark able to shoot him down. And from that point on, Oasis knew that Bren was coming their way. He had the angles, they were able to still play into yellow. That was a really big factor there, because Envy stays away from the Viper's Pit, becomes such a threat, and they really had to rely on the clear sight line there. But since they couldn't push Oasis even more, they couldn't really get the null command to be as effective, since the KO was absolutely pinned to the ground. It just falls apart there for Bren Esports, because they're forced to peek such a powerful position by Oasis Gaming. Now momentum is in the hands of Oasis. They have the guns too here. Dash on in now to the back line. There we go. Now from gonna get thrown on out as well. As we set up the intersecting toxic stream, you can see here for Bren, they want to make this flank happen. So always a chance right now in these thrifty rounds for Sheriffs and the Dream. Marky and Envy, though, do get the takedowns there. Coco is still watching the flank. Oasis finally looking to get the plant down. But the challenge is here, Marky versus Hot Sauce. It's Marky who wins. Next one, up to the plate. Coco perhaps versus EJ. Turret getting in away. Two angles here to be taken by Bren Esports, but Oasis this time more systematic as a whole, watching the angles and refusing to get thrifty yet again. It's 5-3 for Oasis.
Only a single pick off there by Brain Freeze once more, but Icebox, this isn't looking like a bad half at all for Bren, all things considered. 3-5, if they can get like 2 more rounds, this could be already a very decent half for them. Now, it is an attacker-sided map generally and typically, and now that they've got the operator out, there is some hope here for that Bren Esports squad to come back, but Oasis looking pretty primed for the most part on these gun rounds, not letting another anti-eco slip away from them. Very good, very rightfully so for the team, and they do have the Hunter's Fury once again to make their already indebitable post plans even more difficult for Bren to retake into.
It just feels like Oasis is really taking a completely different philosophy right now. They're being more responsible with the pushes. Hunter's Fury though gets the tag with the Brain Freeze, but can't get the kill. Now the suppress comes in. Hot Sauce though has to fight for his life. He only for the second win because he is standing tall and proud. Puncture though right along here, and by the head by Envy, Oasis a chance to get towards that side. Ripper though looking to find the angle, but it's Bren Esports yet again trying to play in the back. And as much as possible here for Oasis that they can make this push happen, there's the standoff moment that becomes very awkward for them. Case in point, Bren Esports now backing away from the recon dart, but they have Savvy 8K in such a powerful position. Bren Esports even with a catch onto Wild Oreo, and Oasis rightfully rotated here.
Operator here connecting as well, coming from the hands of EJ. As Coco is found, that brings Oasis into a 2v4. Very difficult to get a plant off in this situation with an op bearing down at you, but EJ's not going to find the timing to do that. He can deny it, but now that he doesn't have any abilities, it doesn't even matter for him. Up close, he's going to land the shot, and a third goes in EJ's way. Bren Esports cut the lead down to a single round. They're one away from tying things up near the end of the half. Economy here, struggling for Oasis. This is their last buy before they're going to be forced in eco if they don't take this round.
EJ is just a man that says no to Oasis time and time again. We saw it for the Bladestorm. Now we get with the Operator. And we see it here for Oasis Gaming. If they get stuck in an awkward standoff versus Bren Esports, they should already expect that if they have another angle that they're going to be crossing, it would be difficult knowing that EJ is very, very active around the battlefield. In case in point, doesn't matter if you suppress the Jet, he can still fight, he can still shoot, and he can still win. So Bren, happy to have their Jet popping off right now, feeling the heats, and at least warming their hearts here on Icebox. Oasis, though, yet again, really slowing this pace down, assessing the situation as much as possible. And it just feels like for Oasis that they've really learned from some of their previous losses, heartbreaking defeats later on into those games. Might as well try to use the brains that they have here to really figure out exactly what to do before anything else, and especially against a very momentum-heavy team as Bren Esports. Right call right now. Marky, though, hopping away. Good utilities by Bren to start things off.
Good start from Bren here. Still no picks found, nor taken or given by either side. Marky, great push to find Savvy, but the quick trade from Symbol do not let him go unchecked. Does find some shots flying his way, and the plant should be able to go down here. No plant denial coming from the side of Bren Esports, dodging that 0 point. Now this leaves us Bren another 4v4 retake. Symbol finding that pick. Can be difficult to retake though with an Operator in the hands of EJ, and now he joins the fight. Waiting. Oasis do have good post plant positions. They don't have much utility to stop them though from keeping on this, and Symbol gets another kill. Wild Oreo though going huge. He goes absolutely explosive with the 4K coming from Wild Oreo. What a wild play from Oasis.
He just finds the angle again and again, and besides that, Bren Esports running into the sidelines. Oasis Gaming able to just play with the toxic screens and come out ahead just because of one simple player, that Viper. Marky though, he was willing to push, and that really started things off here for the side of Oasis, just because now they could utilize the top screen to their advantage. It was a little too late there for Bren Esports to get in the way of Wild Oreo, and just no way to really immediately trade that. These guys are rushing towards the angle. It's Wild Oreo prepared already with the pre-fire basically, and Oasis now the ones with the timeout actually feeling that they still have to change a few things now if they want to be more consistent, because I feel like the biggest concern here for Oasis Gaming has to be the fact that Bren Esports are just finding ways to win anyway, to finding ways to get multi-kills out of Symbol, out of EJ, and it gets very wary for Oasis Gaming to have to deal with that time and time again, just because that there's this angle that they're unable to check. There's this angle that Bren Esports is able to still keep a foothold on, and they do want to rectify that, I believe, for the next 2 rounds if they want to keep it even cleaner.
Rounds here being very difficult for the most part for either side to win. You don't really see any of these rounds be kind of like a one-way show, right? Either one of the players, EJ, Wild Oreo, has to go huge, get a 4K, or the entire team just barely kind of slips by to win the round. Huge round for Oasis to win, by the way. Well, they needed, otherwise the ego stage would have been forced upon them, but that doesn't come to pass. EJ blades on here. Contact being made towards Marky on that long position, and Coco gets the opening pick, but the trade coming from EJ, not letting Coco go all alone into the night quietly. Able to back on off, and that does suppress his blades. He has to fall back. Can't continue the fight with a mere classic.
Give him a pixel, he'll find a chance, and a great angle being seen here by EJ. Eagle Eye as much as possible, but now the eyes are hiding on the side. And the Lulz command is the play here from Oasis for free. With a nice tap here, going straight into Marky. Symbol though, finding Wild Oreo, and they're just coming out of the icicles here basically. Marky now dashing forward, facing off against Brain Freeze. Awkward right now between these two, and Brain Freeze able to scoff off the efforts of the Jet. All left now in a 1v1 scenario. Brain Freeze actually gonna go for the 5%. Does it make it? Oh, he gets the touch in time. Envy will retrieve the spike here. But this is now a matter of mobility. Brain Freeze is already rushing towards A. Envy is trying to go after that same angle. Opportunity now made by Brain Freeze! And he will get the RG clutch here for Bren Esports. Well played and well thought out for by Brain Freeze.
That is 2 out of 3 ecos now that Bren have successfully converted into a 1 round. Smart discipline play by EJ to realize, okay, 0 point connects, I have to back out of here. When the command is popped, I'ma hide. I know that Marky is coming around the corner. I know he's above 2nd floor, but still EJ hides. And that kind of discipline, that kind of, cutting the noise and making Oasis guess where they were, allowed that small sliver of Brain Freeze in the confusion to get that pick off on the KO to shut down Ripper and drop him on the floor. And that was more than enough. Proper ult as well. And Savvy goes for that opening kill. Wild Oreo quick on the trade. They go 4 for 4. Lockdown committed early here in the round to try and force the issue on the A site.
Bren Esports looking to play a bit of a gamble there. One-way trip for Savvy. EJ couldn't get that extra connection. The thing's still tied up in the odds and tied up on the numbers, but Oasis Gaming, they get to the site, and now they have the Viper Spit. A while ago, just so smart there from Brain Freeze, really, to put the Viper Spit, scare off the Sova there of Envy. Just position towards the middle, and that's when he took advantage. Now, can Bren take advantage of the situation, or Oasis Gaming? They built this advantage for themselves already, and Coco is looking to watch for anyone who wants to play entry here. Brain Freeze on the other side. Here we go again with the standoff. Neither side the trigger as of yet. It's getting itchy here for these two. But Brain Freeze will come in to get that takedown. Yet again, he's just so opportunistic here. And Brain Freeze with the 2nd kill. All left now to Wild Oreo in a 1v4 slate. He has a duel, and Tosu is gonna get even hotter. Bren Esports tie it up at the end of the half. And these were the fears of Oasis, that this Bren Esports roster can get 4 opportunities out of 1.
Scrambles are where they do the best here, Bren Esports, and what a great retake coming from them. It was a bit of a mixed buy, yes, coming from Oasis, so they didn't have the weapons that they otherwise would have liked to, right? Only a few of them really had rifles, and you see there, for Coco to be one of the first to go down, really killed a lot of their firepower in that bout. Such a difficult circumstance for Oasis to win, but Bren Esports, man, great half from them to tie things up 6-6. On the defensive side, now they're going to the attacking, the favorite side here, typically on Icebox for that 2nd half closeout. That's a good sign, but still, it's equal, and anything can happen. Oasis, we do know typically they are better on their attacking side, but they've had some great showings on their defense when they needed to the most. So you can't count any of these two teams out. We're back at an even playing field.
And the thing is, for Oasis Gaming, it's a bother to them, since now they're going to be playing that defensive side. They're going to have to figure out how Bren will play their offense. And from what we've seen for Red offense, it's just very, very explosive. It's very, very kill heavy, but still a different composition now after everything is said and done. So can they execute the same way Oasis Gaming has done? Because we've seen from Oasis, assessment was absolutely key round after round. They would find that time to slow down the pace, just wait for a chance there, courtesy of Coco, courtesy of whoever else wants to play that lurk, and along the way, just execute a smooth transition as 4. Now, can Bren Esports do the same thing? Because we've seen from them that they can win those scraps, they can beat out the opposition on their offense when they're playing that Chamber Sage composition. But without some of those extra angles they might have been able to work with, or the protection of the stage, can they execute the same way that they've done so before? Or will Oasis find, again, some weaknesses that they can exploit?
Remains to be seen here, Dax, and it's only a question we can answer after the results have been written in paper. But it's been very difficult for a lot of the teams here to really hold things down on the defensive side. Although, I mean, I say that, but really it's almost 50-50 statistically in the tournament, at least this qualifier for the Philippine stage of VCT. It's been really 50-50 on Icebox. 51% win rate on attack, 49 on defend. And that's true for a few other maps, actually. So this is one of the more equal, if anything, kind of stages we've had on attack and defender sided wins. So there really isn't anything we can say about which half would be better for either side. But now let's go. Looking at things here, Oasis trying to aggress towards his B-Long. A clash is going to meet here, and Marky finds the opening kill. EJ being the fault of that, and Savvy, he gets a double, but actually no, it's Brain Freeze to find that second. He now finds a double, and they get the man advantage. All defenders remaining on the B side, taking down Envy, the first one to try and hold them off here. He does have double shotguns to try and get kill, but the turret, Timmy, coming in to help him.
Little Tim helping out. There's so many people peeking. 3 plus the turret. There's no way Envy can get out of that, and now it's all left to Coco versus, of course, the world that is looking to stifle him. Symbol ready with the lineup. Turret gonna get set up here by Coco, just at least a friend along the way. But Bren Esports, they found a way to win out that scrap early on, and I think for Oasis, that extra bit of hesitation, Marky trying to get away, trying to hop out like that. With nary a fight, really hurting Oasis is their chances. And case in point, Bren, they commit, they go for the peak yet again, and from that point on, it's 7-6 in their favor.
Good opening pistol round, looking a bit dicey there. But I like the idea from Oasis, even though they're on the defensive side, to still try and go for, you know, a bit of that aggression, not to let themselves be reactive, but a bit more proactive. In the end, it doesn't really work out, though, and Marky not able to back off safely. Something you don't normally hear from the Jet, but hey, that's the way it happens. I would have expected maybe Envy to try and throw some shock darts, but potentially looking for the off timing here to try and catch off the players of Bren Esports, but they go for early orb control here, Oasis. That gets them at least something to work with later in the round. For the meantime, this should be another Bren Esports round, unless we see more of the same heroics come in from Oasis on their, you know, on their eco rounds that we did from Bren earlier in the half.
Well, at least we saw that in the last round, but for Bren Esports, they've been taking their synchronized swimming lessons well, synchronized peeking lessons. These guys are just so in sync with just checking out these angles here. And for Bren Esports now, I think it really has to just be them keeping their cool. It's for both of these two teams, actually. They have been the primary targets of being affected by tilt, being affected by, I'd say, really just endurance being such a factor, fatigue setting in. It's just up to one of these two to get away from that 2-2 scoreline, to get away from the middle and propel themselves in a better position. And of course, Bren Esports, they have now the guns to use to put them in a good spot. But short strike gets a tag onto EJ. He's not dead yet. Breakthroughs instead, punishing Marky for his check. Not only that, Savvy EJ pushes forward, and here we go with the Bulldog, getting a fight on. Ripper though, able to blow up Symbol with the fragment. 4v2 right now. Here comes Wild Orioles still around. Trying to be a bit cheeky here to pick up that Spectre. Wild Oriole also takes the opportunity now to get backstab on the hot sauce. Spike's planted though. It's a little awkward here for Bren Esports. They're pretty much cut off between two fronts, two angles. EJ low HP does he see here by Coco. A little too late for the killjoy to check him out. Now then, Wild Oriole's the one cornered. Bren Esports, they're just set up perfectly now. Brain freeze over to the high ground. Wild Orioles is getting toyed with here. Can't go this way because the snake bites. Maybe can't go that way because EJ's waiting, and he's just absolutely trapped here. Oasis Gaming, they are played with by Brain Freeze and Bren Esports, and now it's Bren again getting the second round in a row for the second half.
Good round for Bren, but could have been dicey there, especially with them all being low. Imagine if like Coco was able to get that right-click kill on EJ, waiting there towards long, or rather hot sauce. Things could have been very, very different. So fortunate, yes, from Bren. Marky didn't get that kill with a shorty up close at the start. And EJ here, single click would have taken him down from Coco, but they secure that 2-round lead. It's one of the biggest leads actually they've had this entire map so far. Let's see if they're able to be successful in converting this bonus round of theirs. Oasis have the gun advantage, so they should be able to try and close things up here. But Marky, early damage, and the fact that they don't have a Sage means they can't be healed up. Let me ask you a question, Dax. When was the last time you've seen an Icebox map without both a Chamber and a Sage at all?
It has been way too long. It's so weird to not have that Sage on this map right now. We know how effective that will, but these guys are just completely forgoing it. And I think in this series, it will be defined as a shot right there from Symbol tagging his own teammate. But yeah, you can really see for the series, it's about how they adjust specifically against their opponent because they have these similarities. It's time to see how different they can really be in terms of the execution. And there we go with a flash into the takeout. Savvy AK able to bow down Coco pretty simply. EJ2 a little too busy. Ripper finds the opening, but it's Savvy right now. Feeling Breeze in front of him. Tries to pick up the gun. Ripper will deny him. But the damage has been done by the KO already. 3 kills for Savvy AK before he falls. Simple. Over to the yellow again. It's a of green here with the poison. Ripper right now able to check things out, and Simple will go down. 3 already for the KO. 2 for Oasis, but a stall is through here from Bren Esports. 4 right now for Ripper though, and he's just tearing them all apart. Brain Freeze down, the only one left. Here's Ripper in front of him, and a standoff to get the ace. It's Oasis Gaming now on the defuse, but time is not on their side. It's gonna be way too close for comfort, and even after all the efforts by Ripper, it's Bren who gets the ROG clutch.
What a post-plant hold coming in from Brain Freeze, realizing and utilizing the utility at hand. He knows that he doesn't have to take that early fight, keeping that discipline, and that's why you need a Viper in this map. Aside from the smokes, that post-plant potential is huge. I would want to see from Oasis here though, try and utilize the strengths that honestly both of these teams do kind of have, but at the same time lack in that you don't have a Sage, which means those plants, if they don't take Snowman control, are going to be so much more difficult to work on out. In that case, well, the timing wasn't there because they were rotated towards the A site, but if they can gear themselves to really be prepared to fend off that B site plant, then it can be a lot more difficult for Bren to even get the spike down in the first place without that Sage if they can properly deny Snowman and hit them when they're trying to go for the plant in the first place. So look at Bren here, anticipating that Oasis are going to go for a play because they know that they're on an eco state. So they pull back and wait for the push of Oasis.
Yeah, a bigger commit perhaps onto the early kickoff here for the side of Oasis. If they're seeking that in this instance to get the advantage, they better make sure that there's a plan for Marky to get in and get out relatively safely. But you can see it here, Bren. They have been basically the scorers of the stopwatch. They've been playing their time pretty well. They've been playing the spike timer itself as well as possible. And they're not fully relying on these players to go big completely. They have this backup plan. They have all the utilities that they can hold back in. And I think it's really one interesting thing about Bren is because they can really assess these situations and play that timer game very, very truly. But now Command now to start things off. So press here for Savvy AK as he's trying to clear out A side here for the rest of the roster. Coco though peeking only with the Sheriff. Looking dicey for Oasis as a hero handle for Marky. It's the only thing that they can rely on now. None of the taps are even flying out. The Sheriff here has hops off. Brain Freeze are getting on the board. Here comes Savvy AK. Avoiding bullets from Indy. Brings out the plastic to get that takedown. Everything now left the Ripper, but this time he gets absolutely nothing. And speaking of nothing, Oasis will get nothing as Bren is now up by 4.
Very important round for them to win, but where is Oasis timeout? I think this is the right time to call it. I'm almost going to expect it at this point. You can see all the teams kind of just waiting, and as advertised, there it goes. Don't I keep predict? No.
No, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. That's the Annals party, man.
Yeah. Well, what my other side of the beating analyst heart says is that Oasis, we do see them kind of go for these plays. Like you see Marky try and go on that pipes, try and get a pick off, but they do feel just a bit unsupported. And when they do it at the very start of the round, always over and over, it can kind of get expected and read by the opposing side to try and pull on back, because at the start of the round, if Oasis make a move, then we're ready for it. If they don't, then they're probably not going to do another move throughout the entire map throughout the entire round, until we actually go for the plant. So this is something that maybe Oasis can try and shake up in their timings. They do have that null command as well to try and equalize the playing field. But the thing is, they pop that, they get into the site, yes. But how do they hold on to it on the retake potentially afterwards when there is that Viper's Pit, there is that lockdown to use, and once those are placed, it doesn't matter if you pop the null command, those things are committed to be put down already. So it's gonna be very difficult, I think, for Oasis to really make this happen if they don't get an early pick off once again.
It seems like they just need to adjust accordingly, and not only that, some early rotations might help them later on, because it really feels like for Bren Esports, there's more opportunity to just rush into the side, seeing how Oasis have scattered their players. But Nano Swarm now, and get broken by EJ as it was by the feet of his teammate. They do go for that mid to be pushed. Kitchen control absolutely theirs as of yet. Not only that, you talk about how the commitment needs to be made, and the Viper Spit is there from above, but Brain Freeze goes down! What a target by Marky! He finds absolute precision in finding his part, and Ripper and Marky getting it on the board. 2v2 now, as here comes Indy. That he got the double kill before Hots is getting it on the board though, and the battle of the kill just now. Coco on side, Hot Sauce on the other. It's a different kind of a snowball fight because we are playing Vandals instead, and these bullets looking to fly between mirror images. Coco though, can he come close enough to get that spike? A bit of a standoff with Bren Esports. We've seen for them that they have gotten the advantage many a time with the angles. Can Hot Sauce do it again for the squad?
This turret is huge. All Coco has to do at this point is play off of this turret. Now he's gonna have to worry about his B-long portion, yes, but he spotted him out. Hot Sauce almost finding the timing of that. That was so close. Which Killjoy shall be taken down? Who is gonna go down? It's going to be Hot Sauce. Coco this time gonna come out of it in the end. This time seems like the wider Joy goes his way.
The bigger and better Joy right now with the biggest batteries on that turret. You still have to respect that turret as much as possible, and Hot Sauce trying to bait it out to make sure that we would actually get the peek there from Coco. The opportunity, it was right in front of them, just slipped by the wayside as the Killjoy was able to get into cover. But you can see here for Oasis Gaming, just finding that impact before that spike gets put down, just finding a big takeoff just to shut down perhaps an ultimate from happening during the round, happening in the first place. And really well played there by Marky because he knew that that Viper Spit was coming their way. So Bren still have a few more rounds before they can secure this game if they can do so. Oasis in the meantime, just keep an eye out on when they peak for that spike because that's when they can throw a big wrench in the plans of Bren.
Oasis, even with the round one, look at their buy-decks. Only another rifle here in the hands of Wild, or at least a proper one. They've got a Guardian, a Frenzy with blades, a Spectre to use, which isn't too bad, all things considered, but they definitely do not have the firepower advantage here. Superior is not really going to be helping them out. Superiority in that case, but Hot Sauce, he puts a lockdown, but little does he know, lurking up above, there's going to be Wild Oreo. He spots him out there. Wild Oreo's been found, and now the pick is up. He gets the kill as well. Huge pick from Hot Sauce.
Caught the criminal in the act. He was looking at that lockdown with just absolutely thieving eyes. Wanted to steal that ultimate away, basically, and now we get it here for Bren Esports. The heist pull off the gig towards that A side. Job's not done though. Marky gonna dash on in. 78 Hot Sauce preventing more piling up. Covering fire is through. The push is real here from Savvy. Ripper though fighting back. Him versus the world yet again, but Oasis. Yeah, they asking too much from another player. It's looking absolutely dicey here for the Oasis crew. The snake bite doesn't even help out that situation, but it's Hot Sauce instead with the angle and the take. 11-7. Bren has only given up a single round in his half so far.
This snake bite wouldn't have even really done much to stop the plan from happening, the defuse rather, but they get the round always, and I think that the lesson, the real kind of word for that round was ambition. Over ambition to that extent as well. We see, Wild Oreo go for a very committed position, which isn't bad. He could have gotten more there. Timing doesn't work on that, but the rest of them, you see Envy try and peek wide from the rafters. Smoke, timing doesn't work out in his favor again. You see Marky, very ambitious dash to try and cover his teammate, but he goes down with his ship. And this is something that Oasis, they've been known to do, much to their own demise many a time.
It happens a lot for the Oasis gang, but not only that, Oasis have to be a bit more careful on the risk that they'll take. Bren Esports now looking to go for the punish. Terrors, they're ready. Easy trying to get on the way. Updraft right now to stay away from getting hit by a headshot. Whoa. But Envy's the one finding the Phantom Hammer instead, and that's 2 already for the Sword to start things off. Now to come, Brain Freeze rolling, but Marky still swims in. Again, a miracle made perhaps here on Icebox. Maybe even worse for the side of Bren Esports, but the Hunter's Fury and Envy will secure the kill off the Savvy 8K. Still some time though for Bren Esports to utilize. Not only that, they're protecting the guns left behind by the Fallen. Spike though, right across them, and you have to time this right if Oasis is looking at them with cold steeled eyes on the other side.
Bren, 4v2. Still winnable, but going to be very difficult now that the Oasis have the heavy man advantage. Still, Sheriffs abound. That's all they got to work with. These upgraded pistols can be very deadly. Revolver in their hands can be very, very thrifty as well. And Wild Oreo does exactly that. 2 kills to end the round. And Oasis, they stay in the game. The fact that they deny match point at this very round is huge. Oasis still not out of map 1.
And the fact they're able to keep marking for so long there on yellow just allows Envy to peek from the second floor. And those are moments that when Oasis Gaming is able to get away with, you know someone's going to be making a play on the other side. And case in point, Envy, even the Hunter's Fury covering fire was absolutely crucial. And second time there at the end, start and finish, get the distraction, and give your opponent an angle. It's just the baton that Oasis Gaming is happy to pass around in this race. Speaking of the race, we're back yet again to another lap because Bren tries to play towards a site where the operator, Marky, will greet them and scare them off.
Poison's off.
Yeah, that op really ringing alarm bells for Bren.
Up!
Up.
Up!
Up.
It's there!
Up.
I slipped, I died, and that's where it falls apart, right?
It's
But this is
Filipino thing, guys.
It is a Filipino thing. This is such a tense game, though. I honestly expected more of a scrap first between Bren and Oasis. These guys are pulling their punches instead, hitting the sucker punches when they need to the most. Marky finds the timing versus Savvy AK with Hot Sauce over the middle. It opens up a different angle here for Bren, so they can actually play into the if ever. Ripper, and they tried to greet him, but Hot Sauce, he has made no reservations. He just wants a table right here, right now. Looking to be nothing to stop the Killjoy as of yet. Wild Oreo at least wants to make a breathing. Poison Cloud now to prevent his demise. And Esports, a successful retreat and regroup towards a site.
Everything here riding on this round for Brent to take this match point. Bit of Pakistan thrown there by Hot Sauce just to catch this off timing, and that he finds Viper's Pit here. Going to be so difficult for them to try and flush on that, but Hot Sauce still gets a kill on Coco. I don't know how he did it. Wild Oreo holding true, steadfast within the site. He's detained, though, waiting in the smoke, barely able to try and hide from the opposition here. Bren Esports trying to find him on that. Wild Oreo stays alive. 4 kills on Hot Sauce. 1v2. They know they can play the post plant. No shock darts for Symbol, but he's got that Hunter's Fury as well as a Snake Bites on Brain Freeze. This time, though, he can't flub the lineup. Let's see if it even connects in the first place. Wild Oreo, oh my goodness, Wilgrace found himself. Proper timing, but will it actually work out? He gets the 1 kill. He doesn't know where Symbol is, and as long as he goes for that defuse, all Symbol has to do is ult, and that he does. Hunter's Fury, and he's going to connect. He's not even going to get the second kill, but he doesn't need to. He's wasted more than enough time, and this round is done. Going for the half, there's not enough to work with, and Bren Esports take match point.
A game of hide and seek, and while we saw Brain Freeze get found, Symbol able to just hide right underneath where Wild Oreo had stationed, and this is it. Map point now for Bren Esports, but opportunities arise then again and again here for the side of Bren, and they're coming out ahead because of it. This was such a round won out by Hot, so you can see it there. It made Oasis scramble heavily. It made the opposition basically fall apart because of the rotation, and time again, Hot Sauce taking advantage of an angle that his teammate provides him. So it really feels like here for Bren Esports right now, they're passing this rock, passing the potato, and giving everyone a chance to say their piece and get it done with. Not only that, though, it's just so many opportunities right now we can see from Bren that they're able to capitalize on compared to Oasis Gaming, where the flubs are a bit more frequent than usual.
Well, Dax, you have pioneered the saying yourself. They have the highest of highs, but the lowest of lows as well, Oasis. And this is something that they've kind of shed off for the most part when it comes to this team, especially compared to their earlier days before they were even called Oasis, right? And nowadays, they've mostly found their footing on typically stable ground, but it isn't always to be the case. Some cracks in the flooring here, some things to be patched up, and Oasis, this isn't a bad map of theirs by far, but typically I would say that this is one of Bren Esports' better maps. And so when we go on over to map 2, I think that's where we're really going to see the true Oasis kind of wake up and bring us into that third map of the series. But the buy here, very shoddy. Sheriff, 2 Vandals, a Stinger, a bunch of SMGs. That's all they really got to work with. No Blades on Marky as well, and the only ultimate's a lockdown, so they're going to really have to keep this close and tight. EJ making early contact, Ripper finding one, but it goes traded immediately here. Brainfreeze gets the second, and still man advantage in the favor of Bren in many ways.
And Oasis, look at the guns that they have. A Stinger, a Sheriff, and a Vandal. It's a pittance for 2 in the lockdown now. Let's try and change up the angle here of the defense, but as Space trying to trade, the lockdown gonna get broken. Goku now will challenge with the Stinger. It's Savvy AK with a find onto the Envy. And Bren Esports, they brought in the brawl, they brought in the brains, and they brought in the opportunity. And now they're cashing out. Simple with a find off the Coco. Everything's left to Wild Oreo, but he just gets seen so quickly by Hot Sauce that Bren Esports, they don't even need to blink to win out this game. 30-8, a dominant second half by Bren Esports. Take the lead of the series.
Great map here coming in from Bren Esports on that opener of theirs. And Oasis seemingly looking lost in map number 1. Not really sure where the decision making was going to be going. And apologies, my screen was black. But what was clear, black and white here, was the dominance of Bren Esports in map 1.
I see a nice logo you got there. Sorry, I don't have my proper apparel here right now.
We were gonna do a skit, Dax.
We were gonna do a thing, but we couldn't make it home in time because of reasons. And well, you can really see for Bren Esports, this was a game for them to prove again how much they matured, how much else they can play this kind of game. And it really feels like they were able to take a page out of the Oasis playbook and improve on that more by finding these kind of opportunities and angles. And you can really see here the stats. I have to give my money basically to both EJ as well as Hot Sauce now.
Stealing your lunch money type of thing?
No. Just basically give him a bonus after that kind of game. Just because that there were so many moments where they just got a pixel glimpse of the opposition and they'll just flick to it, find the angle, and get that takedown. Oasis don't even see where their opponents are coming from in some of these rounds.
Yeah, just stellar play all around, Dax. You hit right on the money. They were so on point. Pixel, angle, holds. So online, if anything, in more ways than one, and really Bren Esports looking like the Bren that we know. The thing is, can they continue this into a second map? We've seen these super fiery maps from them time and time on over, but the heat retention, as one Mr. Suave, Mr. Ref likes to say, has been a big cause of concern for them throughout their entire VCT run, for even during stage 1. So this is what I'm looking forward to see from Bren Esports continuing further in the series. But on the opposite side, Oasis, there were some good showings from them, but these are some of the lows that we kind of expect to see sometimes from the Oasis squad, but we know that they can come back. And with this map, I believe, being picked by Bren Esports in map number 2, going the opposite way, being picked by Oasis, that's when I'm looking to see for them to really come back. And I as I said a while ago in the cast, I'm expecting for this to go into a 3-map series, and especially, with map 2 being Fracture, and we've seen Bren falter in that, while Oasis have been having stellar results typically on Fracture. I think that is even more so true.
Sorry, buddy, but this is where I go. But actually, I think this was the Oasis map pick. So
really,
we can get that confirmation later on. But this is not the best sign for Oasis. If the Oasis Gaming Express have basically been quite alright to watch out for, it's a ride that deserves to be in Six Flags, because it's such a crazy roller coaster performance that you see here from Oasis Gaming day to day. But a few highlights here and there, and I really feel like for Bren Esports, they just need to stay afloat in the group stage. What caused their demise last stage was the fact that they felt the loss again and again and again, especially in the latter part of the groups, when everything was all tied up, when everything really relied on certain match results going in certain people's favor. Now, for Bren Esports, they want to be the masters of their own destiny, and getting a win here over Oasis Gaming, removing, of course, the safety net Oasis Gaming has here in the standings, is just the biggest revenge they can get after they were eliminated by the Squadron last stage. And not only that, though, you can really see here for Bren Esports, they're just finding these ways to make Oasis Gaming hesitate, double think, and reacquire perhaps what their plan would have been And for Bren Esports, they would not have those moments. They would not be stopping whatsoever because they know they can get away with it. And that's why they were able to take advantage, especially on the attacking side with the angles that Oasis rather did not expect them to come from.
Yeah, those off timings, off angles really throwing off the Oasis squad on both sides, especially in the defense. I talked about how, typically this map can be attacker-sided, and it really did seem the case to be here true for Bren Esports when they went on to that second half. As I said, for them to go 6-6 on their opening half when they started in the defense was a really good sign for the Bren Esports squad, and we know that the Oasis typically do better on attack in general than they do on the defensive side, so really, really nice play coming from Bren. But I'm expecting map number 3. It was a pick of Oasis, but I'm expecting them to trade now that things are going on to Fracture. Will that happen, or will this be a 2-0 flush from Bren? We'll find out after the break. I am Black and Blue, with me is Dax. Don't go anywhere, VCT will be back in a hair.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I try to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know Delilah, don't you know
Look, we're always trying to get up in life, and well, for these two teams, it's trying for them to get up in the high side of the standings. Welcome back ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH, Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming. My name is Dax, here with Black and Blue, and we just saw Bren Esports take Oasis's composition and show them how to play it on their own map pick.
Yeah, and this is a map that we don't normally see Bren play that composition, so it makes me wonder, did they actually practice this beforehand and really save their strats for the right opportune moment, or was this something that we were like, after last week, had this 2 days of prep time and be like, okay, this is now where we finally pull out this composition versus Oasis, and man, whichever the case, it works out in the end, and as you said, they showed one of the pioneers of that comp here in the VCTPH how to actually play it and how to actually do it, and their attacking side so spectacular. Their defense was really something commendable as well, and I'm looking to see if Oasis can kind of bounce back in the Fracture, a map that we know Bren have picked in the past but also faltered to that same extent.
The flattery and imitation, basically, you can really see it there, that Bren Esports were able to take some impressions from Oasis Gaming and then pay it forward to full. But then again, we go now into Fracture, and while they have had some struggles in their history with it, this stage itself has been quite a good ride for Bren Esports. The last 3 outings that they've had in this stage, twice in the open qualifier and once in the group stage versus Naos Esports, they have proven to be victorious in it. So running with that Neon, that Jet, they can bring back the explosive tandem of Savvy 8K as well as EJ together on that duelist role. And it really gets interesting because for Bren Esports, we've seen so many times in the series that we've had so far that opportunity is their best marker. And what's the best composition you can do right now on Fracture to make those opportunities? It has to be with that Neon. Make noise on one side of the map, get that attention as soon as possible with the extra speed that you have, and outright the out-rotate the opposition in such a interesting facet where there are 2 angles that you always need to protect as soon as possible when you're watching out for a site.
Definitely so, but Dax, I mean, when you look at kind of like the win rate for the most part, in the latter, like in the very recent most times, Bren Esports very at least successful recently, but in the past they have faltered on that maps in like open qualifiers and tournaments outside of the BCT and community tournaments. They really struggled on Fracture as well. But Oasis, they are kind of the same. They did pretty well here on Fracture for the last few months that we have seen them play. But they have a very different composition, and to your point, it's Bren who typically employ the Neon here on Fracture, but Oasis don't. They typically run something more akin to having a Raze, and I do think Raze and Neon aren't as different from each other in terms of what role they necessarily fill. I mean, they're both duelists, obviously, but what subcategory of duelists they fill? I think they fill almost the exact same role, but have different strengths and weaknesses depending on if you want more lateral or you want more vertical movement and which types of utility you kind of prefer. But looking at this, very different philosophies with the same intent to dominate and win from both of these teams. And I'm going to expect a Fracture. Oh my goodness, there it is. Neon, finally, for the first time, coming out on Fracture for Oasis.
Oh, as Oasis is going to be looking to play a similar game to Bren Esports, not as much as we'd expect though, because we actually get the fade. And the thing is, this is the first time we will see Oasis Gaming for Stage 2 to play in the Fracture, and they are looking to shed away the completely different composition. Used to play that Killjoy, now they're on that Cypher. Used to play that Sky, now they are on that Fade. It's looking to be very, very oppressive from the side of Oasis, and they'll try to catch out the Bren Bolt that has to push with the objective. But then again, they believe Bren Esports now that they have proven that they can make this kind of composition work, and with both EJ and Safi finding the heat from Icebox, getting those multi-kills to keep them with that kind of momentum, it's a good sign here for Bren Esports to try and just snowball their lead to a complete 2-0, because Oasis Gaming, this is going to be their first time actually whipping out this kind of composition on this map on the tournament stage, so it really has to be the preparation that bears fruit to them. But at the same time, we have to still keep an eye out on perhaps a few mistakes here and there that Oasis Gaming may commit with a newer roster to run here.
And it begs the question, right, Dax, right? And I have to agree with you. How much practice do they have exactly with this composition? Fade hasn't even been out for that long, and we've seen some teams be really proficient at that, but compare that with the Neon, who hasn't had the most time in competitive play either. It can be very difficult to make work, but Savvy takes out Envy. Neon finding that fade early on in the round, in the game. That's definitely a statement here.
And Bren Esports with a quick heat check. Guys, you still preparing? Still time to talk about what you guys are gonna do for the plan? No? Okay, we're going in. And Savvy 8K with the first kill. Did you see a great escape there also by Wild Oreo a while ago to just deny the same fate that happened to Envy. But now, Bren, they are prepared to try and get the pinch perhaps towards the spike. They also still have the chamber of hot sauce towards A. This is such an awkward spot here for Oasis Gaming. They're literally stuck between two walls right now. And they feel like they're getting compressed here by the Bren defense. Ripper and Coco, though, do fight back. Find an opening now to crack at that wall. And, well, these chisels by Oasis Gaming looking to sculpt a better tomorrow towards that B site. Savvy 8K, again, coming in from the staircase. But Oasis, they've really decided to take a different philosophy in the series, and as soon as they can get a moment's
30 seconds
reprieve,
left.
they will try to take it and slow down the pace of the game.
And the control that they can seize with the composition they have at hand here, Oasis can be very, very impressive for Bren to try and flush out. 3v4. Peek wide, Marky. Free kill given away towards Savvy. That's his second in the round, and he goes for the wide swing and gets Ripper. Wild Oreo, the quick on the trade and brain freeze. 2v2. Savvy very low. A single right click. He's going to do him on in, but Coco finds a kill with a frenzy of his own. Hot sauce. Last one left alive. He has some notion where Coco is. He has, I guess, a read on where Oreo is. He confirms that in the headshot immediately, decapitating and decimating Hot Sauce. Opening pistol goes towards Oasis.
Yeah, and Oasis Gaming are just trying to reel Bren Esports in as soon as possible. Come into our lairs, come into our sightlines, and just rethink those plans. Savvy 8K though, almost with full derailment there at the start. And of course, as soon as he found the opportunity to make that frenzy, get those breaks, get those takedowns, but really Oasis Gaming, they're gonna be checking those angles as much as possible. And I do like the fact that Oasis is doing this to Bren Esports. Just find that extra bit of discipline to stay away from the Bren crowd. You guys aren't as irresponsible as them, as their mom's trying to say, but no, really, Bren Esports though, it's opportunity that has been their meal ticket to get these score lines, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them yet again try and make a play happen into the next round.
These rounds are ones that have been technical pause.
It's been a while since we've seen the one.
Yeah, I think it's apt. I don't think we've had much tech pauses today. Now that I've said that,
and now we've jinxed it. It's okay. It already happened before we could even jinx it. So we do have. We do have some time to check out basically what else I think we can talk about this composition right now.
Yeah.
I'm really excited by Oasis Gaming looking to do a similar thing as Team Secret did on Split, because we want to see those kind of combinations, right, between the Breach and the Fade. You get the Prowlers on one side, maybe even a Caesar too to help you out. You get the Fault Line onto the other, and there's just a lot of potential coverage that Oasis Gaming can do on their Execute, and especially now they can practice it with the Spectres they have in hand.
And very unlike, you might expect from a tactical like this, they have so much CC. Look at how much crowd control they do have, how much concuss, how much stun abilities. They've got, obviously, Rolling Thunder, but they do have that Fault Line. They've got the relay bolts coming from Marking as well as the C's from Envy. So a lot really here to keep Bren Esports in place, and knowing the mobility that Bren Esports like to utilize of the composition with a Neon and a Jet, that could mean the death of him in the long run.
Yeah, well, it might mean the death of you if you play into the corner. Savvy 8K already with the frenzy. On the short term, though, Oasis gonna be looking to rush on forward, and Indy, well, trying to help out his teammate, but Marky will fall. Wilder, Coco, Ripper gonna get on the board there, and at the same time, it's Oasis Gaming now heading towards that A site. A nice attempt by Bren Esports at least. Set up a bit of that crossfire there. Comes now with the headhunter. Get absolutely nothing. Coco with the kill that he needs. And Spring Freeze now versus the rest of the crew. And, well, it's a bittersweet symphony for Brain Freeze trying to say hello from the other side to, well, his former team. And now, maybe a peek here with the Classic for the Oasis. They're ready with so many angles as of the moment. It's a perfect time to try and build up that lead. And I think momentum has to be the heavy-handed approach that Oasis Gaming needs for this game. Start to rack up these rounds, start to keep surprising Bren Esports, and keep on making them guessing as soon as we get the buys.
You know, I like the fact that Oasis, they picked the Cypher here over the Chamber, which many teams like to try and default to, you know, oh, Chamber, he came out with Fracture. Oh, they're meant to be together, right? That's how it works. But
tag team.
Oh, tag team, yes.
Tag team.
Much like our Tagalog casting duo. But on the Oasis side, you know, that Cypher, I do like the fact that they have that extra information gathering utility, which can be so important on a map like this where, you know, they already have 2 initiators, but hell, let's give us even more, and it really gives them a bit more holding power. Those cyber cages and those tripwires are so difficult to really flush on that. Even though you can destroy it immediately, yes, once you're tagged, at that point, you're tagged, and things can be very, very difficult for Bren to try and just dash and, you know, run and sprint and slide through these tripwires when they can't even do the hurdles under them.
Sounds like a tough training program, man. Are you gonna join the Olympics or something?
Yeah, this is like a limbo test. Like, do you do a hurdle or do you limbo under it?
You just run away from the guy giving you the test, because this is not how you become physically fit. But no physical fitness for Brain Freeze, though. Unable to flex his muscles and flex his shots. Coco will get the takedown. Savvy 8K, though. Quite trade now. With the 4v4. Valdoria, though, versus Savvy. Savvy yet again finding the frags that he needs. But here comes Marky. Looking to see the Neon on the other side. Moving him from the equation. And, well, Oasis. It's a bit difficult because Bren Esports is making sure that these angles are going to be contested. And Symbol with the 5, but Symbol 2 pieces setting something up. Marky sliding on in just to die to the hand of EJ. All up now to Envy. The 1v2 scenario. Bren Esports, pick after pick is what they're looking for. And now they will pick one round to put in their victory tab. A little dicey though, and a little expensive for Bren. Oasis doing a relatively good job on the bonus round.
Yeah, and all things considered, good round from Bren. It looked pretty dicey there when they found the opening pick here for Oasis, and you can see why that haunt is so deadly. He's tagged, he's tracked, there's no way Brain Freeze is getting out there safely, and man, the Fade is just so oppressive on these type of compact maps, especially a map like Fracture that really helps enable so many of those angles to suddenly be dropped down upon with a haunt, and that balloon is quite reminiscent of the, you know, the It balloon.
Yeah, the red balloon, man.
Yeah, very, very haunting.
It keeps you guessing and it keeps you tempted to chase after it. And not only that, I think really the Fade, what she does in these potential lobby setups, especially for a map like Fracture, where it gets really tight before it opens us up towards the side, that haunt will get so much value, that Seize will get so much value. And if Bren Esports decides to play a very aggressive angle, it has to be players who can get the hell out of there at a moment's notice. Spike's now planted, and Oasis Gaming, they have just made their way pretty casually towards the site. A stroll, a walk towards a Rolling Thunder though now. And be looking to make these mines matter. And Marky preventing Savvy 8K from getting even a little bit of that static electricity going in his favor. Right to go. The final Marky response at least. 4v4 now. The rifle still out here for Bren Esports, but they're running out of time. Trying to get that from the drop. Indy with one. Wildor, no, EJ comes in, but Coco is ready for the trade again. And well, for Oasis Gaming, there's always the backup. There's always another plan, and there's always another round to win.
You can see just how, I guess, persuasive it is for Oasis's comp to just really send a message towards that Bren Esports side to not wait inside the site, to not camp inside the site because of how much corner clearing they have on the Oasis's composition. They can literally just clear out the entire site with their utility, no problems at all, no problems asked, and at that point, how do you even fight that? So you can see, Bren, you're trying to go for a bit more aggression, trying to take further outside control. That's what Hot Sauce is doing here right now, but he TP's on back, rendezvous into safety, and realizes this is way too heavy for me to deal with. So Oasis, they give away their possessions early on, but I think that was kind of the idea.
Yeah, they wanted to make a lot of noise, make Bren Esports think that they're just waiting for the opportunity right behind the smoke. But the rotate comes in, and Oasis Gaming yet again is trying to figure out another angle and another avenue to try and play this attacking side out. So really, their execute playbook has gotten more and more bigger and thicker in terms of the binds. But Valdoria now trying to find the angle. Symbol just be right in front of him, and there we go with the sprays. Hits the head anyway. Savvy 8K though, nice tap onto Envy. Not only that, get the neural theft to give the intel for Oasis Gaming to utilize. Oh, the strike though, the call 7AK able to get away at the nick of time, but this is still Oasis getting on site and getting the plant. Shots are vital though, and Savvy AK with another pressurized hit. Here comes Coco peeking forward. Savvy AK with the brawl, finally gonna fall, but EJ alive in the place. He's coming on in one more time, trying to make his name known, but Marky will punish the whiffs there. Coco with the final frag, and Oasis Gaming seeing mistakes made on the other side. They will take the check marks instead.
I thought for sure Savvy would have had that kill there on Coco, who was waiting up top the tower, but still, Coco ever so reliable. Him really coming back in this roster, as said by many other coaches, especially that one guy, has been such a big piece of value really found for them, and so much gone unsaid and so much more to be done here from Oasis to get back into the series. They can really start to, I guess, build their momentum here if they win this round against the guns of Bren Esports, who you can see them trying to take that forward control here towards the arcade, but I'm not too sure if this is really going to pan out for them, considering how much Oasis have to throw at them. They're one away from that Rolling Thunder. Actually, no, that's Bren's Esports side, but Oasis do at the very least have that overdrive to really kind of up the pace if so need be. And those scrambles are things Oasis feed off of, especially with their comp.
And we see here while Lorio scouting towards that A side. But I wonder who's the guy you were talking about. Maybe I could get a name drop or two here on stream, just to give him the credit where his credit's due. But
his name is very soft. Very nice.
Very squishy.
Very squishy.
Very nice. Very soothing voice on the panel. I wonder who. But yeah, Oasis Gaming, we're really getting from them some good calls to find those rotations, to peek out angles that Bren have been absolutely biased towards to. And not only that, Oasis Gaming now decide to hit the lesser side here. Hot Sauce has to fight for his life, snaps on the way, and will allow at least Bren Esports a few numbers to work with. Now this is a 5v5 raid take, but you can see it there. Envy using the zip line to get on through to the other side, so that drop angle might be dangerous. Coco though has to rush in forward thanks to the orbital strike, and well played there by Brain Freeze to give Bren Esports the first frag there for free. Savvy AK now looking to get on through, but Marky finds him, and the overdrive is there, but Hot Sauce is insulating, and just like rubber, this electricity cannot find its spark. Envy though with the fight. Here we go yet again, rolling the front line. That looks pretty colorful, but Ripper by the flames fighting. EJ now will fall. All left to Hot Sauce though. He is marked, he is seen, and he is being stopped by the Oasis Colts. Ripper ready yet again. Envy drop one on down. Where are the numbers? But it's 1v1s right now. Hot Sauce will win out the brawl, but Ripper comes in to tear his art out at the end. Beat your heart here, Bren Esports. It's Oasis with another one.
So close, maybe too close for comfort, but Oasis, great round for them to take. A bunch of ultimates really kind of committed into that round. You saw the overdrive, you saw as well that Nightfall connecting, and Marky, even though he only got one, the value of him pulling that aggro allowed Envy to do his work and go in big. Envy really does feel like this is one of those agents that do enable him to pop off, because we know what an incredible talent he is, and you don't normally see how much fragging potential he can have in terms of the quality of frags that he does find, because now he's been relegated to a Sova that doesn't typically kind of favor that kind of play style, but we know that he has always been, that great kind of Sky, the great kind of forward initiator, and for Fade to be, now available in pro play, it really does once again benefit him and really does fit his play style and his skill set.
Look, the fact that Oasis Gaming was able to optimize that time back there and allow that Fade to get that drop position before fully committing really made it difficult for Bren Esports to go anywhere else, because the standoff just scared them in the first place. And now Oasis quick execute towards that A site. Lesser by, of course, it's eco round here for Bren Esports anyway. The Oasis Gaming still have to be wary of the utilities that Bren can throw them. We saw how effective the orbital strike was there a while ago. Problem is now, Bren Esports, they don't have the ultimates, and it's Coco and Ripper find his frags anyway. Brain Freeze still on board. Seems like Envy yet again finding contact as soon as possible, and forward initiators, they want to be the ones going for the brawls. Brainfreeze now backing away, finding those heads, just peeking off by the lonesome. But Oasis Gaming is a great game of avoidments. They enter the Matrix and they come out with another round. 6-1. It's all Oasis Gaming in the first half so far, bar one.
Very dominant half here from Oasis so far. Where's the timeout to be called from Bren? I'm going to expect it here. You don't see them moving, and so there it is. Fade to gray. I am 2 for 2 today.
That's super too. Your timeout prediction rate has been on point. So I kind of have to ask you a question then here, Black and Blue.
Yeah.
Can you predict if I'm going to be happy today?
Aren't you already?
I'm always happy with you, bro.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. It was a trick.
I have been deceived.
Bamboozled even.
Indubitably.
Forsooth yonder thy grace. Man,
like a darn fiddle. Look at these casters.
Just throwing some soliloquies here and there. But, I mean, you can really see it here for Oasis Gaming. This time, they're giving the big surprise to Bren Esports. And I think this whole series is about how these two teams are familiar with each other. They have had these conversations, I have to reckon, watch each other's games as much as possible. Same group, even from stage number 1, that they're bringing something completely different from what's expected from them, just to stray away from some of those similarities that they see in one another. And Oasis Gaming this time, their level of assessment has been prodigal. They have many a time just found the right call with slowing down the pace, suddenly pushing towards the other side, more so than we've seen on Icebox, and especially a map like Fracture, where sometimes you just get fully committed to the site you're holding on. Oasis is the one who finds whatever is happening here. The building blocks, and this building block now gonna get exposed. The operators, their fault line comes on in, and Oasis now, they're sending utilities their way.
Snap those fingers. There he goes. Making sure that he's safely retreating. EJ. Luckily for him, no one was actually waiting there towards the, or at least pushed upon that dish. They do have that trademark, but perhaps if like it was smoked or, cyber caged or simply destroyed before peaking when they fell on back, things could have been very different. But okay, bygones be bygones. Oasis going towards the B side. Here comes the rolling thunder on the execute. Marky making his way into the side. Control taken, seized by force. Envy and Marky, 2 spearheads, really doing everything here to get them into the map and into the site, especially 3v5. So difficult to make this retake work out with an operator in his hands. It connects, and that deafens them, more importantly as well. Gives them a trail to follow in case they do try and run away and save these weapons.
Yeah, sensing silence, and now it's EJ looking to go for the shot. Marky goes down, but Hot Sauce has gone down with him. Bren, they have to play the save instead, keep that operator in their clutches. But you can see it here. Marky has practice. Probably those game shows where you have to run around like Wipeout, because he is just able to go through the fire, through the furnace, and through the utilities and find those openings here for the side of Oasis Gaming. And we've always talked about how it's been a matter of timing, but it's become even better because they're noticing the patterns. And when Bren Esports are trying to utilize those utilities, giving them the right timing and the right angle to go for the push in B2. A little ambitious there, Simple will punish him. But beyond that, it's still Oasis Gaming running away with this game so far.
Oasis seems like quite a very fruitful desert they might be in here. I mean, we're half-half. Where does this even take place, right? Half of it in the desert, half of it in like some very...
It's supposed to be like 2 different dimensions, but I think it's also by the border of like 2 different countries, which is pretty cool. So I don't know. There was like that map, right, in the training range. It's kind of there in the North America area, so that's a little bit interesting. But the thing is, it's just like you have a half and half pizza. You have one flavor on one side.
Oh, yeah.
You have the other flavor on the other. And they're still able to coexist. That's what Fracture is all about.
You gotta hope that not, one of the other side isn't like garlic shrimp and you're allergic. Otherwise,
oh no. And then the other one's anchovies and you hate anchovies.
Infects the whole pizza.
No, and then there's pineapple everywhere. No, that's gonna be quite a predicament for Brain Freeze.
Wait. What you got against pineapple?
Oh, whoa. Let's we can talk about that for another technical pause, because we're gonna be seeing the action here. It's not about the toppings, it's about that core, and well, it's quite the pie here that Oasis Gaming is trying to take from Bren
One
Esports. Not
enemy
only
remaining.
that, Marky and Envy already getting the slices that they need. Wild Orzo also wants to beat Staff. Symbol though, the only one left. Maybe a bit of hope here for Bren Esports, as he has found the first two, but time is ticking. The space is getting even tighter and tighter, and if he ever felt claustrophobic, he might just be part of the Bren Esports banner right now, because this is Oasis Gaming getting in their space, getting in their way, and getting another round.
Oasis completely running away with this opening half. Timing not working out for Bren there. You saw Brain Freeze and Savvy trying to go on the aggressive push deep and towards the arcade on the opposing spawn, but just doesn't work out for them, getting caught off guard. And man, Oasis, they have woken up. Map number 1 completely shed away. New skin, new page turned. Oasis this time really reaping the benefits of what they sowed early on to try and go for that aggression, to try and set the place. Oh, Hot Sauce doesn't even find the timing to go for that peek and get at least a shot off. There he does, and that slow is going to be so detrimental for Oasis to even get themselves in. Kant does connect here on that Prowler, and EJ finds a kill on the Envy. 4v3. This is looking like one of the few good rounds we've seen from Bren this entire map.
Yeah, solid stall, really Hot Sauce, no fear. It doesn't matter, the Prowler is coming. And just because Hot Sauce got that frag, it made Oasis Gaming hesitate. And they couldn't push as deep as they wanted, as Bren was already set up on the angles in the first place. But Valorant, he's going to go for more, but he gets caught by EJ. EJ instead is the one who takes this opportunity by both hands. Coco, his own first kills, 3 already for Coco. 1v1 scenario. Hot Sauce though, 1 more bullet left in the tour de force from what we've counted. Rifle still in his hands, and we'll see he's better shot here in this brawl. Hot Sauce trying to get a cover, and it's Hot Sauce who plays a different stance there and wins out in the end. A man of different arms, but it's really Hot Sauce who's lifting up the spirits of Bren, at least breaking the streak that Oasis has made.
Way too close for comfort there between the two of them, especially on Bren Esports' side. The round they know they really desperately needed to win, and they get it in the end. But at what cost? A very expensive one, Dax, may I add. Not even able to really force up complete rifles in economy here. They do have blades on EJ, the operator coming out once again, still in Hot Sauce. I'm not sure if he's able to save that, but he gets a kill on the Ripper. Headshot not needed, but still taken.
Come on, this is just this jalapeno pepper getting even spicier. We're seeing it here from Hot Sauce, getting those opportunities. Envy though wins out against EJ. Luckily, Savvy is just partner in crime there to make the trade happen. And Oasis Gaming surprised here now by the aggression of Bren Esports. Brain Freeze though, not ready for that as much as he would have liked. Neural Tef is exposing the position. A few apologies have to be made, but now Hot Sauce, he has no apologies. He's not sorry if someone gets in sightlines, but this is just Oasis now making it through anyway. Aftershock is there though. High gear to try to get away. Rolling Thunder for cover, and Oasis able to make the reset happen. Marky though still going for broke, going for more. Symbol goes down. It's Oasis now trying to watch out for these corridors, and it's Savvy 8K wins out the mirror matchup with Operator still trying to find the target fastly now.
One enemy remaining.
Fiery wall, perhaps velocity. We're ready for Skin now trying to make it through. Savvy 8K comes in clean and comes in nicely. It's Bren Esports now looking for another round under their notches.
Second round strung together here by Bren. This could be where they start to tie the noose around Oasis for the comeback. Still though, lots for them to come back, and there's lots of rounds for them to even win. 8-4, difficult. 9-3, even more so, barring any other superstitions. But Oasis, they can try and turn this on back. Great catch here from Envy and Wild Oreo. Anticipation from Brain Freeze, but still does not win out in the fight. And Marky, look at how much space he does take. He gets shut down in the end though. And Bren, you can see they're feeling it. Savvy after that kill, continuing to spray, really letting out a lot of their frustration they definitely must have felt early on in the half. But the Oasis call a timeout here at the end of this half as well. So giving them a bit more breathing time, and they like this. They know there's one more round to play. They just lost 2. Let's call one and not let this go 3 rounds in a row.
Look, for Bren Esports, I guess the biggest way to dismantle now the Oasis offense is just those early picks, and the fact now Hot Sauce has that operator is very helpful because you're expecting him to make those rendezvous plays. If Savvy 8K and EJ work together as much as possible, they can clear out an angle and basically lessen the choices that Bren need to keep a watch out for the bulk of Oasis gaming. But beyond that, Oasis Gaming, if they can get another great set here, and it'll be another great execution back to the Oasis playbook. Not only that, Bren Esports now, they're capitalizing on really just how much they can rely on the chamber. It's a heavy bolt towards that A site, and I really feel like if our Oasis aren't able to make angles happen from the dish here, it's going to be another hard-fought round where Bren can get perhaps the recovery that they're looking for.
They do have the weapons advantage. Marky here has got Spectre, but his ult is online as well, and so he can definitely turn up the pace when needed. So start playing some very interesting, catchy tunes and take what he wants from him ever he needs to.
The only song stuck in Black and Blue's head every single time he sees a neon. It's like an automatic thing for you by this point.
Yeah, every time I see like a neon like dashing on in or sliding on in, just plays for like a second or two, and then.
So apparently, Black and Blue, biggest Ilona Garcia fan of the PH broadcast.
Aren't we all?
Are we all? Yeah, of course. It's Night Pride and all that. But EJ now, he's gonna be alongside again his buddy, his pal, and his comrade in arms, that neon there. But we hear the overdrive gonna get popped, and also the lurk here. Wow, Noria now timing it right and playing the angle perfectly. Simple though could not be able to keep those kilowatts in check. He feels the brunt of the sting of lightning. Hot sauce though. Operator up close and personal makes the shot don't count. Sticks it to the chest of Marky. Brain freeze on the board, and this gives him the overstrike to work with. But Koku now in such a bad spot. He is absolutely stuck here, and he's getting destroyed with by hot sauce. Now with the angle. Koku will kill him instead. And Wild Oreo, the timing was perfect from front to back, from back to front. All angles and all times. It's Wild Oreo, also reliable.
I'm not sure what took so long for that ult to pop. I think they were kind of confused. Are they actually going for the plant? Were they sticking it? And when it did go down, it wasn't even the proper spot. Well, can't really fault because one would assume that they would be, planting safe there in the default. In the end, though, Oasis 9-3, and Bren, they might be a superstitious bunch, and they have to be at this point because this is a miracle and a half thrown away just to be able to get back into this map. Pistol round absolutely crucial for them to take at this point.
Yeah, just going to get the opportunities now for Bren Esports. Hot sauce later on only into the game, finding those timings to make the operator counts. You can see for Bren Esports that when they have that orbital strike, Oasis is able to adjust on the fly how to play those spike plants just so they don't get incinerated by the beam. And it's this small little bit of finesse right now that Oasis is bringing to the table, and also perfect timings alongside, I'd say, Marky, Envy, and Ripper letting those utilities rip. It's been so effective right now for Oasis Gaming, and they have so many ways to assist their push from happening in the first place with the amount of utilities they have, with how that fade just complements how much space you can get with the breach. This is where we get again for Oasis Gaming, when you have that bit of newness, you have that bit of a surprise, is one way to really psych out the competition. And since Bren did it to them in that last map, Oasis giving Bren Esports a taste of their own medicine, man, and it's not really the medicine that you'd like to take for just a common cold.
I would like one of those right now.
Oh man, you want me to stop by, just buy his like mercury drug real quick? Here you go.
Yeah,
soon.
Apologies for my perhaps nasally delivery today. Thank you, chat.
Maybe you just got hit by the love bug, bro.
It's really the weather. It goes hot and cold. It's raining.
I was giving you a plus point to the Bren Esports manager, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that's really it. The love bug.
Okay.
Very beautiful. 9-3.
Very affiliated man, this Black and Blue. And well, we'll be affiliating ourselves again to the second half because we're back on the floor, back on the battleground. And the pistols are going to be out, but you see here for Bren even, they're a bit hesitant to actually push as concretely as they expect. Hot sauce even with a great escape. Doesn't get back by Martin, though, gets in cover in time. And only in the VCTPH we're seeing here a fracture being contested even by those repels. But Bren Esports now regrouping and look to play towards that A side. EJ turning on around. They know the drop is a bit of a precarious position that they may need to watch out for, but they want to get the pinch first onto Envy. It's getting closer and closer now to the spawn. Spikes planted. Still 5v5 as Oasis have tried to get the opportunity to regroup here.
As you said, 5v5 Dax, so a full team fight to come on in ahead. Savvy finds the opening pick, and so does EJ. The double duelists here from Bren, starting and kicking things off. Symbol following on up in a complete decimation of the retake on Oasis. A crucial pistol round for them to win, to convert, and that they do. Now, can they do it here on their anti-eco round? Bren Esports, every slow climb to the top of the hill starts somewhere, and this is that first step. So crucially needed, Dax.
Yeah, it's just one fell swoop though. You can see how quickly, as soon as Bren Esports set up their whole trap towards the middle, they were able to execute. And when you put Savvy 8K on a duelist role, it just really feels like he's more at home to what he does. He is an amazing flex player right now. You know that he has gotten so much training between the collegiate scene and here for the Bren Esports banner. But it's just a little bit different and a little bit more of the ambition that you can see for Savvy 8K. He's that young gun with still stars in his eyes, plays to be made, and highlights to be recorded. And you can notice here that for Bren Esports, that might be the edge that they want to have when they have that double duelist composition. Just the sync right now between EJ and Savvy 8K is just also important, not just in a one-step, two-step where they enable EJ to do everything and anything, but give opportunities to Savvy to do the same. And I think right now, it's not working out as much as they would like here for Bren Esports because they're a bit more isolated than usual on that first half. Here in the second though, keep an eye out on the tag team again to get those rounds, and look at them simultaneous from different angles. The parallel lines being drawn at Bren Esports now. Drawing first and second blood here into the round. Surprise though, Valor is there in the corner.
Okay, it's a kill. Quick and easy. A bit of an anticlimactic end there for Symbol, but let's get that pick. Still holding on to the angle. He knows how crucial it is to be present here in the tower. Savvy trying to farm them basically. He gets that third kill, and yeah, this is looking dicey for Wildor here. Trees the Spectre.
Come on. You sorry, you can't, man. Just hiding a while ago. Crouch down.
Baiting.
Spectre in hand, baiting a few things, but you know, Bren Esports isn't gonna trap him. He is caged like a domesticated pet. There is no escape, there is no getting out of here, just loving forever, and that's really absolutely adorable here for Bren Esports right now. They found those opportunities again with Savvy 8K and EJ, and whether they're separate, they'll find a way to come together as one later on, and that's the amount of space that Bren Esports can break through in a blink of an eye here.
You know, some people don't necessarily mind being caged in that way. Especially one of our co-casters.
Wait. People?
Yeah.
Yo. What are the newsletters you subscribe to, man? Because I don't get that in my mail.
Ask Asarai. Moving on.
Just shame real quickly thrown over to our co-talent. But hey, moving on indeed, because Bren Esports, now they have to deal with the guns of Oasis Gaming, and look who wants to play the pinch now. Oasis will challenge, will set up the firing squad, and it's Marky and Ripper who get the frags that they need. So Ripper still holding on to the angle. Bren Esports absolutely stuck here with poor reception by the dish, and it feels right now for Bren to even navigate as Oasis just have so many opportunistic angles to utilize.
That would suck, being by the radio tower and you still don't have any reception, any signal.
No.
Yeah.
No. One bar. Right beside the dish.
That is difficult, and that kind of reflects also the situation, the dire situation they are in this round. Even though, yes, it's a bonus, it's one they desperately need to convert because of how much rounds Oasis are going to have up over them. If they do lose this round, it's going to be up to 5, and here comes that aftershock, keeping them at bay, delaying even more time. Hot Sauce has to go huge and find a pick here. He's the only one with a real kind of rifle, and that isn't even a full Vandal or Phantom in that case, only a Bulldog. He gets a kill. Will he find a second? Ripper quick on the trade. He's going to play that post plant. They do have the Molly here in the hands of Brain Freeze, but quickly shut on down within the site. Oasis, not super expensive round for them. Only 2 picks given, and they extend the lead back up to 5. So Bren, it's a round they were willing to give up, but there isn't much more cushion for them to work with if they lose another.
Yeah, it really feels like we're just tightening up this map more and more and more. Just many times you see it here for both Bren Esports, and especially that last round, Oasis Gaming, when they can find a pinch to utilize, they have the pioneers to do so, and that's what really enables a neon-based composition on a map like Fracture, that when you notice that this this angle is usable. You notice this part of the map is not being used here by your opponent, and that's the perfect chance to have just another way to engage onto the site. And it really goes to show, not because of the system of the map itself, it's so easy to really get trapped here, and it happens for the site, it happens for the corners, and here it happens for Bren Esports that they're able to make it to the point itself. 5v5 retake now is a go. Oasis Gaming, they'll have the ultimate to get those 2 to 10, but Freddy Freeze catching Marky to start things off. EJ's right there too, and Bren right now just getting the pros that they need anyway. Some small angles and some small isolations, enough for Bren Esports to pick apart Oasis Gaming one by one. Maybe now all alone, but really it's just a Black Parade here for Envy and Bren Esports. They just go into the site and they take this round for almost absolutely free.
Very one-way round here, decisive, flawless for the meantime. And even if that isn't true, well, the round's done. They don't even have to get the kill on Envy here. They know what they've just done. They know they've trapped him in here towards the ditch. Look at them still chasing him on down. Envy does get a kill before going out here with a bang, but 6 to 10, cutting the lead back down to 4. Decisive round for them to win in Oasis. Economy in shambles, Dax, once more.
They have to be careful by this point. The momentum is heavily in favor of Bren Esports, and as a reset a few things, I see here that Savvy 8K still being that top frag, still being such a bane to Oasis Gaming, but then you're getting someone like Brain Freeze ready with the Orbital Strike, so there are moments now for Bren Esports to try and build that advantage from better buy, better utilities that they can utilize right now, and more opportunities to build those ultimates very, very soon. Savvy though goes to the doorway. Here we have the Orbital Strike and a slide in to immediately get the takedown there before you can even read the DM. It is absolutely unsensed. Savvy 8K looking for more. Marky goes down. DJ finding another frag, turns around. Ripper's there though to get that trick. Sure, but Savvy 8K is not unstoppable. Valdoria though now getting the kills that they need. These cans are kicked. Cyber Cage is there too. You want to play the game and Valdoria just trying to craft here. Dropping down though, but he can't get into any cover that he could have made. 7 to 10. Bren Esports at it again, but Oasis still very dicey in those rounds there.
Very close at the end of things there for Oasis, but yeah, Bren, they take the round, important one. Every single round here right now is going to be absolutely influential at the end of things. Quick slide in from Savvy, and I can't believe that's a reference you make here, Dax, in terms of sliding into things, but this time on over, the only messages sent is a clear one that Bren Esports are not giving this map up for free. They do not want to go into map number 3. And a timeout has been called potentially by Oasis here. And once again, this is a proper moment for them to really try and slow down the pace by Bren Esports, which has been slowly but surely ramping up in velocity and accelerating into potentially heights that Oasis won't be able to stop. So before the freight train hits, before it passes by way too strong, stop it at the station, and that's what Oasis are trying to do.
Yeah, Bren Esports have basically changed the gears here of this game, and we still have to talk about how Savvy and, of course, EJ will be the biggest propagators of that factor. You notice here that that extra bit of velocity has become the bread and butter of the Bren Esports play, and it really feels like for Oasis Gaming that they're not as prepared as you'd like as soon as Bren Esports is on site, because we're having just these awkward angles that they're playing, unable to set up each other. Savvy 8K kind of just stunning himself in his own brilliance, but down here, Valdoria, yet again the opportunities can be made by the Cypher. We've seen him over by one of the entranceways to the rope, over into the drop itself. That Cypher can be the one to break the back of the Bren Esports momentum. Instead, they'll be backing away as soon as they realize that this might be where the Cypher station.
Well, that's information gathered here by Oasis, and with Savvy being found on out, could be in for a rough time. That's going to allow Oasis to potentially set, but no, they still haven't made the read. Even with all the utility, even with all the noise being made here, they still don't commit on the rotate. While Oreo gets the spam through the smoke, kill being found by the Dural Def is going to connect still, so EJ has to get the hell out of there before some bullets come flying his way. Coco finding the follow-up kill, brings him into that 4v3 with Nightfall setting. It's going to be a lot more difficult to see through all of this darkness. Hot Sauce only good for one. 2v4 right now. Ripper getting that kill, and he gets a third from the main position. Oasis secure 7-11 very, very conveniently for them.
It was absolutely convenient. You get Nightfall, you get Rolling Thunder. It's Hallow's Ground there made by Oasis Gaming. And it's Jack the Ripper basically on that Brimstone getting the kills and reaping those souls. 7-11, so Oasis Gaming finally getting the round that they've been desperately seeking just to break the momentum here of Bren Esports. And it did cost quite a number of ultimates, but they have built up just a little bit more because of that. Overdrive now a possibility for Marquee. Ripper one away from that orbital strike. And it really has to be them slowing down the potential pace of Bren Esports and suddenly making them hit those breaks. I think Wild Oreo has to be the biggest factor right now of this Oasis Gaming defense, because hit setup is just so intimidating as soon as Bren gets a whiff of the scent. And Wild Oreo backing away. Tripwires are still ready if anyone drops down here basically. Savvy 8K, EJ, they both have to be prepared for this. Where will the Cypher come from? There may be a peek even towards the rope itself. Savvy now, feeling that something's amiss. Gets a spot, tries to shoot out. Perhaps where the tripwires can be. But beyond that, it's Bren again intimidated by the presence of Wild Oreo.
You see Coco holding back every kind of instinct of his to try and swing this wide. Just a shoulder peek. Timing not working out though. Neither team, neither player, neither Coco or EJ spotting each other out just yet. Still though, not much active map control being taken here by Bren. They have made lots of noise towards drop position, but look at how spread out they are. Potentially going for B, but that time is ticking, and well, that window of opportunity has closed. Savvy goes down, and when we see Savvy go down in the round, the first one to go down, it typically hasn't worked out for Bren on their executes. Now EJ is going to have to take this, space taking all on his own. That task is going to be very difficult. Haunt connects, and oh, that seize is huge as well. He can't get anywhere else. Symbol finding a huge kill. But the spike, will it be planted in time? Trying to do that. Here comes the orbital strike to keep him at bay. And on the flank, here comes Envy as well. Post plant down, Dax and Symbol gets another kill. Huge kill for Bren to find.
Bren found a way to cover that spike plant. And now they have a chance here after that frag. Marky though, rolling back. Overdrive now gonna hit Earth. And we'll see if the lightning can crack him, but it's a crap in the face of one instead. Envy and Coco though, they get the cleanup crew duty there. And they will be able to wipe the floor of Bren Esports. The stains have been erased, and now this is one away from moving into the next map. Well played by Oasis. Map point now to force out the third decider there. But really, Envy's opportunity there, that angle he was able to take, giving Oasis the edge.
Timeout called by Bren Esports this time around. Right there. And yeah, you saw they use the orbital strike for a bit of concealment to try and get themselves some space and get that plant on down, and that they did. But in the end, the retake working out here for Oasis. Going for the peak there, you saw EJ try and fending him off, but this is when you have to realize, hold the angle. You don't have to swing that. You don't have to peek it. You're giving them an opportunity, and I get he was trying to go for the trade, but in the end, it doesn't work out for him. And many times on over, when Savvy goes down, first one to go down, especially for Bren Esports in the round, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to get themselves going in it, because they rely a lot on his space making, his playmaking ability, and just how much his utility really does help Bren Esports revolve around the entire team. So this timeout going to have to be crucial. What adjustments can be made has to be done now, otherwise we're going to split.
I like it when Envy is on things like Sova or we have your Fade, right? Because after he uses his utilities and he knows his stuff is just unavailable, he can just hard focus on clutching for the team, and he sets it up for everyone to knock down, but he's still the biggest threat too, behind everything else. And getting those two frags, changing the pace immediately for Oasis Gaming. But now we get back. These tides shifted, As Savvy 8K will punish Marky, playing a little too long in the arcade without these coins. And breaking these machines and breaking his face along the way. Now then, can Bren Esports go for more? Have again the setup with the stuns. Fault line now into play. That could have been cheeky by Ripper, but EJ again just absolutely eyes like a hawk position there with the blade. Have it be trying to set something up for the squad. The smokes are in the way, but it's now planted. And as it dissipates, the life of Coco will disappear. Simple also catching out Envy. All left now in the hands of Wild Oreo. It's such a difficult straight here for the Cypher. Can't get even much of the intel. He has to brawl quickly, and it's Savvy 8K who wins the fight for Bren. 3 kills for the Neon, and yet again, suddenly it's a whole toolkit getting in the way of Oasis wrapping up this map.
Great response here coming from Bren. Aggressive smoke placed down there by Oasis towards Arcade, and they answer back with some space taking and initiating with that flash or that flashpoint of their own, catching Marky off guard. Free kill for them, and eco forced upon Oasis, and we are somehow looking at a disgusting, like, toxic waste, I think. Or something.
I think we're probably where all these bodies go to once they disappear.
Ooh, that's grim.
That's pretty grim, actually. The disposal site here in Fracture, but right now they're trying to dispose of the space Savvy's trying to make with the fault line. Oasis at least playing a game of keep away as Bren are just running as quickly as possible as Sugar Rush really for Bren Esports toward that B site. Wild Or yet again into the tower hallway. And can he get the Shorty Surprise to do the same thing yet again? Surprise with confetti with the sawed off. The rest of Oasis though, a regroup is in order. Bren Esports trying to figure out where the first engagement may come from. The Node Prowler just into that corridor. EJ though has to peek on out the most important stuff. And here comes EJ now with a takedown. Hawks is on the board. Savvy 8K with 2 there at the end. And it was pretty simple for Bren. As soon as Oasis peeked out with their heads, it's Bren hunting them down and getting another round.
9-12, Bren gets a very important round here that desperately needed. Slowly marching their way, but still not at the finish line just yet. Not even at home stretch, a bit more to go. Oasis, another gun round for them. I think this is where they're going to lock it down here, Dax. We know that they are great at working with the utility they have at hand, and the ultimates, especially with this neural theft. If they get a pick off and while Oreo gets to that corpse, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Bren to freely move around the map, and especially with the Nightfall too, should really cut the noise in a really bad way here for Bren. All they really have to bank with to counteract that is this orbital strike, which will have to come in clutch. The question is, do we use it to initiate here, Bren? That's what they're thinking. Or do they use it for their post plant?
If they can make it through, that's the whole question, right? And Savvy 8K, him leading this charge, trying to be the pioneer through the arcade, will help Bren Esports decide as soon as possible. But for Oasis Gaming, I really feel like this is a must-win scenario for them. They don't want to put the pressure to themselves. They have to be careful now. It's a gun buy. That's what they have here. Not only that, still haven't seen the commitment here from Bren Esports, and we're moving towards A site instead. While Oreo though, he has been quite a stalwart here, and many times he's been reliable at finding the frags for Oasis anyway. Stim Beacon though, throw down. Bren Esports getting a bit of a boost. They also set up a wall to get in the way. Fast lane right now for cover, but Bren, they need to make an execute happen and fast. The stuns do come. Wild Oreo though with a first frag here.
Huge pick, and when Savvy goes down, things are so much more difficult for Bren to get themselves going. The post plan is going to be so difficult. Symbol down very low here in Hot Sauce. He's going to be found. Marky gets that kill. Symbol getting a trade. EJ finding 2 kills. Huge fragments to be found. They still do not have much foothold here. 1v2. Ripper, he gets the flag, and EJ's going to go down. The clutch coming in from Ripper. The round, map number 2, taken by Oasis.
That's a heartbreaker there for Bren Esports. They thought they had that thanks to EJ, but Ripper with the ROG clutch at the end, and a way for Oasis Gaming to survive in the series. Just feel it here. When pressure is applied, Ripper is able to tear apart the opposition bits by broken bits. And it was such an opportunity for Bren Esports, right? EJ was fragging out. They were already prepared. They were waiting for the next one to come into the frame. and he just stole the absolute show. Ripper, the real veteran of the Oasis banner, been there since day one, and still as good and even better to this point. So Oasis Gaming, we're getting more here. Black and Blue, a decider at the final series of the night.
Map number 2 taken. In complete surprise here, coming in from Oasis. That small sliver when EJ had to reload was perfectly, captured by Ripper here to get that timing going his way and get the kill. And swinging on around, he knew EJ had to peek after the reload, and that he does. Great heads-up play coming from such a veteran of the competitive Valorant scene here in Ripper, and man, oh man, Oasis really coming back in full force for map number 2.
You can see that there's so much momentum for them also in that first half, right? They were able to build up quite a sizable lead and look to figure out exactly what to really do with Bren Esports coming into the second half. But Oasis Gaming, overall, a lot more effective at their calls, at their timings, and finding ways to capitalize on the nuances of Bren Esports. And when Bren was supposed to really look to perform with their Jet and Neon together, you could see where Savvy AK himself was changing the face of the game. You have to give it to a man like Ward Oreo to really top frag for the squad, and it's not the most that you'd of course get in this kind of stat, but I think it's one of the most impactful quantity that he's ever gotten in his career in flexing around to something like the Cypher, because many times he would stop Bren Esports in their tracks towards that A site, give a chance for Oasis Gaming to get that rotation on, and it's really about that quality that you get here from Wild Oreo. He's been able to play so many different things right now for Oasis Gaming, and between him and Envy flexing around, that just opens up so many possibilities for Oasis to play into the future.
I talked about Dax, in the map itself, where I really like that Cypher pick coming in from Wild Oreo. So much value found in he himself. A Cypher typically over most other Sentinels that aren't like a Chamber does have a bit more kind of like self-playmaking. You can see him, pop his smokes and his cyber cages, play inside of him, around them, and really get super high impact, important kills time and time again. And that neural theft as well. Such a powerful ultimate to have when it's only, especially, just a few orbs to gain. In that case, we have him in the hands of a player like Wild Oreo, who is so smart and so mechanically capable and gifted. Be very difficult to shut on down. Marky as well on this Neon, really getting them the space they needed on these retakes. Even if he doesn't get a kill, the fact that his presence was so far forward meant that Bren had to concede a lot of the space taken. And so there were some really great showings from the side here of Bren, but as I talked about, almost every time that they lose Savvy early on in the round, even if they bring it close, they lack that small edge to really win out the round in the end. And once again, 2v1, what a heartbreaking loss for Bren to take, and knowing just how young they are as a team, for their sake, hoping that they don't just basically let that get to them the same way that Oasis might have had during map number 1 when they lost in Haven. For Oasis to bounce back, it really speaks to the mental fortitude they have.
Yeah, sometimes the over-reliance perhaps on, the space being made, the frags that could have been done, and for Oasis Gaming, they're able to ascend to those expectations and get even more out of the composition that they ran there. So guys, we are all tied up now. 1-1 scoreline, and the decider will be there to end our amazing day of games so far. That's it with Black and Blue, and we'll be taking a bit of a break here at VCTPH. When we return, it's still Bren versus Oasis. So don't go anyway, we'll be right back. before we say goodnight, we still have one more map to go. And between Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming showing different facets and faces of their styles, well, we know that whoever wins this is the team that can find those adjustments to bear fruit even more. So my name's Tax, here with Black and Blue, and you guys are tuning on in between Bren and Oasis. Scored side up, 1-1. First map went to Bren Esports. Second map went to Oasis Gaming. And our third map is a pretty interesting decider because many expected Haven to get past that second ban phase, right? Because for Bren Esports, for Oasis Gaming, Split is not a map they're as experienced, especially this year in. So now that we get Split here, Black and Blue, what are you expecting? Because I really feel like this is perhaps either a pocket pick or a testy pick here from both sides, where it might be a little irritating to play it, but we know we can play it better than you guys can in the first place.
You know, the very interesting statistic here, Dax, coming from both teams. On Split, their win percentage is neck and neck for the past 4 or 5 months. 33% for both of these teams. And that's a curious thing to say because before the turn of the year, before this year, like during last year, Split was one of the best maps, at least like on the community side of Bren when they were starting, around November. And then for Oasis as well, in general, they've always been, a good team on Split. But then, come into this VCT stage specifically, it's been quite a struggle for both of these teams to really make things work out on Split. So I honestly don't know how this is going to go. It's almost like we ended up on a map that isn't necessarily great for both teams, so it really does come down to who will show up. Now, the only real difference between them is kind of the compositions that they do bring. You see on Oasis side, they bring that Raze, they like to bring that Omen plus a Sky and a Sage to support that. But on the opposite end of things on Bren, you see a lot of the KO come out, you see a lot of the Omen to support that as well, and they don't have that Sky, kind of flexing into the KO to be that second initiator for their side, or maybe even primary initiator in this case, and they go for the Cypher instead of that Chamber. So there definitely is a bit of difference in how these teams approach the map. I think that's going to be really one of the biggest kind of contrasts we're going to see from these two teams. But seeing at how map number 1 were basically traded between which team picked those maps, I'm expecting a really, really long, drawn-out final map to end this series off.
No, I'm just expecting something special to come out here because this is quite a unique pick really here at the end of our map pool. And we've seen for both of these sides, Bren Esports, they copied the Oasis composition, showed them how it's done, and did it even better to get that icebox. In the meantime, Oasis Gaming, they adjusted how they would be playing that Fracture map. You can see yet again some of the role swaps, some of the potential flexibility, Fade there for Envy, right? We had even Wild Aura on the Cypher, and those new differences that these teams have brought in this series are a bit experimental, yes, but they have gotten the right results at the right time. And what better way to do it against, a team that can be prodigal to on the other side, that can be potent in those brawls, solid on the executions, and it's just a way for Bren and Oasis Gaming right now that might be shedding away from the similarities, finding more of those unique factors, and looking to use that as an advantage for the series, and more so in a map that's not as familiar as you'd expect for these two teams.
Yeah, and that's very curious to say because I remember one time talking, to like one of the coaches of Oasis formerly, and they were wondering, like, during one of the community tournaments that you were playing against South Built, I asked him why did they pick Split? It's because they wanted to try and play Split against another team that is also very formidable on Split, and that's because they were also very comfortable on Split. But I'm not too sure if that remains true still here so far. I'm not too sure how comfortable the Oasis are, but seemingly looking at how they left that open, and you see their veto, you see how things went during that pick and ban phase of theirs, and the fact that they choose to ban Bind, and they also choose to ban Haven, rather Ascent right on after. I'm not too sure if this was maybe like a lesser of the evils that were left off, or them really kind of feeling comfortable to leave this open in that case. So Bren Esports have really done a good job in the past on this Split map, as well as of recent, though a bit faltering for them. Like, it was pretty close against Action, yes, 11-13, went down to that final round of regulation. They eventually did lose, though. They played against Team Secret as well during the group stages, and just a few days ago, and they were able to beat them 13-5 on that map. But you look at the Oasis side, and they also played Team Secret, but much to a very difficult ordeal, 6-13, and then as well as 0-13 when they get swept out of the board. We know that what happened last stage during stage 1, and that was barring any external factors that happened that round. or rather in that map, in that series. Case in point, they lost the map, and that's definitely not a good thing to be riding off of, historically at least, going into this map. So now this is going to be a very difficult one, and I'm not too sure how proficient or profound these two teams still are when it comes to Split, and especially after that loss on Fracture, a map that they themselves pick here, Bren Esports. That definitely has some potential to maybe, kind of deflate the kind of momentum that they were really bringing into map number 2. So for Bren Esports, they have to go for the reset. For Oasis, they gotta continue what they're doing.
I'm just seeing here for both these teams a fresh start. This is a series that if Bren Esports can take, they put the team that eliminated them last stage in a pretty bad situation. And I feel like for Bren Esports, it's a very important win here if they could get this series, just because that they suffered again under that complete collapse last time around VCTPH, and they'd want to have a bit of that buffer moving forward, unlike Oasis, who have been pretty notorious at getting out of bad situations. So it's really, sometimes it's not just a matchup that you're looking forward to, right? That specific team that you're facing off against, but really the situation you're in right now. What if you have a few strategies still under your belt here that you can use for the group stage itself when you don't want to put yourself in quite a predicament? These rounds themselves, they're wrapping up pretty quickly, and we're almost halfway, right? With this week alone, we're so close to being done with the group stage, and it's just such a big battle in the middle. If you're stuck between the 2-2 score lines, 1-3, 3-1, and all the like, it's still quite a very, very vast possibility that there's a shuffle that can go on for the positions that these teams can have into the playoffs. And right now, it's just a way to break that deadlock between Oasis Gaming and Bren Esports. Take this map is just a completely new chapter for them to expand really their map pool too.
Not only, as you touched upon, is this series tied up, but their standings in the leaderboard are currently tied up as well. Both 2-2, 2 wins, two losses, and the winner of the series really does kind of shake up the entire leaderboard and how the standings will look at the end of the day. Now, both of these teams still have a few matches to be played. They've got 2 more series to be played after this series specifically, and that can really go anywhere. They can go haywire. Any of these 2 teams are still not in the clear. No matter what happens, they can definitely be eliminated after this series, no matter if they get, a really good in map number 3. If they don't win it, they could potentially be facing that elimination process, and that's definitely not a prospect that any team wants to be going on in here, especially when they've fought so valiantly and they've even won a few series. So for a team like Bren Esports, very, very difficult for them, especially looking at the next few opponents that they got, but that's also remaining true for Oasis, and the main teams that they still do have to play are some of the most difficult teams really to win against. So man, Oasis, very, very nice plays, kind of what we got from that Fracture map. A bit more proactive as what compared to we saw on Icebox, which is really difficult. And if you guys are wondering, this is obviously a tech pause, so we're stretching this out, but for very good reason. We want these games here to really be settled, and so it's the nature of the beast. We're playing an online setting, and so when things are done, we're gonna get to you guys. We're gonna get the game to you guys. But as of the meantime, it gives a bit of a brevity, at least for these 2 teams to kind of really sink themselves in and really reset for the definitely tightly contested match up in store. And here we go, Agent Select to start things off finally here, Dax. And as I talked about a while ago, this is where I'm really expecting a big difference in composition. We saw that kind of happened in Fracture. Map number 1 was a mirror, and I don't think this map number 3 is going to be mirrored as well.
Well, Oasis Gaming, they suffered against the Fade last time. They were here on Split. This time, they're gonna bring in the full effect of Fear, both the Omen and the Fade together. But they do love to play that as much as possible. Anyway, Marky though, bring out the beast that is the Reina. An all-in now by Oasis Gaming. Basically, they want the fight against the fantastic duo on the other side. You get the signature picks from Savvy 8K as well as AJ, the Rays and the Jet, gonna be ready for the battle yet again. But also a few nuances here that you see for Bren. They go for the Sage this time, they go for the Omen, so it's a little classical really in the side of Bren Esports, especially that they have quite an old school composition versus Oasis Gaming, who's gonna have a number of utilities to try and change out the pace of the game, especially with that Fade to watch out for.
Man, I don't even think that Reina pick was anything necessarily like oh, this is what we planned ahead. No, I think this is more like, Coach, I'm really feeling Reyna right now. I think it's the right pick. Trust me, let me choose this agent and see what I do. And for a player like Marky, if that really was the case, then you have to trust a player of his caliber on those type of, kind of just one-off picks where it really is about the feel and about what they are really, I guess, assuming to be the proper decision in that moment. And Oasis Gaming, as you said, Dax, all in. It's all or nothing here with his composition. Definitely going to be something that Bren could not be prepared for, but they are going a bit more on what we do expect now. That allows Oasis to kind of read a bit more what Bren are doing, especially if they've done, the research and how this will go. But it's going to be such a difficult task, I think, for Bren to try and flex into a composition that nobody else has ever seen come from Oasis with this Fade, especially that we've pretty much almost always seen the team pick Fade here in the VCTPH, almost always win that map, especially, and it's been so difficult for other teams to try and flex against that. So Bren, really a lot is riding against him in this map number 3, but this young core definitely has what it takes to make it happen.
New agent, what you gonna do when it comes for you? And Oasis Gaming, they're coming for the heads and the throats, really, of Bren Esports right now. It's not just the fact that, we're seeing the newest of the Fade, but it really feels like for Oasis Gaming here, that first push is gonna be so important. The push that they commit, the paranoia, and something like the Seize Hunt from the Fade, that will be absolutely vital to the Oasis Gaming success, because that's when you have a player like Marky who might get that first kill to start chaining it down, give that space to the rest of the roster, and how impactful really can Oasis Gaming be at the very start of these rounds to give them that kind of momentum in the first place. For Bren though, I think the most interesting part is how they can just get away with a few things here and there by the amount of speed manipulation they have possible between the Killjoy as well as that Sage. We know how defense-centric, honestly, a composition like that can really be. And I think here for Bren right now, they're going to be relying on just one of those two pillars to hold on to a specific angle of the map, allow, of course, EJ and Savvy to have a tour around the town here on Splits and catch out any fools looking at them wrong along the way. So there has to be moments here made by Bren Esports, especially the fact that they can blockade the access here of Oasis Gaming at a moment's notice. And that might be the concern for Oasis. If they can't get through to the other side, if we have the Sage and the Killjoy positioned correctly, then how will Oasis recover after using potentially like vital utilities that could immediately enable their Reyna and Raze together?
And this is like, this composition, it's really throwing me for a loop, because it's basically like throw tactics out the window. The only one we really have to, I guess, kind of be satisfied with is how we're feeling it at this point. So this is one of those times, Dax, where I'm going to say once again, it's about some big-time players making big-time plays, and they're going to have to come in huge here, Marky, with him going for this confidence pick. If you pick Reyna, you are going for a confidence pick. You are saying that I will dominate, I will make something happen by sheer force of will and absolute power of my hand. And Oasis, there is so much here really at risk for them. They go big or go home, and for them to take the biggest of risks when the stakes are really huge right now. Them tied up 2-2 versus Bren Esports in this series, map number 3 on Split, which is what we've seen, Dax. You and I, we've been here from day one, and Split has given us some of the best series closers of all time here, as well as openers and maps in general when it comes to the VCT Philippines circuit, and I'm expecting one hell of a banger to come up here.
Yeah, happy to be here, ma'am, sir. And as we take the orders now of this next game, I think for Oasis Gaming, they have to go big or go home, since they have struggled in scenarios like this, wherein it's a bit of a tiebreaker, the rounds are getting closer and closer. We've seen for Oasis Gaming a complete collapse happen at the seams, and just when you look at the squad who usually makes the right decisions, suddenly go back to a few tendencies wherein it's so much more readable by the opposition. That's where Oasis Gaming struggle in finishing up the series, and that's what causes them to be in quite a neutral scoreline right now. On the flip side though, Bren Esports, They have kept their cool and calm collectedness so far. Can they keep on doing so into the third map? Because we've seen them, especially against a Team Secret matchup. They just got basically that round stolen away from them. Regum, the ultimate magician with that from the shadows, and it absolutely affected them coming into the second game. So it's not just a matter of normal endurance here, it's mental endurance that we have to test between these two teams. And especially if they want to keep on looking for consistency, it's time to bring it here in the last map as we're just waiting for the game to get on started. So really, I'm gonna tell you a story here, Black and Blue while we're waiting. This is the first time I've sat in a monoblock for a cast in years. It is nostalgic to be able to lie down and just, oh, there's a lot of open space behind me. Oh, it's tough. And like, I sat down and was like, oh, this is the real gaming chair experience, man.
You know, I honestly think like, if you can't get yourself like a really nice chair, a gaming chair isn't too bad for an FPS, especially if you can like stack two of them together, because I feel like it's the right height. You don't just lounge and get lazy.
You can stack two gaming chairs together to make the
monoblocks.
Gaming bench. What if you put two gaming chairs together, saw off the handle,
gaming couch,
and just you get a gaming couch, basically moves around.
That.
You can put your dual right beside you, and you can get the Radiant together.
Yeah.
See?
Unless you don't have a dual queue, and then that's just sad. But
that's just sad.
At least you can flex your gaming couch.
I think that's true. It's like looking for duo here. There's like a small sign that says reserved. It's actually sadder than when it actually looks.
You
that's a little sad.
Potentially have had your pocket sage, but well, in this case, you got pocket sand and pocket lid. That's all you really have to work with.
Your friends Chip, Benny, and Use Tissue.
Well, one of those are scary in certain contexts.
You have to blow your nose because you cried a little too much.
Yeah. Definitely.
We're not talking about this.
Because he lost
Of course.
Man.
Because he lost RR. I'm very emotional when I play Valorant. I think though, as we're waiting for more of this to come, Oasis Gaming, it's pretty cool to see them decide to run Arena.
There we go.
For sure. It's a big risk. It's a trust. It's a trust that Oasis Gaming is throwing at their Arena right now, and we'll see. It's going to be funded by the souls of the opposition as we're finally going to get into the game. Enough with the chit chats. It's time to see who can win our final series. And really expecting here for Bren and Oasis to not be, well, as keen at moving to change pace here. There might be more explosiveness really when it becomes to the side there. And case in point, Oasis exploding from the garage, chasing after Hot Sauce. He's absolutely cornered right now. And by the metal sheets, he will be made a bed of broken material. Instead, Hokuto brings the case of EJ. Waldor is right there. And Oasis, they're coming from all the buildings right now. They have all the access, all the key cards, and all the frags they need to get this. So
man, if that is a sign or a symbol of how the Bren Esports mentality be right now, it's not looking too good. That was a scramble, just looking confused, out of place. Really very, very nice round from Oasis, though, for them to really shut that down and just swarm the opposition from so many different angles on that counter push. Was such a great set of pace, and you really see the full effects of Envy's utility. That Prowler absolutely influential in that round. And the rest of it as well, really hammering home that the Oasis, they've got the composition that can be so oppressive.
Yeah, it's gonna be some shock and awe that Oasis Gaming is trying to inflict here. If they get that momentum, if Marky starts bombing up even more so, they might be able to oppress Bren Esports here. And one more time, a good hit there by Envy. Envy counting EJ2, and the aggression is absolutely through here from Oasis Gaming in the sewers now. They need help. Envy will find a third kill there, and it's Oasis now in an absolute scramble in the middle. The dust will settle, 2 will survive, and 2 points now taken.
Not a bad round from Bren though, Dax. Like, they got 3 kills off of what? Like pistols, and they honestly really shouldn't have gotten any because the scramble was just so far more impressive for the Oasis side that I don't even know how they got these kills here. Luck favoring them, a bit of fortune wouldn't hurt in that case, but Oasis running through the opposition here. Technical pause coming on Not too sure whose side just yet, but I mean, looking at things here, Bren, this tech pause could almost kind of help him, at least slow things down, considering how the pace has just been super an all-time high. But the comp here of Oasis suggests that they'd potentially be even better on their attacking side than they would on their defense, and that's true for their playstyle in general. The tech pause by Bren, I do believe here, and so yeah, I mean, Oasis, they really have to hammer home these type of bonus rounds. We know their attacking side should be better, and as long as they get a few rounds of the defense, man, they could be on pace to securing this map 3.
I mean, those were the rounds that we expect for a series like this. Oasis, Bren, you give them a arena to brawl in, and for that point on, then they're happy to make that scramble work, and you can see it why Bren Esports finding frags anyway. Oasis Gaming so speedy on the pace. And I completely agree with you here for Oasis Gaming. This is looking to be an attack-favored composition if they can make their paranoias and nano swarms get the space that they need. Perhaps, of course, in view with the right marks. But I still am concerned later on, especially when you looked at that Sage and that Killjoy, plus even the race together. So stall is going to be a big factor for Bren Esports later into the next few rounds. But as of now, seems like Oasis just wanting to close that gap, and I think it's not a bad call here for Oasis Gaming, really, since they can see here for Bren, they might want to set up a few things first and foremost, give that time to build up the wall, to give that time to set up the Killjoy utilities, and if Oasis just anticipates that and fights Bren Esports while they're completely unaware of what's to come, then those are the chances that Oasis Gaming can take, and we've seen it from Oasis Gaming, they can make that play work.
Round number 3 here. So as it continued on, Dax, and the plays that I do have in mind, Oasis, are ones that can really catch any team off guard. You wouldn't expect someone to go super aggressive, but when there's a Reyna, that potential is always at the cusp of happening. Pushing on here, Haunt, giving away that definitely is player in hot sauce here. I mean, that turret already let them know, but with that contact made, they run on back. I think they hear this, and with the Prowler clearing the corner, making sure that they have full A main control. But I think the sign here for Bren should be just run towards the B side, dude. So much presence being given, but they don't know this. They're still crawling, and that's going to allow Oasis to rotate and set themselves to try and fed them off. Perfect timing. The smoke goes on down, and they're read like a book here.
And Oasis Gaming, they also have that Killjoy set up on the other side. We put the technical pause sign away, and now it's a sign for engagement as Bren will put up the wall, go for the push. Nano Swarms, though, bringing in the damage. It's quite a hefty field to go through. Shrubbery and Nano Machines hurt you. And as we get the drop down now, Symbol will get the plants. 5v5 up to personal paranoia being primed. And this is a perfect angle for Ripper to use. The play. Marky though, pushing forward the rest of the roster. He wants to find the frag. DNB catching EJ though, and from above, hot sauce might come from, but Nightfall has arrived here towards B site, and Bren will get the kills, but Oasis gets the DQs under their noses. Not only that, Wild Warrior with the final few frags. Rifles have been stolen away. Oasis Gaming with such a stellar bonus.
It's so difficult to try and win those rounds, especially against all the utility that Oasis can throw at you. Look at that Paranoia coming on in as soon as the Haunt drops, and the Leer as well. What do you even shoot? You shoot the Haunt out, you're still hit by the Paranoia. You shoot that out, and well, there's still a Leer waiting, if you're not at least hit by, the Paranoia at the very least. And so much for them to deal with, not even talking about all the Prowlers that will follow on Sue. So, man, so difficult here for Bren and Oasis. This composition is looking to be really the bane of their existence.
Such a good sign for Oasis as Mark keeps on.
He's dead.
But the chase is on, and this is really where Envy just does an amazing job for Oasis Gaming. When he's able to take control of the first few rounds and get an ultimate by the third, it changes up for Oasis Gaming and their win potential. And you can see it there, that Nightfall, it was just the perfect time to close the blinds on Bren Esports. And speaking of effectively really blinding their ears, blinding what was going on to the spike itself, and that's why Bren Esports took their sweet time to actually make it through in the first place. And now the sweet time taken by Simple has been taken back by Wild Warrior. Brainfeast though, ready to be a smoke criminal. It snatches away the life of Oreo in response. Left now everything to Brain Freeze in the middle, but this is another round in favor of Oasis Gaming. A few kills here and there for Bren Esports, but Oasis, they're making this fade work effectively. They're using it to be the linchpin of the strategies right now. And not only that, Envy is ready to brawl. He's ready with the Haunt. The dark cover is there. And Brain Freeze drops on down. Ripper is there to tear him apart. It's a spike trap set by Oasis, and it's 4-0 now.
4-0 timeout, I think, could be called if they don't take this next gun round. And I think that's going to be potentially the case, even this one specifically. So there you go, Bren. Talk things over. Cannot let this get too out of hand. Oasis just shutting them down at every corner. You'd expect the attacking side to be the problem here, but I think really the key for Bren, when you face up against a fade like this, especially in a map like Split, especially in general, but even more so once again with that fade, you gotta make that contact early. You can't let it dry out that post plant where you're still really just keeping all of that fade utility in the pocket, and they get to throw it out at you for that execute, because it's so difficult to try and stop that when compared with with the paranoia, with the leer, with whatever boom bots or nades that might be flying your way. It's just so difficult. So Bren, attacking side, really have to play that diligence of the utility shuffle, burn the utility, and then that's when they can make things happen.
It's a struggle, though, for the composition of Bren. It's very old school right now. You're relying on that Jet and Raze to get things done. But Oasis Gaming has always anticipated the push, and we're not seeing the space that Bren needs desperately for compensation, basically, on how they're going to make these advances work. We see it here. They have to use the wall. They have to use the smokes as much as possible. And what else is there to bail them out in a pinch if Oasis Gaming is there ready to remove the senses of Bren away from what they're trying to see in here? And case in point now, you still can't get Savvy 8K and EJ to go as quickly as they want because of the little boombot there spotting out Wild Oreo by main. But just because they can't push the way they want to, it has been a big problem here for Bren Esports, and these slower paces. Better for Oasis. Coco, though, playing too much hopskit, and he almost trips up there thanks to Brain Freeze.
Almost gives himself away, Coco. Early damage given, and no way to really get him back up to speed. But I'd normally say double duelist might be outdated, but seemingly not. Both of these teams are pulling that, but the Jet coming on here definitely is a bit of more archaic idea. Sabi, you can't get out of that no matter what you try and do. So
you just tried.
Just keep your gun up. Yeah. Lockdown here placed, and Daxes will give him a bit of space to work with, especially the site for free. But once again, because they didn't really make much contact earlier on, there isn't many utility burned, although a single Prowler is all that's left actually in the hands of Envy, so this could work out in the end.
Yes, a good chance though for Bren Esports. They finally clear themselves towards B sites without losing anyone along the way. Prowler though can't find any Tigrets. Savvy 8K above here at the rafters, looking to surprise Oasis with flights. A warm welcome. Still though, Rachel's being thrown. Oasis trying to make the execute work. Waldor, no shot up in there! Savvy giving a takedown, and here comes Bren Esports taking towards the side of Oasis Gaming, looking up, looking to the side, and looking at their first point here. 4-1, but Wild Oreo, the celebrations were cut short there by Savvy 8K, man.
Yeah, I have to say, that was incredible tracking from the young gun in Savvy 8K. Collegiate MVP, time and time on over. Look at that. Catching him off guard. It seemed like Wild Oreo was about to just get himself into the backline quick and clean. Savvy had something to say about that. Oasis. One round given away, but let's see if that's going to continue on true here. Look at the ultimates on the side here of Bren Esports stacks. They have almost everything to throw at Oasis.
Oasis will have to be ready for the next few waves really here for Bren Esports. This time now they have a chance to actually play a bit more aggressive, a chance to get even more that space that they need to. Savvy 8K, well, it's gonna be angry, I guess, against the plant box. Poor plant box.
Yeah.
Trying to grow its shrubbery there, clearing out the hell angle. But Bren still having to play the waiting game. Doesn't bode as well as it should for themselves. Rotate right now to regroup. And then that last round, I feel like for Bren Esports, they just need to get those opportunities more and more. Savvy 8K playing Fly Swatter off angles perhaps for the Jet or the Rays can still contest towards that high ground. I think later on will be absolutely essential here for Bren Esports. Maybe get those screens, get a quick little angle towards Heaven, and look to call in the base door, building a throw, and finally Bren with the execute, showstopper looking for a target. Oasis will disengage instead, and from the sewers will come the fade. Oasis trying to find opportunities here as Bren will find a way to put that spike down.
But Brain Freeze has a great off angle here up top, using that verticality. Invi catches Hot Sauce off guard, and the Prowler's going to come in big, but Brain Freeze only good for one. They're going to have to go in big here. Savvy in a very dangerous position. He gets that one kill. It's all in the Symbol. 1v1. Symbol brings it home. 1v1 again. Haunt does give him away, but he doesn't mind saying, hey, 4-2 we go. Clutch here, ROG from Symbol.
Symbol of victory and a symbol of positive signs to come for Bren Esports. But this is what I'm talking about. You just have that little bit of an off angle that you can make for yourself. And Bren Esports, one thing they can do over Oasis Gaming is literally change the facets of this battlefield. That wall from the screens, and then suddenly peeking just into the corner. Symbol constructed a fortress for himself to hold into. And for the side of Bren Esports, they're happy to get another round. Oasis Gaming right now contesting it to get perhaps into the middle, but this is just such a bad buy here for Oasis Eco State. Spectre, or Stinger even rather, plus the Sheriffs. They might get mowed down by the crossfire ready. Hot Symbol, are you prepared? Hot gets one! He's looking for a second, able to retreat side again, but in time. It's quite a cat heel kick, and Bren Esports with more there. 4 already for Hot Sauce. Casualties after casualties applied.
Given the ace, why don't you? He's already taken down really low, and unfortunately Symbol not alive to get him back up top to speed.
I got the spike.
Seeing how... Okay, he gives him the spike to give him that one last orb for lockdown in the next round ensuing here. So, quick round for Bren. Anti-eco. Very successful for the most part. Stinger is all that Coco's got to work with, and if you can close that gap, then maybe something can happen, but really, plan is go for exit frags and go down with the very massive black hole implosion that is a spike.
Now watch this. He's gonna get 4 with the Stinger. I've seen it.
You believe?
In the future. I believe. 100%. Coco gonna rush in like Rambo. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, they all drop the burst fire. Then I was like it's not gonna happen. Brain Freeze has already ripped off the banana before anything else. And Coco, don't save the Stinger. Don't save the Stinger, man.
Yeah, just die.
Just die. Okay, I'll make it. There you go.
Oh, that was comical.
Everyone just watched him die.
Yeah.
I know you're just gonna celebrate for that, but man, it's just okay.
And like he just, falls to the ground. Doesn't even nothing.
None of it's just like, I'm dead. I'm done with this round.
He just stubbed his toe into it, and that was it.
Placing swamp grenade.
just a dip, and then suddenly you just die. Man, that sounds like a terrible place to swim in. But
That's a
right
great
now, we're just looking to swim into that one. But Coco, you will not from the team. Marky on the board as well. There we go with the resurrection though. And Nightfall has come yet again to Bren Esports' side. It's quite a bedtime that Oasis Gaming trying to instill here for Bren. And Hot he wasn't ready for that whatsoever. Fear is instilled, lockdown is broken, and the cage shells perfectly placed. The force down AK the back on the way, and such an awkward teleport for Brave Freeze. One nade to throw them out to our side, and Oasis Gaming come back to A to get the retake on.
Great utility being thrown out here by Oasis. Perfect nade, perfect prowler, just no chance. It's so impressive once again. Like, how does Hot Sauce even fend them off there? If anything, I would even suggest, like, if you know they have a fade on the opposing side, any kind of, like, hard initiator like that, just don't play those angles. Like, play all the way far back. You don't have to be in front of the lockdown there in the pocket. You could have played all the way, like, closer towards the sewer entrance and still have had the same value, even maybe even better at the end of things if he was able to hide here. But the fact that he pushed so far forward really made things a lot more difficult here for the Bren Esports side. And Oasis, great retake coming in once again. That's where they're so good. This is where the comp really works out when they get to really push the envelope and initiate.
Yeah, same logic against playing against the Rolling Thunder, except spookier. In Oasis Gaming now, they have brought back that fear factor to the side of Bren Esports. But Bren, an expedition yet again towards the A side. Savvy 8K. Where are you right now? That's a little too simple in terms of the defense. But Coco playing the waiting game, trying to just get that intel if ever he hears those audio cues and give a chance for Oasis to play a retake yet again. Because look at how many ultimates Oasis has, especially that lockdown. Perhaps keeping this high ground is going to be most effective for the rest of the round here.
Still got some weapons to work with here, Bren. Taking control of this A side, that taunt is going to make things so much more difficult. Try and, keep things under a guise. Prowler's on out. Rather, it's a Seize that keeps EJ at bay. Though fortunately, that one-way smoke's going to keep him safe for the meantime. Here comes a Paranoia counter leer out at the exact same moment. Lockdown's going to be placed, and they have to press the issue here, but EJ does get found by Coco as it's about to go on out. There's not much space for Bren to work with. They're going to get detained, but Savvy and Brain Freeze hold him down. One player detained, keeps him at bay. Look at how much he's doing to keep him here. Bren, really difficult hold. It's all down on the Symbol and Hot Sauce. They find the 1v2. Ripper brings it to a 1v1. 8 bullets in the mag. Has to make his shots in his mag count here. Ripper getting found by Symbol once again. Going in huge for the clutch to get them and still rather keep them within the game. 5-4.
That is such a dangerous assumption by Oasis Gaming. And the fact that they let Symbol stay alive. Some great movement even while detained. He couldn't make it to the corner because Savvy 8K was trying to play bodyguard. But you see it there because of the blast pack. Symbol's able to get into cover. Oasis didn't chase it. They were already going for the defuse. And from that point on, the peak from heaven just absolutely angelic there for Bren Esports. And Symbol, of course, still seeking to be the face on the penny and the clutch to the Bren Esports chain. So 5-4 right now. Bren Esports, they play that well, knowing the fact that the lockdown was coming their way in Oasis. Now, on an eco state, a Hero Spectre, really, for markets, the only thing that they have going for them right now for Oasis. And Bren Esports is such a good stride of momentum here. They need these attacking rounds to make their defense even simpler when they will be pressured by Envy and Ripper basically on the utility side. While Lorya though shortly again, getting ready. Savvy not gonna fall for it, crouches down, says hello, and then suddenly says goodbye there to Wild Oreo.
It was important too that he was so far stepped back when he went for that peek instead of really hugging the corner as he pied the angle. Very, very important thing. Very notable distinction there that was made. But oh my goodness, look at how much damage Marky did in that bout. He gets a trade immediately though. Body shots all he needs. Savvy, great find, and this is where Bren really do their best. They get that opening pick and those scrambles. You can really see their chemistry as a team. Personally, really working out for them in the end. Coco gets that kill, but not going to go unchecked for too long. Savvy has been going big in this map, keeping his teammate alive. We talked about it a while ago, but let's not forget that absolutely influential flank that came from Hot Sauce in the previous round, round number 9. So everybody really stepping up here, especially Symbol, who we haven't necessarily seen be super impactful in terms of the fragging department, but the kills he is getting in this map number 3 have been so important to keeping them in the game.
Yeah, Symbol has been the one to finish up the clutches, but I still have to agree with you there about Savvy 8K. Just so many frags right now to give Bren Esports just that breathing room towards the sites. And not only that, he has found ways to shut down things like Wild Oreo, flying around with a showstopper, find those frags as Oasis Gaming is able to push. And it's just so efficient here when you put Savvy 8K on the duelist role alongside EJ. Extra options for the aggression. Now things are going more and more in favor of Bren Esports, and the ball is now on the Oasis court. It's looking a little dangerous here if Bren can get this many rounds against Oasis Gaming on the first half, because we've seen here on Split, right, defense is where it's best. It's been the stats of VCTPH. It's always been pretty much the standard, even as people have tried to solve that split offensive. In Oasis Gaming, they're going to be absolutely tested in a map that they have struggled in their recent history by a Bren roster that can just slow down the pace of the game to an absolute crawl. But we're still back in the speed, and we're still back with Bren going for mid here.
Okay.
Questions wandering still on how this really will work on out for either side. Nobody really securing themselves to be looking like the heavy favorite for this map yet so far in the opening half. Not an op to be bought by Oasis. They don't have the credits for that just yet. Taking this mid control very slow, methodically, making sure no corner goes unchecked, no cabinet goes left open. And well, that probably is going to confirm the suspicions here of Oasis, but what do Bren do? How do they react? They pull back instead. Maybe going for a re-hit through B main.
And back and forth though, and now for Esports, where you think perhaps where they can actually go. Not only that, the hot sauce, he's ready to be, of course, on the lurk duty towards that A side. The moment's notice, if he does get a kill towards perhaps here to Wild Oreo, a sign for Bren to rotate as soon as possible. But then again, more commitment towards that B side than the turrets. Okay, so that is unfortunate here for the side of Oasis, because not only does EJ get that opening towards Marky, we have an infiltrator all the way on the other side of the map. Infi though fighting on back, gets to there. Showstopper now, it's the play from Savvy 8K. Time taking simple though, able to get the flat on. Like a little too late, but he lets it rip, and they're just stuck there in the alleyway. No escape, courtesy of Savvy 8K.
Like a thief.
Here.
Man, like a thief in the night. He knew where to put that. Perfectly placed.
Perfect.
Man.
He scouted it. He knew where it was going to be perfect for an inside job by Bren Esports. They went to the casino yesterday to assess and pay off a deal or two. Now, they just hit the jackpot there and we're done with the round. Statement by Bren that they will take this lead and they will seize the means of rotation on a map like this. It's now Bren Esports with the lead, the 6-5 scoreline.
Huge play being done here by the back-to-back collegiate MVP and Savvy AK. Man, we've seen this dude really come into the fold into this map, and he, as you said, he had the suspicions that they ran towards that CT position, but as soon as Envy swung wide and confirmed that idea, that meant the end for Bren. I mean, he was going to fire it that way anyways, but just gave him that little bit of hope that, all right, what I'm thinking is right, and this is the play, this is the move. Final round for Oasis, one they have to convert, but 2 Spectres is part of their arsenal right now. So, smart idea here for Oasis to go on the offensive, Dax.
Yeah, they're gonna fight again towards Ramen here, and Marky. Does he see hot sauce coming? No, at all! It's a spice level they cannot handle, as this is just hot sauce doing absolutely nuclear, and you can't even break through by this point. EJ looking to rush on forward. It's simple with a frag off the Coco. All left after the showstopper. EJ able to play avoidance there, and it's a battle between brawlers here. Wild Oreo though still with a win. Seen this portal from Wild Oreo, just getting that momentum and getting those frags. 2v1 scenario, and Bren, will they catch him in the act? Wild Oreo able to sneak on away. It's Bren gonna be planting towards A sites, but that was just impactful again from the raise here of Oasis Gaming.
Thing is, neither of them know where they really are, and so you can see Bren being like, my goodness, he could be anywhere, Dax. In the shadows, in the grass, around the corner, in the closet.
Right behind you. Turn around. And it's not there because the lockdown. Well, at least
30 seconds
left. Social distancing here.
Spike
And
planted.
dangerous right now for Wild Oreo to go alone, and the
Huge
turret makes it even worse. He has now been exposed in his ways, and to the high ground he will go yet again. The best stage perhaps for Wild Oreo to move around, and screens apparently perhaps where he will try to make that entry point work. Brain Freeze though very close to him. The Omen is prepared, and Bren Esports, they say their tidings, they say goodbye to the first half as they take a 2-round lead after everything is said and done.
Brain Freeze catching him, coming out of his own smoke. You're trying to use my utility against me, huh? I see what you're doing there, they say. But Bren Esports, what comeback in that opening half, especially when things were looking so dicey early on. The huge lead built upon Oasis squandered and now really thrown on its head. Well, Oreo though, what a great attempt he has. We have seen him really get super close to clutching almost impossible situations time and time on over throughout this, stage 2, and speaks to the caliber of play that he himself has. But Oasis, not all hope is lost just yet. If they can find their footing as they did in those opening 4 rounds, they could really make this comeback happen. A single, they win this pistol round, they're probably tying things up 7-7, and in that case, we know Oasis are better on the attacking side, even though this is split. And Marky, he's been having himself a rough half, but I don't think that's going to continue on too long now that we're here on the second half of theirs. And as I said, Oasis, this is where they're proficient, efficient, and really just damn terrifying sometimes.
It just gets very concerning here for Oasis right now. They play that Reyna and they don't get too much value out of it. Not only that, you've seen it here that they're relying, of course, on this fade to bail them out in these bad situations with Bren. As soon as they establish that foothold, it's too difficult for Oasis Gaming to get back at it, especially with Savvy 8K and Hot Sauce performing like this, Symbol being that ultimate backup plan. This is Bren right now feeling very comfortable about the situation, and we've seen this here from both Hot Sauce and Symbol respectively all throughout their careers. Strong at holding down sites on split, strong at being effective for the stall, and this should give chances for Bren Esports to make plays around the map if ever.
A little bit of respite they might have otherwise had in this half, slowly taken away. So much riding on this half, Dax. Their standings on the leaderboard as they're tied up 2-2. Their series, obviously, really their tournament runs as could be, where a lot of their fate is potentially almost soft sealed for the remainder of this stage 2 and the Valorant year. Oasis this time on the attacking side. We've talked about how they are very formidable on this half of theirs, especially with their comp really being geared towards that very hard-hitting, oppressive initiation and aggression that they do love to show in spurts many times over. But this comp is going to suggest otherwise, that this is really what they want to do. Hammer things down over and over, time and time again. They're making sure every corner is left checked. And Savvy, I'm not too sure about fronting this. He has a proper timing on the nade if he checks this out right now. And as soon as they make contact, there it is. Nade, a bit too shallow though. It gives him enough space to get the kill on Coco.
Yeah, it's a good kill at least for the side of Bren. Oasis Gaming, they get stuck again, and right now the being made by Bren Esports very, very dangerous for Oasis Gaming. They have to move towards that A side instead. Marky though, lane in charge alongside Envy. Will they get spotted here by EJ? Yes, they do. Exposed already. Frenzy counts. EJ gonna be backing on away. Savvy and K there to save the day. And it's 3 here for the Rays. All left, not the Ripper, but Oasis Gaming.
30
they're
seconds
falling
left.
bit by bit right now into the clutches and positions of Bren Esports.
Very smart and disciplined here for EJ to use his disengage tool to its fullest extent. Simply gets the last kill of the round, and Bren take the opening second half pistol here. And as I was saying, EJ, he gets that kill, backs on the way safely, and Savvy's right there on the proper time to help them on the rotate, to help them on that take coming from Oasis. And with a contact made there towards that position, and with Savvy seeing that, okay, they threw a boom bot, but nothing of it came after, he knew that only meant that they were going for that rotate. And he himself does the exact same, backing up the proper side. Great read here coming from Bren Esports. Even better help in that regard. So Oasis, they have a round to give here, but after that, they're going to have to play a lot more proficient just to get themselves back in this game, because 4 rounds, doable. 5-round deficit, huge. Envy getting that incredible pick here with a frenzy. But Savvy's going to keep him at bay. Will he find more? Yes, he does. Marky going down. 2 of the most potent killers on Oasis' side have been removed in the round.
Of course they're going to check it. Of course they're going to try and make a play from that. But still, Bren Esports always the backup plan. Savvy 8K juggling the judge away. They don't want to fear the shotgun there on the other side. And Oasis Gaming, again, stop dead in their tracks. Yes, they are on an eco state, but you can see here that this is going to be such a big factor here for Bren Esports. Later on, that barrier orb needs to be broken quickly. Just spot out perhaps and bait the slow orbs as early as possible if Oasis will go for the mid take. And speaking of the mid take, yet again, we go back to Oasis trying to climb the staircase to heaven. But instead, they might be seeing themselves as angels instead. Simple, ready yet again with the Modan, with the Spectre, but he gets caught by Ripper. An amazing tap there. Savvy 8K yet again with Redback, trying to get back in position. And Savvy 8K finds the ace anyway. 5-9, it's Bren again with another one.
Savvy's like, I want to back out of this fight, but if you guys really want it, if you're going to keep me in here, you got to remember, you're locked in here with me, not the other way around. And he goes for the wide swing, holding Mouse one down, and, well, just completely capping them off in the trap that they have set for themselves. Savvy, really smart plays and proper timing in how he deals with all of this. Great player making these absolutely important moments really bear fruit at the end of things. 5-9. Guns heavily in the advantage of Oasis, so this should be where they slowly, get themselves back into the game.
It just felt like a round where Savvy 8K is like, oh, for me? An ace? Oh, really? Okay, sure. Let's go. And it just seems like for Oasis Gaming, they're walking into those kind of traps, those tribulations, and it's ready for such a ready state here for Bren Esports that you always have Savvy 8K there peeking out of the woodwork when he needs to the most. But Oasis, one more chance, one more round, and one more vie for the middle of the map. They might be looking to go towards that A site here. Killjoy set up towards B, so it's not as, well, pelted with utilities that you'd expect, but this is dangerous now. EJ wanting a second chance with the judge. He's ready even closer, but he gets beaten down by Marky there. Simple though, finds Marky in response. Invi now deciding to lead the advance here, and Hot Sauce peeking just to die. Invi again. Oh, so astonishing, but Savvy 8K is not done. Finally has been made to sit down by Ripper. This is Oasis getting to that B site, giving them a chance still in the half if they can win this round now.
Great round here from Oasis if they can clap it off cleanly. They lose 2, but that's only 2 they should really be giving up. If Rainfreeze gets another kill here, this isn't a bad bonus at all. Coming from Bren Esports, they did have to burn that big boomstick of Savvy. There it goes. Clean round at the end of things for the most part on Oasis' side. Not too expensive considering they did get the plant down, so be able to buy up one more, but still, these are rounds that they really need to convert right now. 6-9. Look at the EJ. All he's got is this really, it's another boomstick, but in a very different regard. Might be out of the meta, but he's been having himself a cold game here, Dax, and at the very least, the rest of Bren Esports have been picking up the slack. He's been basically like a big drone, a big recon dart for the team on these initiations, and worked out on the attacking side, but how can he help out here on the defense?
Look, he's a target that will roll into frame with Bren Esports. Now they will come in close. Savvy 8K with a takedown. Marky though, making EJ's life even harder now. Of course, you still have Savvy ready anyway, and that's the beauty about having such potential fraggers on the roster like Bren Esports. Even if one of the duelists has an off day, you can have a second. Marky though, beating both Hot Sauce. Getting in the way of the action in the end.
Face your
fear!
fear!
Trade comes. We move over to the other side of the battlefield. Brain freeze though! Even in the silence, he will deafen Invi there with the shot. Ripper though, answering back. 2v2 now. Oasis Gaming, they made that space happen thanks to the Nightfall, thanks to their rotation. But Bren still looking for that high ground, and there you go. Slorb plus the Nano Swarm. Coco is burning right now. He's feeling the pain. Bren though, can they make another combination work? Let's have utilities though, so they have to make the shots count. We do have an escapade here by Hot Sauce. Ripper though, waiting inside the alleyway. Who can get the surprise on who first? It might be close here, but it's Ripper who's able to snatch the life away from Hot Sauce. Simple now, all alone on the site. Wingshot versus Coco, tries to go straight through the smoke. There's with the brawl, but Ripper just able to bend it like Beckham and bend the shots towards the face of Simple there. Oasis coming clutch in the end.
So close. Those next few bullets coming from his Vandal get connected, but Oasis slowly crawling their way on back. And this is what I talked about. Marky's going to get himself going once we go on over to the second half, and that he does. Really starting to wake up here, and that's not going to be a good sign if you're Bren Esports. Now, 7-9. Only a single round potentially after this to separate them, considering they are on an eco state here, not a single piece of ultimate that they can really throw on out for the Bren Esports side. So all they're going to do is gamble on this A side take, which actually is the right thing to do. Oasis are going for the A side, and Bren, they're ready to receive this, but there's no way in hell Hot Sauce is going to be able to fight back after that. EJ gets the kill for the Classic on hand. Savvy getting a trade immediately, but still down to a 1v3. A bit too out of reach, I think, even for Symbol to clutch out this time.
But this is just case in point now, evidence of why Black and Blue is a stellar analyst, but because you can see it here, Oasis Gaming, on the attacking side, absolutely oppressive with whatever they have in the first place. They can lead in with the kill also with Marky, makes their lives even easier, and the fear settles in thanks to Envy. Oasis able to make the space that they want happen in the first place. Yes, of course, Eco buy here for Bren right now. This is just the confidence that Oasis is looking for. Simple though. Nice taps anyway. Gives a chance for himself. Time though ticking. He is marked. He is known to be just in that corner right now of screens. And there's no escaping Envy's wrath. A kill here for the Fade. Around here for Oasis. We're one away from tying things up.
There.
8-9. This could be really a good point that they can call a timeout here, Bren Esports. Now, they haven't taken the lead, or rather given up the lead just yet, but they're damn near close to that exact idea, and so they haven't used their timeout here for the second half. They burned, both of these teams burned their opening half timeouts, and hallmarks of great teams are the ones that can come back. So once again, perfect timing. Dex, I'm online. I think it's on the script.
It's on the script. It's there. It's written right in red text. Oasis. This is them making their rally happen. Bren Esports is looking pretty difficult if they can't get the initial raid at this time. And someone needs to start stopping Marky earlier on. They did it in the first half. They made the Reyna not as effective as it would like because you're so kill dependent. But if Marky can beat both Savvy 8K and EJ in a single round, and Oasis Gaming, the job is pretty much halfway done anyway, lacking, of course, the sudden impact there from Bren Esports. So, can Bren really handle this right now? It seems to be the question, as Oasis Gaming are picking up the pieces to instill even more and more frights to the opposition. And I have to give it really to Envy and Wild Oreo right now, alongside Ripper, I have to say. Their setups to allow Oasis to make that space happen. It's very, very effective for them. Brendo, big chances, and big-time players ready to get those big-time frags.
EJ pulls out the operator here, Dax, which normally is a great sign, but I'm not too sure this comp can really shut that down. And if he doesn't have like a shorty to immediately destroy a Prowler that's coming around the corner, it's going to be very difficult, honestly, for Bren to get themselves in the game. If it comes to that post-plant scenario, they're going to have to find the opening pick, but that's not going to present itself because Oasis went to the completely opposite side of the map that Bren seemingly took their op here. So, and with the cut of noise, they have no information, no idea. We're playing a lot more reactive than proactive, and there's not much they can do. See, completely surprised that Oasis are coming out of the vents here, and Marky, Wild Oreo can just entirely barreling down on here. Hot Sauce had no idea Wild Oreo is there, and that's really the risk you run when you play a bit more passive like that. I know some teams might think, oh, passive, what do you mean Black and Blue? Look at how they took that B main control. But what of it? What does it really gain? Nothing to be seen, nothing to be heard, nothing really found. And they did the exact same thing towards that A ramps position. Such a forward place for them to really place themselves, but they forgot about mid. And that really signed the end of the round.
And that was a problem. That's a big problem because Oasis have had their habits move towards that middle in the first place. Oasis Gaming able to tie things up. This operator though turns around. Maybe EJ and a few frags at the very least, but it's Brain Freeze instead.
Last player
Get that
standing.
kill. Coco though,
Whoa.
that's big. Pressure now. Brain Freeze, you need to retrieve this operator for the team. Coco fighting. Brain Freeze will get the takedown. Here comes the rest of Oasis though. And in the streets of Splits, Brain Freeze is stuck in the conundrum. Can he save the day? Can he save the operator? Avoiding the bullets! And oh, that was close. It was pretty close at hitting him even more so. Still, you make an exact point. I feel like for Bren, if they wanted to get a bit more done by that A-hold, maybe push them to main to contest, since Oasis Gaming was right behind them. And a bait as soon as the wall came up, right? They were saying, okay, job's done. We have the barrier orb. we can play the soul for around 15-20 seconds. But as soon as Wild Warrior turns around, or rather Savvy 8K, he was just absolutely dead there to the rest of Oasis.
2 Guardians, a Spectre, and an Operator to come out on here for the side of Bren Esports. EJ, look at this, aggressive take towards main, but once again, A side is where they're going to be going. Hot Sauce trapped within the side, it's going to be so difficult. If he can get the pick here, it's going to be a miracle, and that is his. He gets 2 even. He's finding everything completely divine. Hot Sauce is going right now, coming in big when Bren need him the most. Coco gets the trade here finally, but the 4v2 has been forced upon them, and they're going to have to somehow bring this one back.
Now say a prayer, though, on this player. And man, when someone needs to make a miracle happen, it was Hot Sauce. Coco now all alone, though. Perhaps a little blasphemous here from Oasis. They still fight back. They still say that this round is not over. And Coco is trying to get those chain of kills yet again. We've seen him go absolutely loco here over on this A site many a time. Split is his playground amongst many other maps.
Swarm grenade out.
And now
30 seconds
Swarm
left.
is there. Bren Esports playing a very solid game of patience. They're waiting out the time back, trying to see if Coco is actually going to be here in the first place. And as soon as they hear that audio cue, you know a Swarm will be ready to strike. So last chance now to fortify these defenses. Because more of tower defense rather than an FPS. But the tactics now being applied. The paranoia is there. Simple even with the res. And there is just no stopping Bren in this round. 10-9. Bren Esports still able to keep their lead ahead.
Man, how did Hot Sauce do that? The only player, by the way, on Bren Esports' side with a Vandal with an automatic rifle in his hands. Everybody else had like 2 Guardians, a Spectre, Knob. So just completely, as I said, Dax, they're gonna need a miracle just to be able to get, a kill or 2 in that round. But the fact that he found 3 before going down, that was an absolutely incredible sign of divine intervention here coming in Hot Sauce's way. And he has looked so potent in those moments where they need him to come in big. He gets even bigger.
That's the thing about Bren, though. He still can just rely on Hot Sauce symbol. They can get the job done. They'll be effective. And we've seen Hot Sauce do that before. That's how he made his name for himself before that SV Empire roster. How he transferred into Bren and became immediately a factor for the rotation. And he flexes those muscles IRL as well as in-game, because you can see it there that he's really one of those guys who keeps the calm in the Bren Esports potential storm. Feelings can get high for these two teams, can affect their game. And as Oasis now getting their own reset with the timeouts, Bren Esports look to prove that they have that resiliency too. And that's the whole series right now, boiling down to resiliency and endurance. Who can keep their mental in check to complete the series as close as it can be? Who can take the series and look to keep that momentum going into the playoffs? Big implications for both Oasis and Bren if they can get this win. But only one can be the victor of the series, and Oasis Gaming, they're looking to tie things up. They might be greeted though by the operator that EJ is going for the garage yet again.
We haven't really seen this operator of his be put to effect, or even have an attempt at that here so far. Bren, that's going to have to come in huge, especially with Oasis. They still have momentum. They did lose that round, and things were a bit equalized here. Swinging pendulum back a bit towards the way of Bren Esports, but Oasis are still in good waters, even though they have a round down here. Look at that, Haunt. Just
Did you see them lined up though? All crouched, all squatted there. We're waiting, guys. Don't worry. They'll come this way, but joke's on you because Oasis now deciding to change the navigation to a different route. And Wild Oreo checks right, checks left, but doesn't check right yet again. Hot Sauce will get the takedown. Now Bren, they will snatch a kill away. Oasis, no real plans to go elsewhere. And Marky now on a mission. As Pop the Empress, he's looking to get the chain of kills first victim. Savvy AK sets him on their hot sauce. Brain Freeze though, ready to keep the bullets going. And this is chance now here for Bren to get back into this one. The Blade Storm is here in the hands of EJ. How do I get to juggle all these knives as I throw these to the faces of the opposition? But Invi's right there yet again. Nightfall now this evening. Brain Freeze falls. Now two down below. Duos versus duos.
No charges.
This is actually the haunt. It's all about the intel right now. Here for the side of Oasis, but someone needs to tap, someone needs to get the kill, and it's Envy there stepping up to the plate, looking for more to get the swing of things. Simple as absolutely stuck, and Oasis Gaming keep up the position and keep up the fire on to equalize the rounds.
Incredible post plan coming in from Oasis, and man, that Fade really did so much of the work. Those are the type of rounds, Zax. Remember how early on last week especially we're talking about we haven't necessarily seen too many rounds be super influenced by the Fade, but well, that's one of those rounds where the Fade really did win things for them. The fact that they could cut noise keeps Bren kind of guessing where they could go, and that single haunt was just so big of a problem. Really utilizing the utility they had at hand, even the turret, man, to just force him off of the defuse. Came in big. Bren going for a play here early on towards mid. No more ops in any of these teams' hands.
Yeah, just that pick potential not to be a factor. They know it's all about the brawls now. And we are going to the absolute wire between these series. Between these two teams even. And as it stands, Oasis Gaming, they have found a monster of performance from Envy yet again. Bren, in the meantime, getting more consistency from Savvy AK along this series. But we go towards B side. Wild Oreo letting it rip, but does he hit his mark properly? Seems like an amazing escape by Brain Freeze anyway through the alley. He has not been caught yet. The Sirens though looking to start ringing here as Oasis Gaming will put the spike down. Very dangerous angles though, and well, for Bren Esports, they still want to contest for both Heaven and the alley, but look at the pinch possible here, courtesy of Coco.
Lockdown's going to press the issue, and it's going to make things a lot more difficult for Oasis to hold on here as the time starts ticking. EJ, huge kill to get on Coco. They have to clear this hell position, though. I think Marky's going to be safe from it, so they might not expect it. Savvy with the jumping judge gets a kill. Marky finding two. The rain is about to snowball this. He's going to stay still alive here. Ripper, huge kill. Savvy, it's all on him, and Ripper closes it down. Oasis, it was looking so deadly, so dire. 3v5 in the post, but they get the 11th round on the board.
They brought the assassins. Marky and Ripper absolutely activated. You give Marky a kill, he will get more and more and more from that angle. Just opportunities found by Oasis as Bren desperately trying to get on through to the other side, and this is now Oasis Gaming feeling that they can wrap this one up by this point. Sheriffs only in the hands for Bren Esports. They need to get those sound shots to connect if they want to steal us away, but Oasis Gaming, it's pretty clear they can go towards that B side for them. Already we see Coco setting up that turret, the rest of Oasis looking to regroup, and the setup, it's on knockdown. It's all about that warm-up to get to that B site.
The round could be deflating here to Bren Esports' Thunder. And they had the advantage so heftily. They still lose it out because nobody cleared hell. So I said, not expecting him to be there because of the lockdown. Simba gets a huge kill on Wild Oreo, staying alive. Lockdown also committed here by Oasis against this eco round. So looking a bit expensive, but if they win the round, it's all worth it here in the end. Taking that CT control, Coco positioning himself around the corner. This turret looking the wrong way, but I think they're expecting him to be here. EJ, oh, he's giving himself away. Shot found by Koki. He finds the second kill here. Hot Sauce, will he be able to get the trade? Doesn't seem to be the case. Eventually does. Still 2v2 rifle. Retrieved, I think, by Hot Sauce, and Ripperoo waiting on the back of the side. Time is ticking, though. If they bring him down with a ship, this could be doable, but man, it's going to be so difficult to try and play against match point. Ripper, so consistent on these holds. And this round is done. Oasis have taken match point, even with Hot Sauce getting that kill. It's only salted the wounds here for Envy to get the final. 12-10. And Bren are at the cusp of losing this series.
Oasis finally on match point. And one more time, it gets dicey, but they want to have a bit of that safety net, so they spend the lockdown to give them some room to break open. It's going to really call them apart in favor of Bren Esports, honestly. If we found more of an opening made there by Hot Sauce, if they could have actually gotten even closer there, it would have been a round that they could have won, because they still got close enough to Oasis anyway. But this is it. Oasis now want to stay on the upper echelons of the leaderboard. Want to slay Bren Esports one more time for good measure. Revenge has been on the minds of Bren Esports for quite a while. This might be something they have to save for the playoffs instead. Wall now getting half broken. This is Bren looking to challenge this with Savvy 8K. Coco still playing the game of patience, waiting right now in the middle just in case someone pushes right behind the rotation. But for one more time and one more round, Oasis, they will go towards B.
Still though, not much utility, super burnt up here by Oasis. Boombot gone, yes, so is that barrier orb. But the nade, that's gonna make things a bit more difficult in the entry. Brain Freeze, huge kill, going for the double! He's found himself in hell, and Coco crawling here in mid. Once again, a hole left open by Bren Esports. They shut it down though, plugging it in for the meantime. And this is looking like the final round of regulation. Really coming in here very soon, Dax. 2v5. If Bren just don't screw up, then this should be the round. Envy gets that kill. 1v4 might be a tall task to ask for, even for a player of his caliber. They know where he is. Savvy closes out the round, and we're going to the final one of regulation. 24 rounds we go. Do we go in overtime? I think so.
It's a possibility. You can see the buys here for Oasis Gaming not as pristine as they would like, and Spectre is now forced into the fray. Wouldn't be surprised if Envy could really just afford a sheriff by this point, so they'll have to figure out how to build a Spectre up too. But these money matters. They are problems for Oasis Gaming. Bren Esports absolutely kitted, and Brain Freeze in that round, stepping up when he needed to the most. Oasis Gaming, can they get the job done? Or do we go back into another set of rounds overtime? An absolute possibility though, based on how close this series has become. The Prowler trying to get on through. It does allow Oasis to get to the middle, because you can see the adjustment here by Simple. Barrier Orb now towards Heaven. Oasis, they're going to have to crack this if they want to play towards B.
Go get him.
Look at how early they commit this barrier orb too, though. Now they know there has to be 2B. That's the Raze and Sage confirmed. Paint Shells do come on out. Slow Orb right after that. Could have comboed it maybe a bit better to keep him there at bay. But here they go, really coming towards that B site once more, Dax, and they're trying to go really hard and ham for it. They know the Spectres are going to really be deadly up close, and that's what Oreo finds on the symbol.
There, down, drop down. Oasis Gaming coming in towards that B site. Morty, EJ there. Empress right now looking to be the biggest ferocious monster here. And as Hot Sauce is all alone, it's quite a cold reception for Bren Esports. Coco playing the run and gun. It's all of Oasis down on the site. And the chase is on. But another day and another way, Oasis Gaming have been looking to get this victory, to keep them afloat, to keep them at the top side of the standings. And Hot Sauce is the only one to get in front of them. 2 taps though from Marky. Time is running out, and Oasis Gaming playing with their friend on the other side, but here comes the crowd, and it will roar towards Oasis Gaming as they get that 13-11 victory. They win out the matters of fortitude and temperance. They finish the series 2-1. They finish it in regulation, and that's exactly what they needed to bounce back for the week.
Man, I had a feeling there as soon as they brought up Spectres that these guys are about to go in hard. They're about to go in ham whenever they do execute on the site, because they know that's their only advantage here. The element of surprise and the lightning fast executes that they can accomplish because of the comp they got. That Nightfall did everything for that round at the end. They're really cutting the noise. They had no real idea, Bren Esports, if they were fully coming their way. But by the time they realized that things were too late, staggering themselves on the retake of the site, man, Oasis taking it away in the bonus, or not even bonus, forced buy that they had in that final round of regulation. And there were so many rounds that could have gone the other way. In the end, it's Oasis that take it in the cusp of it. Man, oh man, what a final map for the series and what a final game for the day.
Look, they had to bring out the calculator there just to know how to afford those specters. So some money matters, some math matters for Oasis Gaming, but the match checks out as they take the majority of the rounds and they do get that win. So this was quite an effort though, because we really saw there Bren Esports getting back their bearings later on into the first half and starting the second half a little bit stronger than that. But Oasis, they would find those moments, thanks especially to the monstrous efforts of the Fade in B. After he sets things up, he's the one who becomes the true nightmare of Bren Esports, and Oasis Gaming relying on his frags to propel the rest of the crew to step up to the plate, and that's where you saw it. In B, just getting those kills, yes. Marky taking that as example, and once Marky was online, once Marky was shutting down EJ and Savvy at the same time, that really swung things in favor of Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, and Savvy was the absolute game changer here for Bren Esports. I talked about how on map number 2 on Fracture, whenever they lost him, then it seemed like they were just deflated. And even though in this map it wasn't necessarily the same case, he was absolutely the biggest oppressive force that they could bring in. Symbol had some amazing clutches. He got the 2. Unfortunately, that's the only one he could really bring on out there. There was another clutch that he could have maybe won against Ripper, which then Ripper came out in the end with. But what is so spectacular about Oasis is that they realize what tools they have and how to use it. When they have such a very, very hard-hitting initiating composition, they utilize that strength when they need it the most. They know they only got Spectre, so they have to go in hard. They can't go slow and methodical. They have to go as quick as they can and really just surprise Bren on those executes, not even let them, be able to set themselves on the plant, on the retake. And that's what they do so proficiently. So Oasis, no matter what situation they're put in, they know which hand to play, which cards to deal.
And just a heartbreaker really for Bren Esports. Yet again, so close. And they have to keep themselves calm for the rest of the week. Barring complete collapse, Bren Esports should be making it to the playoffs at this rate. But we've said it about them last stage, that Bren is in a really good spot right now in their group. And we saw what happened once we got into week number 2. Can Bren shed off the shades of the past and look for a better tomorrow? Well, they're gonna have to look for a better results into the next series, because this one could just not go in their way. And Oasis Gaming, it was close, it was dicey, but they got the job done when they found the step up that they needed. And well played to really both these teams. What a close series, but in the end, all of this leads to the Oasis.
And the next few opponents they got up on hand are not going to be an easy task on either. Next match here for both of these teams, you look at the Oasis side, it's going to be up against Southwood. You look at Bren Esports side, it's going to be up against Action PH, and those are very difficult teams for them, at least historically, to try and best. So, man, what a performance from Oasis Gaming. They go up here in the leaderboard 3-2, getting the best of Bren Esports in this moment, but we're going to see if that's going to continue on true with the panel's thoughts on what just happened. Guys, thank you so much. I am Black and Blue. With me is Zax, and we'll be back here with the panel after the break.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. My mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make.
Welcome back to VCTPH Stage 2, and it is Oasis Gaming for the win for the final series of the day with a 2-1 against Bren Esports. History repeats itself, and Oasis remains to be the bane of Bren Esports. Let's actually jump into the series highlights as we discuss this, because Fluffy, I know you have a lot to say. As Black and Blue said, there were so many rounds that this could have gone the other way so easily.
True, I mean, we had that shaky start on the side of Oasis Gaming with very close games overall in all maps, starting here on the highlights on Icebox. Bren, so strong, so consistent with the pressure that they can put out, winning so many clutches. And honestly, even when their back is against the wall, they played so well in those situations, not giving any space for Oasis Gaming to move. And they even had that counter pressure where when Oasis would make one move, they would use their roster and their composition to basically force Oasis out into space. Moving on to the latter two maps, which were taken eventually by Oasis Gaming, I guess that tactical terror that Fade does provide has been the adaptation that they took with very interesting comps moving in to the second and third maps of the series. The second, you see Wild Oreo normally on that initiator or duelist role playing the Cypher, for instance, and more recently the Viper, showing the flexibility of that player. But also towards the end, we see that Envy really pulling out not only the recon and initiating ability of Fade, but clutching it out himself. But on the side of Bren Esports, we also see so many heavy hitters. Savvy 8K coming in so big on both second and third maps, close games, none of which got to overtime, really shows the determination that both of these teams really wanted to get that W.
Absolutely, and especially in this map particularly, in this last map, it was really Envy, I think, who was instrumental in shutting down quite a bit of Bren's attempts whenever they did try to go aggressive. Envy was usually there. Oh, that was a beautiful, beautiful double showstopper there from the boy, Water himself, Savvy 8K. But Savvy 8K, whenever he was picked off, it felt like Bren was kind of lost without him. See that he was Savvy Ace K twice, I think. Right, that just the one time in this match in round 14. And other than that, Oasis, they gave such a difficult time for Savvy to really try to pop off. That might have been, the little bit of the straw that broke that mental camel's back for Bren.
Yeah, and this must be so frustrating for Bren though, because they came so close to victory, just a few rounds away from it. I mean, what is it, Fluffy, about Oasis Gaming that Bren can't seem to crack?
I feel like they have that explosive power. We know we talk about more on this stage, the discipline side of things, especially with the new structure they have coming in with Wacky as well, helping out with a lot of those discipline and fundamentals. But you don't underestimate the power of Oasis Gaming's firepower in itself. Although it wasn't an easy mountain to climb, it was a very long struggle that Bren Esports put up such an amazing fight against.
Yeah, I think so, definitely. But Oasis Gaming, this was just amazing. And of course, bringing up our MVP of the series, I believe it is going to be Marky and G10. This was quite a performance. I mean, everybody, I feel like, performed really, really well. But I think Marky just here, he was just so impactful for this victory for Oasis.
He really was. I mean, it shows in the stats. Marky, he was kind of topping the charts in Icebox for Oasis, and even then, even when he wasn't having top frag, he was still very, very close in KP. As you can see, he did still maintain that positive KP, 27 kills per round. Very, very instrumental in the success of Oasis Gaming, and quite a few highlight moments for this player as well. 213 ACS too. Wow.
Yeah, I kind of imagine like him and Envy kind of like being the dual blades, I guess, of Oasis Gaming. Don't you think, Fluffy?
Yeah, I was going to say that also. Another thing about Marky, aside from the stats, is the way he plays around the team is something that the team needs. He's not afraid to enter the site as the main duelist. Sometimes it means that he's kind of the bait for a lot of these plays, but he does get the space needed for the team to actually mobilize. So his presence, even though he might not be the top fragger for every game, is such an instrumental part of the game plan that Oasis Gaming is trying to play.
Yes, and that's exactly like, he definitely delivers in his role. And another person who does just that as well is Wild Oreo, and we can bring him on over to the panel for a quick interview. I actually kind of wish Fluffy was doing this interview, of course, with Oasis Gaming. I feel like that would be entertaining. Wild Oreo, thank you so much for taking the time. I know you guys probably want to celebrate a little bit tonight, maybe have something nice for dinner, but we're going to ask you a few questions. So I want to know how you guys prepared for this match, especially since you guys have gone up against Bren Esports many, many times before.
We were happy nung 5 PM yung game namin kasi wala nang morning curse. Hindi rin kami nag-anti-strat eh. We just focused on our game and we played it really well. And I'm proud with the team.
No, I super believe in the superstitions. So I agree with you there. Anything that can help you guys perform at your best, even if it's not waking up in the morning. Absolutely. Second question is, Fracture was a little challenging for the team. Can you talk about, a little bit of the challenges and the obstacles that you encountered there?
Yung sa Fracture lang, medyo nahirapan kami nung yung dish namin kasi ang dami UT nila nun eh. So, we just played our game lang talaga.
But it's good you guys identified such a trouble spot. It seems like it's going to be an easy fix moving forward into your next matches. So, as things were heating up on Split, you guys had a little bit of a timeout. Like, I think in the third to the last round or something. And then you guys came back with a vengeance to close out the series. Can you, are you able to let us know what went on there? How were you guys able to regroup in that short period of time?
During a timeout, nag-timeout kami para kinat namin yung momentum nila. So, parang nawala init ni Savi, ganon.
Yeah, and I think that's super smart, of course, because Bren Esports, all of them essentially play like duelists, and I think that in terms of strategy, of course, you can cut the momentum. Why not? Do you guys have any shout outs that you'd like to give? By the way, maybe to your boy on the panel over here that you might want to give a shout out to.
Shout out to our sponsors, syempre, sa Oasis Gaming, kina ate. Thank you. Kay Fluffy O2 Gaming, the 5'11 na stallion guy, our ex-coach. Hello din. Sa friends and family po namin, kay mama, tsaka kay kuya. Yun lang po.
All right, thank you very much to Oasis Gaming and Wild Oreo for speaking on their behalf. You can see the rest of the team there chilling. Thank you guys so much, and we are looking forward to the rest of your matches. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. I guess the Fluffy always is guaranteed a shout out whenever
I
there's
don't
an Oasis.
understand why my height is always included in the thing.
And your school. And your
Apparently.
school. Yeah.
There are positive traits about it. You gotta sell the Fluffy whenever you get the chance.
Why not highlight it? Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the results today, and I think the biggest win of which, story-wise, is Southbuilt Esports. I mean, that moral victory for SBA and G10, so important for them to get out of that danger zone. But right alongside them, though, are RRQ, so it's gonna be really interesting for these teams the next few days.
Oh yeah, not just RRQ are beside SBE, but also Bren now. They're all tied together. Unfortunately, at the bottom, fighting to get the playoffs, trying to claw their way out of there, out of relegation, just any way they can. With Naos already being gone, there's only one spot left for someone to be eliminated, and in the next couple days, we're going to be seeing which one of the three are going to be seeing us in the next stage, maybe, because of course they will be going to playoffs. SBE, RRQ, and Bren, all of the teams on the left side, they are still in danger, and it only gets harder from here on in.
True. I mean, the pressure is truly on for all the left side teams. SBE, RRQ, and Bren Esports are all vying to avoid the spot to join Naos in what is going to look like the two that might not be able to make it to the playoff season. But, at least for some of the teams like SBE coming into this, or even RRQ, they have that momentum to go from today to tomorrow, knowing that they've gotten that win today.
Yeah, there's as we check on the standings, there's a very interesting tug of war going on, and two very troublesome spots, I guess. Of course, you have that seventh slot, which means elimination, and right now it's looking like it could, in the next few days, it could be Bren Esports, it could be RRQ, it could be Southbuilt Esports, depending on how the matches go. And of course, somewhere in the third, fourth, and fifth, there is also another conflict happening, because even though they still do have that security of qualifying, this still affects their placement and Fluffy, who they might be up against in the playoffs.
Right. So placement is also important, because that the top two teams are the top two teams to beat. So depending on how you place for the midfield teams, it's really going to affect your matchups going into that, which can hurt or help your chances, depending on your play style, into just going straight into APAC and winning the entire stage too. But that's not to say that the midfield teams are not in danger of also falling down the drain and going all the way down, maybe even taking that slot that no one wants to take, which might take you out to the elimination bracket, because there's still a lot of games coming up this week. There's a big chance that a lot of these 2-2, 3-2 teams, if they play their games wrongly, can still end up as 4-loss or 5-loss.
Yeah, it's gonna get really dicey. I mean, I would say even that the action really is going to happen between this third spot over there where you see Alpha Esports Pro, and then you have the seventh with Southbuilt Esports. Any movement there is going to have major consequences on our standings and hence our playoffs as well. Let's look at tomorrow's schedule and see what kind of interesting matches we have. I believe we do have Team Secret going up against Action PH first, and then we have Alpha Esports Pro going up against RRQ, and Oasis Gaming versus Southbuilt Esports. G10, do you have your eyes on any interesting matchups over here?
Oh yeah, as you know, I am a big SBE fan, and I have been.
No, I didn't realize.
Yeah, I don't identify with the Titos of FPS, so I really want to. And Fluffy, of course, you know very well who this team is. So I have my eyes specifically on game number 3. Oasis has been doing so well lately. Envy looks incredibly solid, and of course we just had them on air while already seemed very, very confident as well. So, and they have the momentum from the win today, and they convert that into a win against SBE tomorrow, because SBE, as you guys know, still kind of fighting for their lives a little bit. And if Oasis is going to be able to stop them from progressing further in this tournament, then I think that's going to be a pretty big notch in their cap.
Yeah, I'm also excited for a lot of the games tomorrow, especially what G10 mentioned on that third game, but also the first game, seeing Team Secret, since they are at that comfortable lead, they have the chance, like what Fade mentions, Secret Fade, the coach, that they have the chance to experiment a bit more, or maybe even keep some secrets moving on to playoffs. But for the last game, I'm going to be super excited because, like G10 has said previously, the Oasis game is always one of my hype games, but I don't think that they finished today, as much as I want to celebrate their win, as the cleanest of games. So I think still a lot to improve from that team, and hopefully they have the adjustments ready by tomorrow.
So I have to ask you guys, are you going to try what Dax and Black and Blue were supposed to do? And maybe bring out the jerseys, to represent.
If I had a jersey,
I could.
If you guys have given me, if any of you teams want me to rep your jersey off stream, for you know, just send me a thing.
G10, if only we knew somebody who had a Southbolt Esports jersey. Who could that be?
Not a
clue. I wonder.
Well, that's a good question.
If only we knew somebody, who is listening right now. No, he's not listening right now. Probably watching the stream. I hope he is. If only we knew somebody who we could message like a little bit later, who could hand you something for tomorrow. But yes, that's all tomorrow. You can stay tuned and see if Fluffy and G10 are gonna, duke it out here on behalf of their teams. But of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors. We want to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here to the Philippines. And of course, this tournament right here, the VCT Challengers PH Stage 2, is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps, mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And if you want another link to click on VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new top F15 powered up by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the tough F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with a MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to the link down below that you can see on your screen or in the comments, ph.rog.gg/ROG-XVCT2022 for more information about the tough F15.
Right there. Right over there.
There it
is our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for watching. Thanks you to our prod, our panel, Fluffy and G10, our wonderful, beautiful casters on the English and Filipino broadcast. And I just have to say, you guys, under the right circumstances, the Ray curse apparently is not that bad.
Yes, that's right. We just need to keep somebody over there. We need to keep a certain somebody over in the Filipino broadcast to keep the Ray curse in check.
It can be nullified, apparently. We're learning.
That's right.
Stage 2 meta right here. And
welcome
of course,
back to English.
Our amazing prod team. I hope you guys treat yourself after this whole thing. Treat yourselves every night, by the way. Shout out to prod. See you here, same time, same tomorrow as week 2 continues for VCTPH.
Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to who you were sure, a celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner, the starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ, scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water, blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats to me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's terrorizing, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Chest and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face,